Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start in about 5 minutes. If you can take your seats, we'll start promptly at 8:30. Can everybody please take their seats? We're going to start in about 60 seconds. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us today, and for those of you joining us online. My name is Zuli Bayraktari, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. Welcome to the Global Emerging Technology Summit. I know it wasn't easy to get everybody out here, but I truly appreciate for those of you showing up here in person. I think it's a remarkable place to be. So thank you so much for all of you. I consider all of you here family and friends because you've been so many. You have been our biggest supporters, and those of you also online watching us, we couldn't have done this without you. On March 1st of this year, the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence submitted its final report to the White House and the United States Congress, which provided recommendations on ways the United States can maintain global advantage on AI for national security purposes. One of the key themes in our final report is that of partnerships. America's allies and partners remain a critical advantage over our competitors. The United States cannot compete with and counter the global technology ambitions of authoritarian rivals if it acts alone. Like-minded countries must work together to advance the development and use of AI and other emerging technologies in accordance with democratic values. The objective of today's summit is to put our recommendations into actions by bringing together current and former leaders of the United States, our international allies and partners, along with the private sector representatives, to discuss ways to support existing structures and mechanisms, but also discussing new opportunities which will allow for greater collaboration on technology-related issues, especially those related to AI. We need to bring together democratic countries to discuss, organize, and ultimately put forward a vision to counter authoritarian models of technology. I want to thank our friends at all the departments and agencies, all the foreign embassies, and international organizations for helping us put together this summit. The level of support and enthusiasm was greater than any of us expected when we launched this idea. Let me provide some administrative notes. This is one of the first in-person events of this scale in Washington, D.C., so we're organizing it in accordance with the latest CDC guidance. Our agenda today will feature speakers in 3 different formats: in-person, virtual, and pre-recorded remarks. I ask for your patience as we transition between speakers during the day. I don't think anybody has ever done this before, so please bear with us. With multiple formats, we want to ensure that we accommodate our in-person audience, our virtual audience, and our speakers who have been very supportive and willing to share their messages in all the available formats. We were heartened by the level of interest and support from around the world to get together and discuss these important topics. Since this is our last event before the end of the Commission on October 1st, I want to thank our Chair, Eric Schmidt, and Vice Chair, Bob Work, for their leadership, and all other commissioners who have served the country admirably in the last 2+ years. They produced the final report that will serve as a blueprint for how our country addresses challenges and opportunities associated with AI. Finally, I want to thank the NSCI staff. This event would have not been possible without the endless support of the team who has spent countless hours putting this event together. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Without further ado, I hope everybody enjoys the discussions today, and now I will turn over the floor to Robert Work, Vice Chair of the NSCI.
Thank you, Willie, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. After more than 2 years of hard work, interrupted by a once-in-a-century pandemic, we are here, in person and virtually, to continue the important work of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. I'm thrilled to have so many international, private sector, academic, and national security leaders joining us live and on video today. It's an honor to have you all with us. Please bear with us, as Illy said. We haven't been out in public too much yet, so bear with us as we navigate a hybrid in-person and virtual summit throughout the day. Eric Schmidt and I believe the quality of our audience is a tribute to the quality of our final report, and we are very proud of our 16 chapters and the hundreds of recommendations that you can find in them. We're here because the report captures something that all of us understand. The stakes of AI and the broader emerging technology competition we are living through are quite high. In 1901, Thomas Edison was asked to predict electricity's impact on humanity. This was 2 decades after the development of the white light bulb. And Thomas Edison saw a general purpose technology of unlimited possibilities. He said, "Electricity is the field of fields. It holds the secrets which will rearrange the life of the world." AI is a very different kind of general purpose technology, and while I'm certainly no Thomas Edison, I believe we're standing at a similar juncture and see a similarly wide-ranging impact from AI. Like electricity, AI truly is a field of fields. Now, our 15 commissioners came from diverse professions and experiences, but we united around a common purpose: to find ways to make America and all free countries safer and stronger, to retain our innovation advantages in the AI era, and to be prepared for its threats. I'd like to thank all of my fellow commissioners for their public service, as Illy said. This has been a long slog, 2 years, but Safra Katz, Gilman Louie, Katharina McFarland, Chris Darby, and Chairman Eric Schmidt are joining us in person today and represent all of the other commissioners. You'll hear from all of them throughout today's events, and Eric will have the last word today. And one of our commissioners just got a little promotion, you probably heard, so he couldn't be here. Congrats, Andy Jassy. We know you're here in spirit. Now, on behalf of all commissioners, we are very grateful for the vision of Representatives Langevin and Stefanik and Senators Ernst and Heinrich, who helped stand up the commission 2 years ago. The steady support of the Senate and House leadership and the committees of interest have been outstanding, reflected by the participation of Senator Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, and Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Mark Warner, who you will hear from in just a few minutes. And we're also grateful for the strong White House and executive branch support we received throughout the Commission's tenure. We began under one presidential administration and delivered our final recommendations to a second. Although I have a feeling that our report will get an especially careful read in this White House, thanks to the fact that a former commissioner of ours, Jason Matheny, is now the Deputy Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And we hope that the new AI Initiatives Office in the White House will also find the report helpful. National Security Jake Sullivan's decision to create a technology directorate in the National Security Council is another important step to get the government AI ready. Eric Lander, who is the director of OSTP, certainly understands the power of our scientific and research communities and the need to get them resources so that we can stay ahead of the game. Secretary of Commerce Raimondo's participation today is a reminder that the economic, technological, and national security aspects of AI are woven inextricably together. And Secretary of State Blinken will help us get our allies and partners' strategy right. We were really thrilled when Secretary of Defense Mark Esper spoke at our first conference back in November 2019, and we're equally thrilled to have Secretary Austin here later today. Their presence speaks to the critical role that AI is going to play in enhancing all aspects of national defense. But we are a national security commission. Our recommendations in the military and security fields are informed by our concern that adversaries, both state and non-state alike, are investing in AI-enabled tools of conflict, from deepfakes to autonomous weapons. We will need to retain technological advantages to defend ourselves against them. We set ambitious goals. As our report says, we believe that the nation needs to be AI ready by 2025. And by that we mean organized for the competition with the proper resources and the proper organization, the proper strategies, and the proper oversight necessary to execute the strategies. Now, we have a long way to go, but we think we have the leadership and, most importantly, the innovators to get there. I mean, all they really have to do is follow our recommendations. Now, we are in a serious strategic competition with China. It's intensified by AI and related developments. As the director of CIA, Burns, said in his confirmation hearing, technology is the central pillar of this competition with China. Now, I'm an old Marine, and I'm sure Secretary Blinken will smooth any of my rough edges out later today. But we have to face this reality of competition. Imagine if an authoritarian power achieved quantum supremacy or dominated the world's 5G infrastructure or controlled the mining and production of the critical materials and hardware necessary to run and enable an AI future. This is not a future that we would like to see. So I want to stress, however, that our report is not primarily about national defense or even national security in the traditional sense, and neither is the AI competition. At its core, the AI competition is a values competition. We know enough about the power of AI applications to strengthen authoritarianism abroad, to suppress minorities, to surveil the population. It also fuels extremism at home, and we know that we cannot take for granted that future technology trends will make free societies stronger and more resilient. If we are not careful, they may work to weaken them. We must also build privacy-protecting standards into AI technologies and advanced democratic norms to guide AI uses so that democracies can responsibly use AI tools. In this regard, I think all of the commissioners are especially proud of the work we did on responsible AI. We deeply hope our commitment to and the detailed recommendations for AI development and practice will help all countries, especially democracies, benefit from AI, consistent with our democratic values. Now, today represents the final pillar of our strategy and the National Security Commission's journey. We simply cannot imagine a successful American approach to AI and associated technologies that does not include tighter integration of research and development, data infrastructure, interoperability, and perhaps more importantly, alignment of technology design and governance, again, underpinned by the shared values of our trusted allies and partners. This will require the hard work of our diplomatic community, and we have too many members of the diplomatic community listening and here today to thank each one of them individually. So let me just take the opportunity to thank you all. Now, just because competition frames our work should not discourage America's partners. Too often, competition seems to be viewed as an inherently negative term. It just is a fact of international relations and life. On a level playing field and in a rules-based order, competition drives innovation. It will be good for our workers. It will help build a middle class. And it will spur new AI breakthroughs in health, the environment, and science for the benefit of all global citizens. Technology developments within the community of nations need not be zero-sum. We fervently hope then that today's summit will help build a shared agenda that strengthens democracies and ensures that together we remain the world's leading developers and appliers of AI and its associated technologies. We see opportunities for cooperation across what we refer to as the AI stack. We are eager to hear the best proposals for encouraging data sharing, building new generations of hardware, taking the next leap in AI applications, and deepening AI and technical talent exchanges. Our commission has recommended the framework for an allied approach to winning the technological competition. It will be up to all of us to take the next steps. I'd just like to build a little on what Illy said. Illy Bajraktari is the executive director and is the heart and soul of the commission. Everything we've done has been touched by his guiding hand. He has truly been an outstanding and unique leader in this regard. And that goes for our entire staff. This is a world-class staff. I would put it up against any staff that has been assembled in the Washington area for whatever subject you can imagine. This staff has truly been outstanding. And I would just ask you all to join me in recognizing them for their great work. So thank you all for either being here today or listening online. I hope you find today informative and we look forward to interacting with you throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to introduce to all of you the Honorable Mark Warner, Senator of the Commonwealth of Virginia and Chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Please welcome a good friend of the Commission to the stage, Senator Mark Warner.
Thank you and good morning. Bob, I have to tell you that I don't think I just merged that period where I went from like no glasses to glasses. So I want to thank you for inviting me to address the Global Emerging Technology Summit today and repeat something I'm sure every speaker will say. Great thanks to both Eric Schmidt and Bob Work, all of the members of the commission, and as Bob already indicated, the staff, who I think did a great job. This, I think, groundbreaking and thoughtful report and the recommendations that you've put forward are going to be fodder for us in Congress to actually take up this call and recognize that we need, finally, in this country, to have a theory of the case about emerging technologies and how our country, in working with our allies, can work to compete, particularly with China, and as it drives towards technological and economic preeminence in so many technology fields based on its authoritarian model. Now, I'm proud to say that, particularly when it comes to China, I will take, I guess, the chairman's prerogative and say that it was the bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee that was first to ring the alarm about China's emerging dominance, particularly on 5G technology. That we suddenly woke up one day and realized that no longer was the United States or any of our particular allies leading in what was the next generation of telecom. And that unfortunately we had no single Western alternative to emerging Chinese alternatives like Huawei and ZTE. The problem is, if this was only in 5G, it would be a challenge, but maybe not a crisis. But 5G is not the only technology where we're seeing China rush ahead. And the truth is, 5G in itself underpins so much of our economic prosperity, military strength, and potentially future security threats. As we think about the Internet of Things, connected society, that all rides on a 5G network. The truth is, the United States and our allies will need to outcompete authoritarian regimes, not just China, Russia, and others, across the whole suite of technologies. What this report focuses on, the rapid growth of AI, which we all know will affect the global economy in countless ways in years ahead. It will also have serious implications, again, as the report has pointed out, on national security. We've already started to see some of these implications, from the use of AI in facial recognition to the rapid characterization of hostile military forces that can vastly shorten the intelligence cycle and enable rapid decision-making on the battlefield. Now, the question is, how do we get here? And this is just my personal premise. I would argue almost back to the moment of Sputnik. For the better part of the last half of the 20th century, the United States led in scientific research and development of transformational technologies. Our leadership translated into decades of economic success for U.S. companies and advanced military capabilities. Now, a lot of that we knew was dealt with government investment, our great universities, enormous competition in terms of ideas. But one component, as we dug into this, that I don't think was fully appreciated, and something the AI report, and I know Bob and Eric and others have brought forward. One of the things I think we sometimes in this country took for granted was, with this innovation, and so many of the last great breakthroughs in innovation, whether it's wireless, satellite, internet, you name it, we would either, if not invented here, even if it was invented somewhere else around the rest of the world, our leadership led to the United States also setting global standards and protocols for new technology. And as we set those standards, we actually, and sometimes standards is not something you think about reflects values, but as I think we've seen recently, embedded in technology standards often come a country or society's values. And what we embedded in those standards was values such as transparency, a diversity of opinion, interoperability, respect for human rights, values that made the public sphere so fruitful for innovations, and in turn, that leadership in setting standards and protocols actually drove a lot of our economic success. Unfortunately, and this is not just something that happened during the last 4 years, our dominance and leadership in a lot of those areas declined over the last decade. We've seen public investment in R&D decline. We've seen private sector willingness to kind of flood the zone on standard-setting bodies decline dramatically. And into this gap, others have stepped, China in particular, to take advantage of our absence and pursue standards, protocols, and innovation that benefited China and its companies. For example, as a former old-time telecom guy, we've seen China flooding the ICT standard-setting bodies and their leadership positions to determine standards around the internet and mobile technologies. In many ways, I would argue that they've already won in terms of the standards around 5G. I see this from my old industry in cellular. We've seen this as well in radio access. They aim to influence the next generation of technologies that not only include telecom, but AI. We've even seen the PRC working to dominate sectors of the future of renewable energy, including cornering the market already on solar, wind power, batteries, and electric vehicles. However, the past 4 years have also allowed us an opportunity for reassessing long-held assumptions. We face, I believe, a starker reality, a challenge from non-market, state capitalist authoritarian regimes led by China that have definitely exploited and undermined the rules-based international trading system that we had long thought would actually bring about greater openness and harness, unfortunately, not these new technologies for liberal means, but actually for illiberal ends. That is the challenge, I think, of the day. Now, I focus on China because not only is it the place that is where a lot of this is going on, but it also was an area where I think, as a policymaker, we were wrong. We assumed, kind of the early 20th century thinking was, the more we brought China into the international order, the more they would become like us, the more they would adhere to rules of law and the kind of presumptions that had governed a lot of technology and international governance over the second half of the 20th century. But instead of using this international collaboration to democratize, China has shown their what I call authoritarian capitalism model, whereby they allow enormous competition within the Chinese domestic market until a Chinese champion emerges. And then that Chinese champion, 5G in the case of Huawei, and we can go through a series of other technologies where this is taking place real time, that Chinese champion then gets virtually unlimited financial support from the government. And unfortunately, we've seen the development of these technologies create surveillance states that would make Orwell blush. Now, I keep talking about China, but let me be clear. And I think it is critically important that every policymaker do this if we don't play into the CCP's agenda. We make clear that my beef is not with China itself or the Chinese people, and surely not with the Chinese diaspora anywhere around the world or Asian Americans, Chinese Americans. It is with the CCP, its policies, and unfortunately, Xi Jinping. Because what we have seen is that China's Communist Party are developing a model of technological governance, a lot of this including flooding the zone back in terms of setting those standards and protocols that should worry all of us. They are doing this from one of the world's strongest economies, and again, with a set of technology tools. I keep using this analogy that would make Orwell blush. The party is using new technologies as a means of surveillance and controlling population, stifling the free flow of information, and basically as a way to sell these technology surveillance to potentially repressive regimes all around the world. These technologies have unfortunately been used to eliminate dissent, restricting religious groups, media, human rights activists, and lawyers. We see this obviously play out in Xinjiang. We see this play out with the detention of close to 1 million Uyghurs. We see this with ubiquitous cameras all across the country that, again, create this technology surveillance state. We also see it play out, unfortunately, over the last couple of years, real time in Hong Kong. China has reared a generation, though, of innovative technologists, and let's not underestimate the enormous skills and talents of the Chinese people. And in many areas, we're now seeing Chinese competitors launch both products and new technologies in advance of all Western competitors. We need, again, to think about what this means for global standard setting and liberal values of openness, transparency, reliability, interoperability, and, of course, human rights. Because, unfortunately, China sees its citizens and businesses, and again, we see this playing out real time in the news as individual businesses who've gone public or individual business leaders who are suddenly stifled. They see all of these aspects of their economy ultimately as instruments of the Communist Party. This ideology is mirrored in Chinese law, which requires all citizens and companies to act in support of national security. Unfortunately, that means ultimately China's private sector can be compelled to act on behalf of the Communist Party. And again, this is not just an occurrence that's taking place within China itself. They are exporting these tactics and values through investments and infrastructure. Think about the Belt and Road Initiative, or the Digital Silk Road. And what we're also seeing in many places, and I see this from the Intel side, they are offering these technologies as a lure to other authoritarian regimes around the world. Think about the notion. China will come in and not only build you a bridge or a road, but I'll also offer that regime a chance to monitor any of your dissidents with some of the technologies they bring forward. They have used their growing global infrastructure and investments to expand their sphere of influence, gaining allies, even at times in places like Europe, bolstering their leverage, and increasing votes in standard-setting bodies around these technologies. China has deployed its economic and political resources to gather allies on the world stage. And they're doing this, again, not from an open market-based system at the end of the day, with a huge emphasis on state-owned enterprises, government subsidies, and industrial policies that actually stifle competition. China, I believe, is hoping to control the next generation of technological innovation and digital infrastructure. And it hopes to impose its values on those developments. All of this, again, I think puts into question principles of transparency, accountability, sovereignty, free, fair, and reciprocal relations. So I know there's a fairly bleak opening coming right after Bob's first comments, but let me leave you with a couple of ideas of, I think, where I hope we, and I say this in a more global sense, we ought to go. And I do think there's some good news. Now, I think there is a change, and I think we're going to see, I know you're going to hear from Secretary Raimondo, because many of the things I'm going to enumerate now, she's going to actually be in charge of implementing. And I do think, I say this not from a pure partisan standpoint, but I think many of my colleagues on the Hill would agree with this, regardless of party, because unlike the previous administration, where sometimes we seem to view our allies as enemies, and everything was posited in a us or them kind of bifurcated position, I think we have an opportunity and a responsibility to restore America's position as America's position as a global leader on technology, research, and scientific development. And the need for U.S. leadership on pragmatic, tech-savvy policy, working actually in concert with our allies, the need for this has never been greater. This moment offers us an opportunity to reassess and restate our values and priorities, especially as they relate to emerging technologies. Again, I think a lot of the work in the AI report reflects that. And actually talk about how we're going to use these emerging technologies to reinforce those values across the world. We have to do this in concert with our democratic allies. We cannot make this a choice to countries around the world of you have to choose one camp or the other. This needs a time of reestablishment of the kind of values that underpin so much of the technology development that we led in the second half of the 20th century. Because we also have to do this in the context that one of the things that's happened for many of those years, post-Sputnik, when we led, we assumed the rest of the world would automatically follow. Because in truth, while the Soviet Union was a military threat, it was never across the board a technology, innovation, and economic challenge. We've now seen those possibilities come from China. And we've also seen, particularly in recent years, just because the United States has said something, that does not mean the balance of our allies would simply follow. So what do we do? We need to recognize we cannot take on this challenge alone. We need to work particularly with democracies all around the world. We should be embedding our shared values by pursuing technology development agendas built around these shared rules, standards, and permissible uses. That means harmonizing with the EU, Japan, and other developed countries, our shared values on online privacy, on facial recognition, and, as the Commission has laid out, permissible uses of AI. We should establish, I believe, a formal technology alliance which like-minded countries that make sure that democratic-based institutions win this race. I would argue in many ways, post-World War II was the age initially of military alliances. It moved into the 60s and 70s around economic alliances. I think in the 21st century, on a going forward basis, as important as those alliances will be, we need to have technology alliances. That's why last year I introduced the Democracy Technology Partnership Alliance, a version of which was incorporated into the Senate-passed U.S. Innovation Competition Act, USICA. We've changed the name of that bill about 4 times. It was Endless Frontiers, USICA. I'm not sure what we're going to call it next week, but there is a component part of that technology alliance, and I think it frankly needs to be more robust than what we've even put in that legislation that would encourage, it would create an office at the State Department and encourage the United States government to establish a multilateral alliance focusing on technology development. And again, this technology alliance needs to go back, and I know I'm hitting the same issue time and again, on open competition, privacy, freedom of thought, respect for human rights, interoperability, and accountability, particularly when it comes to the technologies that undergird our whole economic system. One of the also things of good news, I think there is a growing recognition on a bipartisan way in the United States Congress that this will also require our government to put our money where our mouth is. And we've actually started to see that. Last year, I worked with my partner, John Cornyn, on the CHIPS Supply for America bill, dealing with semiconductors, an issue that also could generate this kind of conference and discussion. We put in as well, built into the Defense Authorization Bill, a 5G bill utilizing Strategic Allied Telecommunications Act, which would help us move beyond 5G to open radio access network. Let's jump ahead into the next level of wireless communications and set the standards and come up with the leaders. And I'm very pleased to say that in both of these areas, we put our money where our mouth is finally in USICA. $52 billion on the Senate-passed bill on chips, $2 billion on the 5G bill. The challenge is we're going to have a host of areas from AI to quantum computing, to a whole range of issues. Chris Darby saw me beforehand on bio, where we are going to need to make the kind of long-term strategic investments that will make sure that on a values-based technology race, we win that race. We need to do this in concert with our allies. We need to do this also in a recognition that, that continues to welcome the best and the brightest from around the world, including China, to be part of this technology development. I really do believe there's no issue that is more important. And the work that the Commission has done in terms of outlining, at least around AI, the challenges and opportunities is really tremendously important, and I look forward to making sure that we get these policy recommendations implemented going forward. Thank you all very much.
Good morning. I'm pleased to welcome the Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, the 40th United States Secretary of Commerce and the former governor of the state of Rhode Island. We're pleased to have her here today to discuss the department's commitment to technology leadership, both globally and domestically. Following her remarks, we will have a brief question and answer session moderated by NSCAI Commissioner and In-Q-Tel CEO Chris Darby. Please help me welcome Secretary Raimondo.
Good morning. It is wonderful to actually be here in person with all of you. Isn't this nice? It's like practically normal. Yes. And to those of you who are with us virtually, we welcome you as well, and we look forward to the day when we can all be together in person. So I want to thank Rama and thank the NSCAI for inviting me to speak today on such an important topic. I'm excited to be with you. I don't need to tell any of you here the promise of artificial intelligence, but if you sit for a moment and ponder the possibility, it is incredible. If you think about how much innovation of AI will drive improvements in healthcare, improvements in the way we deliver every kind of service, improvements in the way we teach our kids, improvements in really everything about what we do, it's an unbelievable thing to ponder. On the flip side, though, we have to make sure that while we're harnessing the potential of the emerging technology like AI, we have to make sure that we are working with our allies to write the rules of the road, to make sure that some of the downsides of such powerful technology are mitigated against. And in that regard, that's a place that I plan to play a leading role in the Department of Commerce. It's important that AI is developed in a way and regulated in a way that is consistent with our democratic values of freedom and openness, protection for our intellectual property, respect for human rights, and respect for privacy. Now, don't misunderstand anything I'm saying to think that I'm saying we should over-regulate AI and slow down the rate of innovation. I think we need to, if anything, step on the gas in the way we innovate. But we also have to work with our allies, as I say, to write the rules of the road to make sure that we harness the innovation, the potential, and mitigate the downside. And as it relates to stepping on the gas, I know you just heard from Senator Warner. He and I are in the thick of trying to work with Congress to pass President Biden's very bold agenda, which calls for big investments in research and development, big investments in making sure we have semiconductors produced in America, big investments in talent. That's what I mean by stepping on the gas. These fundamental investments in R&D and in talent are what will underpin AI and where we go from here. I want to say one more thing before we open it up to our Q&A. It's also important, and I feel very strongly about this, and it's an area where I intend to focus as Commerce Secretary, that all of the opportunities unleashed by AI are shared equally by women and men, by people of color, by people in rural areas and in urban areas. Can we agree on that? Because I'll tell you something. I come to this role with a public sector background. I have been governor for 6 years, and a private sector background. I was in the venture capital business for 12 years. And I sat on probably 15 boards in my time as a venture capitalist, never with another woman. So how do we make sure that all of the high-paying jobs that will be created by AI and all of the innovation that will be created by AI is shared equally? Well, one thing that we can do is make sure that STEM education is provided equally. When I was governor of Rhode Island, I brought about an initiative called CS for RI, Computer Science for RI. We became the first state in America to teach computer science in every public school, in every grade, starting in kindergarten. Now, why does that matter? Because girls and poorer kids and kids of color were introduced to computer science and therefore more likely to go into those fields. So another focus area of the Biden administration, an area where I plan to be involved and an area where I would like to work with all of you, is in job training. If you ask any tech entrepreneur the rate limiting factor of growth, they're going to tell you talent. They need to hire, all of you are nodding, I've talked to a company yesterday, a fast-growing AI company, hiring 100 tech people a month, can't find them. Which means we need to invest in digital worker training, AI worker training, data scientist worker training. We need to do that, and the president's committed to that, and I plan to be involved in that. But it also means that has to be accessible to everybody. Because I promise you, girls and kids from low-income backgrounds and people from inner cities and people of color want these jobs, are capable of these jobs. And in order to unleash the potential of AI and other technologies, we must tap into the full potential of our talent, which means everybody. And that means we have to commit together to provide job training, apprenticeships, digital apprenticeships, AI apprenticeships, free community college, which is what the president's calling for, to everybody. And here's the final thing I'll say. None of what I said is possible, the R&D, the job training, the regulatory environment, unless I and the public sector work with you in the private sector. And I will tell you right now that I'm excited about this, and I'm deeply committed to engaging with you, soliciting your impact, and making sure you have a seat at the table in everything that we do. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and thank you for being with the Commission today. We truly appreciate your time and insights. Commission staff, your staff, my staff produced approximately 506 questions that I'm supposed to ask you this morning.
Speed round.
Speed round. Let me start with the softball. In this new era of great power competition that is being really fought on the battlefield of commercial technologies, U.S. commercial technologies, allied commercial technologies, China's commercial technologies. What's the role of commerce in enabling our ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you. So commerce has a central role in this. When I had said I would be Commerce Secretary, I don't think I quite realized how busy we would be as it relates to all this technology. So NIST, which is the standard-setting body within commerce, one of our bureaus, will be working with industry to develop all the standards around AI. And as I said earlier, we have to work with industry to make sure we develop standards consistent with our democratic values and do that with our allies. I can't emphasize that enough. You mentioned China. You know, we can't let China write the rules of the road around AI. So, you know, that's an important area. Obviously, the patent office, you know, the bedrock of our capitalistic system and our innovation is protecting IP, so we plan to work very closely with industry around that. And then finally, as I said earlier, talent We won't succeed unless we develop a deep well of talent supply, and that I'm already working with the Secretary of Labor to make sure that Commerce and Labor work in partnership around that area.
And I know your remarks on needing more women in leadership positions were heard loud and clear by Safra Katz, who joins us, the CEO at Oracle. Your background as a venture capitalist, I think, uniquely positions you on a number of these things, although letting Point Judith Ventures move to Boston, I was a little surprised by that move. When you think about the R&D dollars that are being spent, how do you think about crossing the chasm? The Clay Christensen Challenge, we spend a lot of R&D dollars. How do we make the most out of the commercialization opportunities for those dollars?
Yeah. So a few things. First, I don't think the federal government spends enough on R&D. And if you look at what we spend today as a percent of our GDP versus, say, 30, 40 years ago, it's been a downward sloping linear curve. And that is a problem. And again, as I said, the president is calling for massive investments in NSF and Department of Energy and increasing R&D, and I think that's vital. I do think, you know, one of the initiatives we're working on are what we're calling regional tech hubs to provide an opportunity for some of that crossing the chasm capital, and also to make sure that we spread out beyond just Silicon Valley, Boston, Austin, Texas. You know, there's incredible innovation in R&D throughout America. And so this focus on these regional tech hubs, something I did a lot of as governor, I think will also help to cross that chasm. It's not just the capital, but it's the relationships between industry and universities, industry and institutions of R&D.
Senator Warner was on stage before us, and I would be remiss, therefore, in not asking you about microelectronics and 5G. How are you thinking about commerce's role? There's substantial money going into commerce for those things. And specifically, how do you balance security with innovation? Because we could have the most secure microelectronics out there, but if they are slower than everyone else's, that doesn't solve the problem either. So we need to stay innovative. How do you think about where commerce is going to invest in those areas and that balance of security versus innovation?
Yeah. So a few things. You have to do both. You have to do both. We cannot sacrifice innovation for security, nor can we sacrifice security for innovation. That is a reality. There will be trade-offs. We have to optimize on both. Secondly, commerce will play a central role, probably the central role in the federal government as it relates to semiconductors. The semiconductor fund, which Senator Warner was a leader on, if it gets through the House, will come to the Department of Commerce. It's a $52 billion fund, which will be implemented by my team and I in order to stimulate the production of semiconductors in America, and also, importantly, investments in research and development. I would say, if you were to say to me what keeps me up at night, it's the prospect of this not getting through the Congress and it not getting through the Congress quickly enough. There is not a single entrepreneur here or large company who can do what they do without semiconductors. And it's a national security risk if we don't start producing more semiconductors in America. And it's clearly an economic risk. There's a great deal of focus on the fact that we've gone from 30% of global semiconductor production in America to 12%, and with good reason. I want to share with you another statistic, though, which I think is personally more alarming. 0% of leading edge chips are made in America right now. 0%. We have a single company in America making memory chips. So if you, like I, like you, are excited about the innovation to come with emerging technologies, you have to recognize that semiconductors are the foundation of all of that innovation, and that's going to be probably the single greatest focus area of mine as Secretary of Commerce if and when Congress sends us the CHIPS Act money.
Madam Secretary, I see I'm out of time, but I'm going to ask one last question. I'm an immigrant to this country, as are a number of the commissioners. And you've talked about the importance of engaging allies in all of these conversations. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing to engage and reinvigorate our relationships with those allies?
Yeah, thank you for saying that. So we were over in Brussels a couple of weeks ago with the president. It was a fantastic trip. And there we launched the US-EU Trade and Technology Council, which I'll be co-chairing, the TTC, which was sorely needed and coming just in time after the past 4 years of alienating our allies. And in that forum, that will be a forum to tackle these issues. Of how do we innovate around the digital economy, AI, other emerging technologies, and together, as I said before, write the rules of the road so that privacy is protected, so that our IP is protected, so that countries around the world protect our IP, so that we don't unleash these technologies in ways that are used to conduct human rights abuses. We also have an opportunity to work more closely with the Quad countries, which is a huge opportunity. So the president is crystal clear and has directed us on his team to reach out to our allies. If we work, when we work with them, we will be stronger. And it's you know, as I said earlier, and I think one of you mentioned, there's a great focus on China. We need to run faster. We need to invest in America, American workers, and we need to do that in collaboration with our allies. Since we're out of time, I would just like to thank you all. I have had the opportunity to read your report. As I said earlier, I have a commitment to working with industry, and I want to invite you to be in touch with me and my office. None of these issues are easy, but together I know we'll work through them. So thank you for having me.
Please join me in thanking Secretary Raimondo.
Good morning. Our first panel today is focused on the Quad and emerging technologies, the imperative for international cooperation. I am pleased to introduce the panel's moderator, Jean Reserve, who is the host for the podcast Spy Talk and a former CNN and ABC correspondent.
I see. So you need the, do you want the four chair or you want me?
You take the four chair.
Okay, we'll do.
There we go.
Yes.
It's great to be here. It's great to be in a room with people. This is absolutely terrific. Several weeks ago, I had the opportunity to interview Gilman Louie, who is a member of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. And he said to me, in this race for AI, there is no such thing as second place. That the winner in this race will have so many advantages across a range of emerging technologies that it will be virtually impossible to catch up with them. A lot's at stake, as you have heard from other speakers. Authoritarian governments across the world are accelerating their development and deployment of these technologies, undermining privacy and civil liberties and democracy. The National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence is among those who believes that what is needed is a federation of like-minded democratic nations to win this race, to counter the malign use of these technologies, and to offer alternatives. The Quad, which consists of the US, Australia, India, and Japan, has already moved in this direction. It has created a critical and emerging technology working group. It is charged with developing norms and standards for using these technologies. It is also dealing with other issues like supply chain security and coordination between the public and the private sectors. With us here today, representatives of the Quad nations to discuss what has been done, what needs to be done, and how to get it done. So let me introduce them. Here with me on stage is Dr. Eric Lander. He's director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. We also have several panelists joining us virtually. Professor K. Vijay Raghavan is Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, and Shinji Inoue is Minister of State for Science and Technology Policy in Japan. We hope to have joining us shortly Michael Pezzulo, who is Australia's Secretary of Home Affairs. Kind of ironic that technology is leaving us in the lurch here at a conversation about technology, but we hope to have him with us shortly. Dr. Lander, we have talked, I have talked, others have talked about some of the threats inherent in these emerging technologies. I would love to have you talk to us about the opportunities.
Well, I would be delighted to. Let me first just express on behalf of the Biden administration the tremendous gratitude to the Commission for the work that they've done, for the ideas, the recommendations. It's so important. So AI is really a potentially transformative technology. It has enormous promise for science, for the economy, for humanity. It also has serious risks. And I'm not talking about competitive issues, just within a society. And it's worth understanding that they both come from exactly the same thing. What does AI do? It's a way of analyzing data to find hidden patterns that we wouldn't normally see with our eye or standard math. And those hidden patterns, we've learned in the last decade or so, are shockingly powerful. You know, problems in science like how does a protein fold up to its shape? We've sort of known that in principle, the building blocks of the protein contain the information, but people tried for decades to compute that, and they only got mediocre performance. Out of a score of 0 to 100, they got around a 40 or so. In the last 2 years, with AI programs like a program called AlphaFold 2, it's at the 90% level, which is almost as good as you can do by experiment. And it kind of shocked people to say that the computer could do almost as well as experiment. We're seeing this in climate change, when we've got to build climate models that range over a trillion-fold scale, from the size of droplets to the size of hurricanes. And you can't run a standard calculation in a computer that can work over that vast scale. So people have been guessing and filling in, patching in little functions in between. They're now using AI to kind of learn the hidden patterns of those intermediate levels. And that gives great promise for being able to analyze climate change. We see it in surprising ways like medical care, the retinal imaging to see whether maybe a patient has diabetic retinopathy, something that is being used both in the US and in India in trials. And you know, lo and behold, it turns out not to just do this, diabetic retinopathy, but who'd have thought it? You can assess cardiovascular health indicators from the eye. No eye doctor ever knew that. So there are hidden patterns all over the place. They'll be there for self-driving cars, for other things. But hidden patterns also have hidden problems, because inside of these hidden patterns can be embedded prejudices. They can reflect past and ongoing discrimination. So, for example, it's known that, algorithms become biased when they're trained on data that embed historical and ongoing discrimination. And they stay biased when the people in the room are not diverse enough to catch those problems in advance. You see it in things like facial recognition, where facial recognition algorithms perform much less well on black individuals because they weren't trained on a lot of black individuals, for example. The one that concerned me most was a medical study that tried to identify the patients who most needed medical interventions and care because they had the greatest health problems. Well, the computer ran off to look for hidden patterns, and it built predictors. And what it ended up doing, the best score it got, it ended up incorporating how much medical services and medical costs the patients consumed as a hidden proxy for what they needed. But of course, people who can't get off work to go to the doctor, can't get childcare to go to the doctor, consume less medical services, and the computer, not aware of those things, thinks they need less medical services. So some good physicians track this down and say, we're not finding enough patients in these areas, and we're finding too many in white suburbs of Boston. All of this is simply to say it is a revolution in how we look at data. It's going to find hidden patterns that help us build factories better, robots better, transportation better, do fundamental science better. But it's not magic, and it runs into problems, and we have to bring a skepticism to it. We have to bring a diversity to it. We have to champion its exciting upsides and worry about its problematic downsides. And that's why I'm so excited to watch the Quad coming together to do it, because democracies are prepared to talk about both of those things. How do we make this work for people, for creating jobs? How do we make it work for fairness and equity as well?
Thank you. We have asked our other panelists to respond to a series of questions. What should the Quad's priorities be in addressing these issues? How should they coordinate the development of technology standards? And finally, how should the Quad work with partners elsewhere in the world? I'm now going to invite Professor Vijay Raghavan to give his perspective from India. Professor, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much. I trust you can all hear me. It's really wonderful to see my colleagues, Dr. Eric Lander, Minister Inouye, and Minister from Australia. It's such a great opportunity to be all together. I also had the opportunity to hear the US Commerce Secretary before this, and that was also very valuable. Now, the important issues which I'd like to take off from where Eric left. Eric pointed out the immense value of data and AI in various kinds of spheres in our lives. And these relate in practical terms to countries such as India, Japan, and Australia in particular, but also to the US in many ways, in areas such as climate change, energy, agriculture, health, and habitats. And in habitats, I would include transportation and lifestyle and so on. So here, the value of collecting data at different levels involves the collection of data, transforming that into information, taking information into knowledge, and knowledge into understanding and decision making. And in all of these, the data crunching is not sufficient. You need deep domain expertise and human intervention, because that's critical to avoid the kinds of biases which Eric so clearly pointed out, which will otherwise creep in. And this feedback loop between human expertise and data-driven suggestion of patterns and consequences is what is the new science. The earlier science, had a view of deciphering what had happened from first principles. And the other extreme is to decipher what will happen from data alone, agnostic to the rules which operate. And these two coming together is very exciting. These two coming together is exciting for another purpose. If you have a data-driven structure alone, then that spirals into behemoths deciding what is good for you at every level. And this will actually result in a situation where great value to individuals come without their comprehension or understanding of why these decisions are valuable. On the other hand, if you have a distributed structure of AI, where smaller groups, countries, societies, democratic entities combine their collection of data and understanding and decision-making at their level also, then you have a mechanism which there's a huge balance in terms of what needs to be done. I'd like to conclude by giving an example on the potentials for personalized medicine. In personalized medicine, and again, my colleague Eric is deeply familiar with this, you have a great opportunity to look at what the consequences are of drug administration at the individual level and tune that in a manner which is best suited to that individual. Now, how would you do that on scale in a country like India? That seems a horrendously difficult, large-scale and expensive task. Today, the speed of data collection and analysis, which is happening in India and multiple other spheres, allows health data at an individual level to feed back to public good, even in situations where tertiary healthcare is not easily available, and also the link to Indian manufacturing, global manufacturing of drugs, vaccines, and so on, and reaching that, depending on individual requirements, is also a feasibility. So to end, there's a great future for big data combined with deep science for human benefit, which is what our artificial intelligence mission in India is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Pizzula, we're so glad you were able to join us, that technology came through for us. Please give us your thoughts on the Quad and its role on these issues of emerging technology.
Well, Jean, thank you so much for having me here on this panel. I'm really delighted and quite honoured to be on a panel with such distinguished colleagues. As I think audience members would be aware, in March of this year, President Biden, along with the Prime Ministers of my country, Australia and Japan, and of course India, met together virtually. It's very much a sign of the times that four world leaders come together through technology to come together and discuss issues of common concern in relation to ensuring that not just the Indo-Pacific region, but the world at large is characterised by freedom and openness. And just to pick up on a couple of the comments already made in this panel, as well as by the Commerce Secretary just a moment ago, it's really about democracies coming together to positively shape their collective futures. Technology is going to be so germane and central to everything that we do. The President and the three Prime Ministers, of course, agreed on three very tangible initiatives in that March meeting, which are very much recognise the interests of their collective publics and their individual national publics. Vaccines, so clearly relevant and important to come out of this pandemic and to build a sustainable public health system going forward, which learns the lessons of the pandemic. Of course, climate and energy, looking to the clever adaptation of technology to resolve and deal with the challenges that we all face in relation to climate and the risk of extreme weather events and other calamities that will arise from climate. And of course, most particularly for this summit's proceedings, the four leaders agreed to set up a dialogue amongst the four democracies, the large democracies of the Indo-Pacific, on critical and emerging technologies. And working with our US colleagues in particular, we were volunteered by my Prime Minister to work with the American side to convene the four partners, and indeed our officials will be meeting in just over a week's time. And just looking at the agenda as I was preparing for this dialogue, it just strikes me as such a rich agenda where democracies come together and applying their plural perspectives, the perspective of balancing the rights of the individual with the rights of the collective as expressed through the public interest, balancing that through democratically moderated processes that my two colleagues have already spoken about, and looking at both the positive application of new technology, whether it's artificial intelligence, biotech, the connectivity that's promised in both 5G and beyond 5G with 6G, and adopting common principles and standards that are inherently characteristic of free nations, standards that are transparent, which protect intellectual property, which allow the greatest scope of collaboration in research and science, and where citizens are both the beneficiaries of those public goods, but also have their privacy protected and have their individual interests protected. The Quad certainly has got a very positive agenda. It is largely focused on science, positive collaboration in relation to technology. And Jean, to the third part of your opening question, and of course this will be a matter for leaders to give direction to, we executors of policy, we're very much looking forward beyond the Quad to working with like-minded free nations, particularly our colleagues in Europe, on the similar and indeed building on that agenda more generally. Thanks, Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Minister Inouye, your thoughts.
本日このような機会をいただいてありがとうございます。私は菅内閣の閣僚として科学技術イノベーション、健康医療、宇宙政策などを担当しております。重要振興技術を含む科学技術の発展やイノベーションが自由や民主主義、基本的人権の尊重、法の支配といった基本的価値を支え、インド太平洋地域、 および国際社会の持続的、包括的で強靭な経済成長を促進するものとなるよう、基本的価値を共有する日米豪印4カ国が新興技術における協力を進めることは重要です。
I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As a member of the Suga Cabinet, my portfolio includes science and technology, innovation, healthcare, and space policy. For scientific it is very important that important and emerging technologies and other science and technology development and innovation is to support the basic values of freedom, democracy, basic human rights, and the rule of law. In that regard, it is very important for the Quad countries, Japan, US, Australia, and India, sharing common values to cooperate in emerging technologies so that sustainable and inclusive, resilient economic growth can be promoted in the Indo-Pacific region.
今や IoT、5G、AI、量子技術などの新興技術をはじめとする民生技術は経済的利益をもたらすのみならず、市民の自由や人権、さらには国家安全保障にも影響を与えるものになってきていると認識しております。また、これらの技術が自由な民主主義社会の健全な発展に貢献するよう、人間中心性、包括性、アカウンタビリティといったハイレベルの理念を保護・推進することがますます重要になってきていると認識しており、そのような観点からの国際協力についても、米豪印をはじめとした同志国と連携して積極的に取り組んでいくことが重要です。
Today, civilian technologies, including emerging technologies such as IoT, 5G, AI, and quantum technologies, not only produce economic benefits, but also have the potential to affect civil liberties, human rights, and even national security. Furthermore, these technologies must contribute for the sound development of free democratic societies, which is human-centric, inclusive, and with high levels of accountability. And this is an increasing important task besetting us. From this perspective, it is extremely important for us to proactively cooperate amongst like-minded nations, such as the United States, Australia, India, for further international cooperation.
本サミットの主催者である米国国家安全保障人工知能委員会が本年3月に発表された報告書でも指摘されているように、今後政府による AI の利活用を進める上で、プライバシーや市民の自由、権利を尊重しながら、いかにして民主的な秩序と価値をシステムにも組み込んだ形で行っていけるのか、極めて重要な課題です。我が国としては、これまで AI 社会原則の普及と国際連携の枠組みの構築に関する議論に積極的に参加してきたところですが、引き続き我々と基本的価値を同じくする同志国との連携を密にしながら、AI に限らずさまざまな新興技術の研究開発など、科学技術の発展やイノベーションを促進するとともに、自由で民主的な社会を守るために協働していきたいと思います。
In addition, as pointed out in a report released by the organizer of the summit, the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, in March of this year, it is critical to understand how to incorporate the democratic order and values into our system while respecting privacy, civil liberties, and rights in the future use of AI by the government. Japan has been actively participating in discussions on the promotion of the AI social principles and the establishment of a system for international cooperation. We'll we will continue to work closely with like-minded countries that share our basic values to promote research and development and innovation in science and technology, not only in AI, but also in other emerging technologies, and work together to protect a free and democratic society.
日本としては、これらの概念は AI に限らず、さまざまな新興技術の研究開発など、科学技術の発展やイノベーションを促進する上においても重要なものとして通底していると考えています。また我が国及び国民の安全安心の実現に向けて、国民生活、社会経済に対する脅威の動向や国内外の研究開発動向を把握し、戦略的に育てるべき重要技術等に関する政策に資する提言を行うための新たなシンクタンク機能を構築することが重要と考えています。具体的には2021年度より新たなシンクタンク機能を立ち上げ、2023年度を目途に組織を設立する予定です。
In addition, Japan believes that these concepts are commonly understood as important in promoting the development of science, technology, and innovation, not only in AI, but also in various emerging technologies. In addition, in order to realize the safety and security for Japan and its people, it is important to establish capabilities to understand the new trends posing threats to people's lives, society, and economy, as well as trends in domestic and international research and development. Such a think tank will enable us to make policy proposals on important technologies that should be strategically nurtured. Specifically, a new think tank function will be launched in fiscal year 2021 to be established into an organization in fiscal year 2023.
経済安全保障上の課題に対処するためには、国内での施策のみならず、菅総理訪米時に立ち上げた日米コアパートナーシップをはじめとする2国間の取り組み、さらには同志国間の緊密な連携が重要です。米豪印をはじめとした同志国とともに科学技術協力の強化を通じて自由で開かれたインド太平洋地域を実現していきたいと思います。
In order to address economic and security challenges, in addition to domestic measures, it is important to seek other avenues, such as the Japan-US Core Partnership that is a bilateral initiative that has been launched upon Prime Minister Suga's visit to the United States. And we will also work with other like-minded nations of the United States, Australia, and India to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific region through the strengthening of science and technology cooperation.
Minister Inouye, thank you so much for your remarks. I now want to ask a couple of questions. Dr. Lander, let me start first with you. There are many democratic, like-minded nations in the world. Why put together this particular configuration to deal with emerging technologies? Are there certain strengths that each one of these nations brings to the table?
So why bring together the United States, India, Japan, Australia? Well, it's about a quarter of all of global GDP. It's about 30% of the world's population. And it's 3 of the world's largest democracies. So it's a very logical group to bring together. It's also some of the countries that are doing some of the most important work in these emerging technologies. If I just take AI, the topic we're talking about most today, in the US and in North America, there's a famous annual conference in AI. It's called NeurIPS. And if you look at the top papers in NeurIPS, 12% of the authors on the top papers got their undergraduate degrees in India. If we look at that climate example I was talking about before, climate modeling, oh my goodness, the team that's doing that has degrees from India, from Australia, from the United States, from Japan. It is a remarkable exchange amongst these countries. It's not a monopoly amongst these 4 countries, but it's 4 countries that really play a central role in this. And so that's why I think the Quad is so crucial to these emerging technologies.
Professor Vijay Raghavan, I'd love to follow up on that with you. At this point, there is a working group. It is talking. Does this group need to be made permanent, do you think?
Yes, I think, as the working group talks and decides on specific agendas to take forward, there will automatically come a cohesion which will emerge into a requirement for permanence. And that's the route to take. And we will see that happening very rapidly. I'd just like to give the example of other such groups which came about. If you look at the post-Second World War Europe, cohesion came about by specific working groups looking at very ordinary topics such as coal, but that resulted in other kinds of collaborations in science and technology, which put together CERN and the European Molecular Biology Laboratories. This is a really good time now to think forward in a visionary manner. This kind of a group in Japan, Australia, America, and India can really look at scientific collaboration on topics which require multiple countries to come together and address them, not possible for any one country to do for a variety of reasons.
Minister Inouye, I want to ask you a question about data, which is so critical to artificial intelligence and these other emerging technologies. The US has had trouble sharing data with its European allies. I do know that Japan has been trying to promote a mechanism that would allow the free flow of data between like-minded nations. And I'm wondering if you see this as an issue that can be conquered. How is this going to be conquered? How are you going to pool data amongst yourselves?
はい、日本はデータフリーフロー with Trust の概念を提唱しております。この概念は特定の国のみでデータを囲い込むことを指しているわけではなく、デジタル経済の機会を生かすためにプライバシー、データ保護、知的財産権およびセキュリティに関する課題に対処することでデータの自由な流通をさらに促進し、消費者およびビジネスの信頼を強化するという自由な流通と信頼の相乗効果を提唱したものです。
The concept of data free flow with trust, which is being proposed by Japan, is not for the purpose of certain countries to monopolize data, but rather it will allow the utilization of digital economy opportunities by dealing with the issues relating to privacy, data protection, IP, and security matters. We hope to promote the free flow of data to strengthen trust for consumers as well as business, so that the synergies between the free flow of data and trust can be brought to bear.
その上でデジタル化が進む現在においては、データこそが新たな付加価値の源泉であり、データを最大限活用し、コロナからの経済回復や経済発展を実現するためには、民主主義の価値観を共有する関係国と協力し、信頼性のある自由なデータ流通の推進が必要不可欠です。
As we are seeing significant progress made in digitalization, what is true is that data is indeed the ultimate source for new value creation. In order to fully utilize data and in order to realize economic recovery as well as economic development in the post-COVID era, it is important for us to cooperate with like-minded nations with common democratic values and to promote the data-free flow with trust.
Dr. Lander, you want to weigh in on this?
本年の G7 デジタル技術大臣会合においても合意されたデータフリーフロー with Trust 推進のためのロードマップの実行をはじめとして民主主義的なデータ利活用の推進に向けた OECD での取り組みなど同志国による取り組みを強く支持するとともに規制協力やデータ共有の促進を通じて 各国の枠組み間の相互運用性の向上に貢献してまいりたいと思います。
Japan strongly supports the G7 digital ministers' roadmap for cooperation on data free flow with trust adopted this year, as well as the OECD's efforts to promote the democratic use and utilization of data, and will contribute to improving interoperability amongst countries' frameworks by promoting regulatory cooperation and data sharing.
Okay, thank you, Minister Inoue. Dr. Lander, you
So
want to weigh in on this?
I'd love to pick up on Minister Inoue's point here. I think the question of shared data consistent with our shared democratic values is really important. Democracies coming together will shape the nature of artificial intelligence. The first order idea for making some big machine learning model is everybody brings their bucket and pours their data into one big vat and stirs. Well, I think for many things, medicine, other things, our citizens might not feel comfortable just pouring it in one big vat and
They
saying,
might not.
Might not. Where's that vat going to be stored? And who gets to peek in the vat? So what's amazing about when democracies come together, they start asking questions that result in ideas like privacy-preserving machine learning. You and I, and maybe 5 other people in this room, can build a machine learning model without actually sharing our data. I start making a model. You don't have my data, but you can see my model, and you can start working on it and improving it, and the next person, and as it makes its round robins, it can get better. And there are all sorts of ideas like this, what I describe as called federated modeling. There are things like secure multi-party computations, and a long list of geeky ideas. But what it is democracies and technologies coming together to make these technologies respect and enforce and promote our values. That is what excites me about a Quad working at the cutting edge of science and technology.
Secretary Pizzullo, intellectual property theft has been a huge problem across the world. I'm wondering if you think a collaboration between nations of the type we're talking about today actually increases the risk, and how can you meet that challenge? Do we have Secretary Pizzullo with us?
No, he's talking, but...
Yes, I can hear you, Jean.
Great, now we can hear you.
Terrific. I got your question. Thank you. Look, when like-minded democratic nations come together, I think it actually enhances the ability to collaborate in a way that does both protect intellectual property because of our commitment to trade rules, investment rules, the proper observation of intellectual property protections. And because we are rule of law countries, it's intrinsic to how we conduct commerce, it's intrinsic to how we reward innovation and entrepreneurship. And it's in our very marrow, it's in our very being as democratic market economies. And so coming together and collaborating, sharing information to solve some of the challenges that Dr. Landers pointed out and that other colleagues in this session and no doubt other sessions will address. That collaboration amongst researchers, the commercialisation of that research for decades, if not several centuries within market democracies has been protected by protections that both reward innovation and on the other hand, protect within the rule of law the rights of both citizens who enjoy the benefits of those technologies as well as the companies that deploy them. So I think far from being detrimental to the protection of intellectual property, when democracies come together, and not just in the Quad, but there are going to be other permutations that extend across the free world, I think it's in our very DNA to understand that both privacy has to be protected, the rights of our citizens have to be protected, and the reward for innovation and entrepreneurship and also free inquiry also has to be protected. So no, to the contrary, I think our collaboration will protect intellectual property rather than undermine it.
Professor Vijay Raghavan, a question for you about talent. There is a scarcity of tech talent across the globe. That talent is valuable. It is highly sought. Does that put the Quad nations in conflict and competition with one another? And how can that be addressed?
Thank you. You know, talent is going to be key going forward because, you know, no matter what the kind of technology you have, design is going to be critical in handling these technologies in groups, whether it's an electronic design, design of, you know, space telescopes, or design of a shoelace. You're going to have a situation where design is done in different locations across the world by talented people, trained people, and completed designs are exported to sites of manufacturing. So this is going to be a changed industrial situation. In that situation, we need to see talent as being distributed globally. Large, populous, young demography countries such as India, countries such as Japan, where, you know, there's a growing older population, but a great requirement for talent. Countries such as the United States, which have been at the frontier of new technology development. Australia, which has really done innovative work and is doing innovative work in quantum technologies. So talent can, you know, now connect, just as we are connected, be trained globally, and be connected in solving problems locally. And this is going to be the new age of talent, rather than actual movement of people alone. People will, of course, move, but, you know, extraordinary work can be done by talented people in a distributed manner, and that's going to be the future. And that's going to have US companies, Japanese companies, other companies working in India, and vice versa. And this is going to be a very exciting future, I think.
We have some time to take audience questions. We have people with microphones on either side of the room. The lights are a little bit challenging here, but if you have a question, raise your hand and I will try and get it to you. Do I see any hands in the air? Not yet. Think about your questions and I will come to you. In the meantime, Dr. Lander, the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act did include funding for emerging technologies. But I'm wondering, in this post-COVID, well, maybe not post-COVID, in this COVID world, whether governments can make the expenditures, the investments that they need to make to spur innovation and get it moving.
I don't think it's a choice. I think they have to. The reason that we're emerging from COVID, and I never want to call anything over until it's over, but great progress has been made, is due in very large measure to innovation. Those are innovations that started 10 years ago. Coronaviruses, they got intensely studied 10 years ago. mRNA vaccines, 10 years ago. If we are not making investments today, then they're not going to be there for whether it's emergencies or new industry opportunities. So I don't see investment as optional. No company is going to say.
But the Congress does.
I think that Congress certainly sees it as an important part. Look at the bills that are coming through the Congress right now. This USICA bill, the bills in the House. I think there's a bipartisan consensus, perhaps the strongest in my lifetime, for the need to invest in technologies of the future, all the way from education to ensuring that there are regional distributions of the fruits of science and technology. There is no prosperous future without those kind of investments, and I see this from Republicans to Democrats, and I see it across the country.
I'd love to hear from our other panelists and see if they have thoughts on this question of investment and whether governments can afford to do it right now. Does one of you want to jump into this conversation?
I'll take a lead. You know, these, sorry, go ahead, please.
No, Professor, please.
Well, I'll be very, so, you know, the challenge is, and this pandemic illustrates that beautifully, we have a tendency in investment across the globe to look at what is immediately needed. And that kind of an approach means that you don't invest in safety belts and airbags. You don't invest in environmental costs, which are then paid by future generations. So it is time now to invest in a distributed structure, high-end science and technology, which will also pay for the costs of environmental upkeep, biodiversity, mitigating climate change. And that's very, very important. And I think countries all across the world have learned that, hopefully, from the pandemic.
Secretary Pizzullo, did you want to weigh in?
Really just to link the 2 points that you've been asking about, the global talent piece and the collaboration piece, I think come together beautifully. Investment in national jurisdictions is going to be always very important, and some investments are going to be held very closely for national security and other reasons. We all understand that. But so many of the challenges that we face are amenable to the distributed collaborative effort, whether it's through temporary migration. It doesn't have to be, as the professor said, permanent migration. It can be short-form collaboration with mobility on 2 or 3 or 4 years with postings, prestigious postings to universities. It can be the co-funding across a distributed network. It can also be the collaboration around basic science that might not have that immediate payoff, but which, as Dr. Lander said, has a payoff in 5 or 10 years' time when you make the investment now to deal with the pandemic or the other hazard of the future. So I think the four of us think very much alike in terms of pooling our efforts, collaborating, not being bound by siloed or rigidly closed systems of inquiry, research and development. And I think partnering amongst ourselves, but also with other free nations, you get that distributed effort that will leverage each dollar that we spend, which, as you intimate, Jean, is always scarce when you're in deficits. So every dollar that you leverage is going to be better leveraged through collaboration.
Let me put out a call once again for questions. Oh, I do see a hand up here. Hold on just a moment. The microphone will come to you, and we would like you to give us your name and your affiliation. And then if you want to direct your question to a particular panelist, please do so.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Kaiser from the National Science Foundation. Hello, Dr. Lander, and hello, colleagues from our collaborative countries. My question is about the Global South and those in the developing world. We do know that the government of China is reaching out to these countries. How do we, as democratic nations, collaborate with those in the Global South who might not have the resources in AI, but certainly have the talent? And how do we bring them in to our system? Thank you.
Dr. Lander, you want to take
Well,
that first?
let me first ask if my panelists want to say something, then I do want to jump in on that. But I want to be sure to get voices from outside the U.S. on this very important global question.
Minister Inoue, did you want to jump in here? Apparently not. So Dr. Lander, we'll let you take it away.
Okay. Well, look, thank you for the great question. You know, as I was thinking about exchange of personnel across the Quad countries, what makes that so important is it's about exchange of perspectives. We know that diverse teams come up with not only different solutions, but different questions. I think the connection between the global North and the global South is such a powerful, generative force for science. Because as great as science is in the United States, and I'm very proud of it, and you are at the National Science Foundation, we'll come with a certain point of view. And I always find when I talk to international colleagues, especially from the global South, I realize my view might be a little parochial, or things I take for granted. In fact, that we have to solve something with a big machine or some big something. I think we gain tremendously in the US from interactions broadly across the world. So I'm going to start from that seemingly selfish point of view, because enlightened self-interest is the best way to make things stick. And then I think the talent throughout the world is extraordinary. We have no monopoly. We have 5%, 4% of the world's population in the United States. There is talent evenly distributed across the world. There are challenges, there are problems. I am very enthusiastic about our learning as broadly as possible and engaging as broadly as possible, because it'll be better for our own science and better for the world's welfare as a whole. So I'm really glad you asked the question.
Let me put out another call for questions. Really wave your hand in the air if you have a question. I see one over here. Once again, name and affiliation.
Thanks. I'm Barbara Weisel from Rock Creek Global Advisors, and thank you for the very interesting discussion. I wanted to follow up on a question from Secretary Pizzullo and others who may have comments, and that is on the Quad meeting that he mentioned next week. I think it's very encouraging that Quad officials will be getting together to discuss the 3 areas that the countries agreed to cooperate on. And I was wondering if there's anything more you can tell us about what you hope to achieve during those meetings, if there's an agenda, if there's timelines, where you see this all headed. Thank you.
Secretary Pizzullo?
Well, thank you for the question. It will be the first coming together of the working group. We come to it with a very open mind about its subsequent cadence, the areas of focus. The first meeting, in accordance with the instructions given to us by our leaders, is to A, get ourselves ready, identify the priority areas, which clearly relate to many of the topics that we've discussed, how to collaborate in relation to global standard setting, how we can come together and exchange views about the shaping of those international rules as they might apply to quantum computing or biotechnology, telecommunications and the like. We, with our co-conveners in the US and reaching out to our partners in Japan and India, want to establish at that meeting a firm commitment to a work plan. Obviously, we'll subdivide the work amongst the 4 of us. That again, is itself the value of collaboration. You bring together those blended perspectives that my fellow panellists have spoken about. You divide up the work and individuals within the working group take a lead and then collaborate and support others. So I certainly would hope to see a very concrete work program emerge out of that first meeting of the working group that can be reported up to our leaders and that those milestones are met and adhered to, and the collaborative effort itself will exhibit the kind of greater collaboration amongst free nations of which we have been discussing.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised at the moment, so I am, yes, I do. Where is it? Right here. Sorry, the lights are a little challenging for me, but the mic is finding you. There we go.
Thank you. I'm Barbara Stevenson, and I'm the Vice Provost for Global Affairs at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and a former Foreign Service officer and U.S. Ambassador. So this is a wonderful conversation to be hearing you talk about how we can really tackle this challenge with the distributed talent like that. And so as somebody who's in charge of trying to get that great research university down there in Chapel Hill lashed up with our partners that are here on the screen, one of my questions is, should governments, are we doing enough to incentivize this kind of collaboration? Or should we try to amp that up a bit? I find that I'm raising private donor funds to enable me to create these kind of collaborations right now. So let me just throw that out there and see whether this is an area everybody's been giving great thought to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'd actually like to build on that. We're talking government to government here. How do you bring in academia and the private sector into this conversation and make sure that you're aligned with one another? Professor Vijay Raghavan, do you want to handle that first?
You know, this connection between academia and industry has proven to be a very big challenge. Governments want results by Friday evening, industry wants results by every quarter, and academics want results in a decade or 2 decades or even longer.
By the time you get tenure, come up for tenure.
The challenge is how do you make these 3 different trains share information, each moving at different speeds? So you need a drone, as it were, flitting between the 3 constantly, taking information back and forth, because there's a lot of information in academia, a lot of value, which can satisfy the other 2 trains. And this communication device between these 3 going back and forth, what institutions which have succeeded establish. They don't force academics to deliver cases on a quarterly basis, but they take the fruits of success from academia and bring it, regularly on the time scale which the other 2 want. That's feasible, and these intermediary structures are what we need to put together.
I'll do a very brief addition here. Professor Vijay Raghavan is talking about the challenges between sectors. I also want to talk about the challenges between countries and maybe the advantages. You're in North Carolina, but just look around, like in this room, we're sitting here having a conversation across 4 different countries. I think the Zoom revolution, and I don't mean to promote Zoom in particular, I'll take that as an example of all of the different teleconnection platforms we have. I think this is changing so much. I can imagine now a research group in North Carolina having a weekly lab meeting with a group in Japan and a group in Australia. Yeah, you'll play a little bit about who it's late for and who it's early for, but this was inconceivable. The group meeting meant on your campus before. The group meeting going forward, post the learnings of this pandemic, we will be able to have honest to goodness groups that span the globe and meet regularly. They'll come visit each other once every 6 months or something. I think it's time, you're asking, is this the time for us to be thinking about it? You bet. I think it's time for your university and every business and government to ask, how do we connect in much more intimate ways and make distance go away? Now, don't get me wrong, I'm glad we're all physically in this room, but I don't think we're going back to an isolated world where you had to get on a plane. And I think 10 years from now, we will look back and say this was a revolution. And so I urge you, I urge the National Science Foundation, I urge the US government to be thinking about how can we use this to drive progress.
And we have to wrap this up. I want to end it with a lightning round. 1-word answers from each one of our panelists. What excites you most about the future of AI? Minister Inouye, why don't I start with you? 1-word answer. What's exciting?
AI についてはですね、非常に可能性のある技術だということで、その他量子とかあるいは IoT というそういった最先端技術に対して、我が国としてぜひ、クアッドの皆さんまた価値観を共有するそんな同志国とともに協調しながらこれからますます進めていきたいというふうに思っています。そういう意味では今日もいい機会を与えていただいたと思ってますので、よろしくお願いをいたします。どうもありがとう。
In a word, AI, I would say, can be described by full of possibilities going forward. But it is also the case for quantum technologies as well as IoT. And that is the reason why it is important to work with Quad nations as well as other nations with common values in these areas of advanced technologies. I appreciate this opportunity today, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you going forward.
Secretary Pizzullo, your 1 word, what excites you?
Properly harnessed, benefits for all.
Great. Professor Vijay Raghavan?
I'll give a hyphenated word, capacity building.
Dr. Lander, last word.
Surprises. Whatever we're thinking today, the surprises are going to be much more remarkable.
Wonderful. Thank you all for your participation today. I'm very grateful. Thanks.
Good morning. Good morning. It is my pleasure to now welcome Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, Singapore's Minister for Foreign Affairs, who is joining us now live from Singapore. We're so grateful for you to join us today to offer keynote remarks and for a question and answer session moderated by NSC/AI Commissioner Gilman Louie.
Well, it's great to be here, and I want to introduce our special guest, Foreign Minister from Singapore. Vivian is a leader and a thought leader in all things digital. And I think his experience, not only because of his representation on his role as Foreign Minister, but his prior role as Minister in charge of smart cities, is something we all can learn from. So let's have a round of applause to welcome the Foreign Minister, and I'll turn it over to the Foreign Minister for some opening comments before we have a short Q&A.
Thank you. Thank you, Gilman. I'm the Foreign Minister of a tiny city-state in the heart of Southeast Asia. In order to be useful, I'm going to take some liberties and make some provocative comments and invite some tough questions after this. First point, there's no doubt that artificial intelligence, the advent of computer systems that can see, hear, translate, speak, recognize patterns, play games. There's no doubt this is transformative, both at a human level and indeed at a planetary level. The second point is that this tsunami is unstoppable. It's unstoppable because of the explosive increase in computing capacity, in global connectivity, in the explosive explosion of data sets, and especially with the Internet of Things, and of course, the increasingly sophisticated mathematical models and the algorithms available. So it's not going to stop. The question is, which country or which regions are going to be at the forefront of it? What are the implications, both strategic and economic, of that contest? Second set of issues, what are the downsides of this explosion in AI? And third, what do we need to do about it at a domestic level and at international level? So let me start by saying I'm going to duck the first question of who's going to be ahead. We can indulge in crystal gazing during the question and answer session. But let me quickly go through the potential downsides of this revolution. The first thing is to understand that AI is very different from the Industrial Revolution, or indeed even the agricultural revolution before that. Let me give you an example. If you have a hammer in your hand, it's an extension of my muscle power. If you have an Excel spreadsheet, you basically extend the computing capacity of your mind onto a computer system, but it's still imperatively obeying your instructions. With AI, the difference now is that you have outsourced the means of pattern recognition and even of the analysis and response to the system, which means you're no longer programming the system, you're a coach to the system. And if you take the sporting analogy of a coach, the whole purpose of coaching is so that your student exceeds your capacity. There's few critical implications of this. Number one is that once you allow an autonomous system to define its own needs and optimize its own methods, actually values, ethics, morality, mission, and vision on a human scale do not necessarily exist. And it's worth remembering this, because I know there's been a lot of talk about liberty and privilege.
Hang on, Vivian, we lost some of our audio. Just hang on 1 second. Why don't we do a restart?
We see an erosion.
Yep, you're back on.
An erosion of trust. And you see that even now, in the very early stages, the lack of trust in authority and experts, the depletion of social capital, even in the midst of a pandemic, the fragmentation of our political and social constructs into echo chambers with no real middle ground and an exchange of views. The third implication of this AI revolution is actually on the strategic scale. You see, in a nuclear age, we sort of kept the peace through the concept of mutual to make those systems effective. Ultimately, you will take the human out of the equation, and there will be killing machines. At that point, what does the concept of human deterrence mean? So I would posit that, in fact, we're moving into a very unstable, potentially dangerous age ahead of us, at least in the short term. Now, understanding these risks, what are we going to do about it? I think number one is, let me share a story. About 6 years ago, I had a side conversation with President Obama. We were waiting for a meeting to begin, and I asked him, President, what are you most worried about when it comes to cybersecurity? He looked at me, he told me, well, in state espionage, we all do it, but we just object to commercial espionage. I've thought about that remark, and frankly, I think there are some problems if you think about that. The first point is that that's a remark that can only be made by a nation that is completely self-assured about its unprecedented lead in cyber instruments. And therefore, you can wave away and say, well, state espionage is fine, it's just commercial espionage that I'm concerned with. The second problem with that statement is that it also assumes that there is an automatic wall between the state on one hand and commercial companies on the other hand. Now, actually, if you think about it, both the state and the internet majors are all trying to erect walls. And that's why you get questions about data flows and data localization. At the same time, the truly multinational data pools lie with the internet majors, but they also are trying to construct walled gardens so that they keep the value of that data to themselves. And the missing person, the loser in all this configuration between state and internet majors, is the individual. Who owns the data? Who derives value from the data? And what are the economic implications of that? And now, somewhat belatedly, the United States, and here I will apologize in advance, but the United States is now suddenly questioning whether it needs industrial policy. The concept of industrial policy brings to mind an old Marxist concept of the commanding heights of the economy, that there are certain critical components of the economy that are of such strategic and competitive advantage that governments need to pay inordinate attention, to subsidize and to support and to expand deliberately as a matter of public policy. Now, again, we don't have time to go into that debate, but it's worth me reminding everyone that actually the outcome of this contest will depend on which governments are able to provide enough attention and subsidies to education, to infrastructure, to immigration and enlightened immigration policy, to creating a level playing field for fair competition between all commercial players, whilst protecting the interests of individuals and citizens, and getting the balance right so that you socialize the gains and not just simply privatize the gains and socialize the downsides. And that really, I think, will determine the outcome of this contest. For the rest of us in Southeast Asia, we have made tremendous progress in the last 5 decades because there was, in effect, a single industrial application stack for science, for engineering, for technology, for medicine. And that gave us huge advantages. If we now go into a world where at the advent of a new technology that completely rewrites the rules, we witness a fractured world without common rules, without a common stack of norms and values and rules of engagement, then we will run into a world which will be more tense, less prosperous. The speed of progress will be interrupted by conflict rather than competition. And so, speaking from Southeast Asia, we watch all this with great interest, grave concern even, and with anxiety. So what happens in the next couple of years is going to be crucial. And on our part in Southeast Asia, we will remain open for business. We will remain open for technology diffusion. We believe that AI is another example of the global commons. The global commons, it's, in a sense, for finance, we had the Bretton Woods institutions. At a strategic scale, we had the United Nations. For climate change, we have the United Nations Framework Convention for climate change. For the oceans, we've had the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. I believe we also need a new United Nations Convention for AI to make sure we develop it, we invest in it, we give opportunities for our people, we pursue it in an ethical way, and hopefully we usher in an age, a golden age of peace and prosperity, rather than repeat the mistakes of the last century, where we go through enormous pains and travails before we finally do the right thing. So let me stop there and take questions from you, and please be robust in your questioning.
Vivian, first of all, thank you for those really important comments. I wanted to pick up where you left off on the importance of international rules and international standards. Singapore has always been a great leader in being in the right place at the right time, first in its actual physical locations, being a leader in shipping and other forms of physical transits. And then underneath your role as a minister in charge of smart cities and digital initiatives, Singapore took the lead as being the nexus of how to deal with things like international cross-border transactions. And they required a huge amount of cooperations, and sometimes by countries who don't play well together. As you look forward in AI and the challenges that you outline, any advice you could give other nations on how to move forward in an organized way to resolve some of these challenges, to establish what are fair and ethical standards of competition and ways to resolve differences, particularly in these areas where there are social or economic differences on how you would apply AI?
Thank you, Gilman. I think the first point is that all politics is local, and all governments need to be able to explain to our own citizens that, look, there's a revolution going on, but we are going to transform the education system. We're going to restructure the economy. We're going to look at safety nets because there's going to be such profound transformation over the next few years. You first need to get domestic support for this transformation which is going to occur. So in a sense, President Biden's focus on building back better, on raising the level of confidence and hopefully consensus and congruence domestically is absolutely essential. Now, assuming you've got the political consensus and the seatbelts on for the roller coaster ride which you're going to get on, you then need to invest in the infrastructure which is needed. Everyone needs fiber to the home. There needs to be 5G for everyone. Internet access has to become almost a It's just a common utility like water and electricity. Next, you need to have an education system that works, not just from kindergarten to age of 20, but all of us are going to have 2 or 3 careers in a lifetime. And you've got to make sure those subsidies flow to enable us to retool and reskill for the next set of jobs that are emerging. And then you've got to also have a system which allows you to build up both your local workforce and to be able to complement it with talent from around the world. If you look at Silicon Valley, if there was no enlightened immigration into California in the last 30 years, you would not have had the digital revolution that we have all enjoyed so far. And then, on a global scale, as I said, we do need some international conventions. We do need to be able to interoperate. We do need global finance to flow. And data is not just the new oil. Data is the new currency of the new economy. And it has to flow. But it has to flow in a way in which security is still protected, privacy is respected, and the value that is derived from it is distributed fairly. So there's a lot of pretty fundamental work that needs to be done. My point is that this should be done cooperatively, multilaterally, a new Bretton Woods in a sense, for the digital and the economy and for artificial intelligence.
As you point out, the importance of using these emerging techs to better the human condition. Singapore has kind of led the way in integrating these emerging technologies in everyday Singaporean life, from healthcare to education to digital transactions. How did Singapore was able to do all of that while still maintaining security and privacy and openness, and do so in a very reliable way? Can you share some of the lessons you learned and what Singapore has learned in that transformation to the rest of the world?
Well, first thing I'll say is Singapore is a very small place. So in a sense, it's easier for us. I mean, for instance, to lay a fiber, or in fact, 2 fibers to every single home and office in Singapore is relatively easier than if you were in a continental-sized country. But beyond the hardware, as I said, it's making sure that it is inclusive, that there is no neighborhood that is going to be deprived of internet access, that all schools will have cutting-edge technology, that all tools will be democratized and commoditized. And even as we digitize a whole suite of government services, that we make sure no one is left behind. And if you need to give people computers and pay for their broadband or give them smartphones, do so. Do so so that we can move faster without leaving anyone behind. So again, I just want to emphasize that need for a domestic focus and to carry everyone along with you. And then after that, you've got to make sure you maintain trust. Without, trust is the coin of the realm. Without that, so much of all these fanciful plans that we can all dream of will not work. And once you can get that level, then finance, services, and using this as an avenue to expand opportunities for everyone, regardless what field they are in, everything becomes possible. So we are fortunate to be a small place, well integrated, well connected, top-level infrastructure, and a digitally literate population that's willing to use those tools and get ahead. And we're also lucky because we are in a unique place, both geographically and strategically. America has more invested in Southeast Asia than America has invested in China, India, Japan, and Korea combined. Most people aren't aware of that America has so much invested here. At the same time, China is our biggest trading partner. And we are significant investors in the Chinese economy as well. So for us, a world in which these competing giants hopefully get along well is one with a lot of opportunities for us and our people. But we'll have to watch this space with anxiety over the next few years, as I said. We don't control the agenda in Beijing and Washington, but we will try to be useful. We will be honest brokers. We will call a spade a spade. We will call it as it is. And in that sense, try to be helpful.
Foreign Minister, thank you for your time and for your comments. Singapore is truly a world leader in many of these areas, and we look forward to the continuing leadership you have in artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, good morning. It's my honor to introduce our next speaker. Please welcome the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern.
Kia ora koutou katoa. It is a great pleasure to be part of this important conversation hosted by the National Security Council on AI. Thank you to the Commission, to Chairman Eric Schmidt for the invitation, and to all of the contributors who are here today. Open democratic societies like ours must show that they can thrive and hold true to their values even as they lead the adoption of new technologies. We need to show that our model of participatory democracy and transparent decision-making, in addition to the inherent advantages it confers, offers us a better way of managing the dialogue with citizens about the benefits and trade-offs of new technologies, and allows us to draw on a thriving community and private sector that often leads to change. New Zealand brings a unique context. As a society founded on a partnership between Indigenous people and more recent arrivals, blending diversity with unique cultural foundations, we are geographically a long way from our neighbours. Technology connects us with both our history and the outside world. Even as we're excited by the potential of artificial intelligence, we are committed to ensuring it is developed in an ethical and human-centric framework. It's important for New Zealand as we develop our tech industry and find ourselves increasingly woven into global networks with like-minded partners that we can find an expression of those values in our use of technology. That's why we're pleased to participate in this process, and also why we're involved in related initiatives such as the Global Partnership on AI. An ethical and human-centred approach is important across everything we do. I've heard it said that the internet is not necessarily just a mirror that reflects society, but rather a prism that refracts it. The machine learning tools that help us organise and comprehend information can also amplify and distort it in unexpected ways. Social ills that existed before can find a more virulent expression online. For New Zealand, that became startlingly clear on 15 March 2019, when a terrorist steeped in online conspiracy theories and white supremacy and Islamophobia consciously built an atrocity for the internet, committed a radically motivated act of mass murder and broadcast it around the world across all of the major social media platforms. 51 people from our Muslim community were killed, 40 injured, among them children and infants and the elderly. This atrocity exposed some sinister aspects of the online environment that none of us had anticipated. The viral content spread rapidly and widely, re-victimizing families and communities and inciting other attacks around the world. The Christchurch call represents New Zealand's efforts to use the moral obligation we had to effect change globally, mobilising governments and online service providers to work with civil society to take action against terrorism and violent extremism online. It committed us to do so while upholding human rights, including freedom of expression and defending a free, open and secure internet. The Christchurch call is an emblematic example of the strength of open societies working together. We're delighted with the announcement that the US is becoming a part of our shared effort. They'll be joining more than 50 other countries, a global network of civil society organisations, and many of the world's largest tech companies. The US brings a huge amount of technical knowledge and practical experience to the table. We're very pleased to have you as a partner. One of the most pressing issues we will look at together is the role of AI in radicalisation. What does an online user journey look like for a person who is on the pathway towards violence, and what role do machine learning processes play in helping to guide them there? What can we do collectively to use the user interface to help prevent radicalisation to violence and mitigate national security threats? This is difficult work, but it goes to the core of what it means to have ethical and responsible AI. A big priority for us will be to bring more people into the conversation. Marginalised communities, victims of terrorism, people from a range of cultures and backgrounds who can speak to different online experiences and help guide the necessary change. Diverse and marginalised voices are essential as part of our conversation about AI, data, and emerging technology issues generally. To return to the theme from which I began, though, technology needs to serve and improve the lives of all our citizens. That is the best way to ensure the adoption and development of emerging technology occurs in ways that protect our national security. This, in turn, requires open and inclusive approaches to developing solutions. This is true for the work of the Christchurch Call. It is equally important for a wide range of other critical issues in emergent technology. These include the challenges of tackling a growing tide of misinformation and disinformation, dealing with the growing cybersecurity threat, and managing the impacts of cybercrime. For New Zealand, we welcome this conversation and the desire to build real, enduring partnerships to tackle these difficult problems together. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
And our next speaker, also very generous in offering pre-recorded remarks, will be the Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media, and Sport for the United Kingdom, Oliver Dowden.
Hello, everyone, and really I am delighted to be part of the Commission's Global Emerging Technology Summit, particularly at a time when tech has taken on such a pivotal role in our lives. Every day, and with each new advancement, tech becomes more fundamental to our everyday existence. And of course, that trend accelerated dramatically after the pandemic forced the entire world to retreat to the digital realm, sparking years of tech adoption and innovation in the space of just a few short months. And as thankfully that pandemic recedes, the tech we relied on to get through this crisis will be here to stay. So I think given that context, it's the duty of global leaders like the United States and the United Kingdom to ensure those technological advances act as a force for good in the world. And I think we've really reached a turning point in the digital age. Right now, there are two competing global visions for the future of tech. One is closed, authoritarian in its vision, one where the power of tech is used against citizens to control them and restrict their lives. The other vision, our shared vision, is open, democratic and diverse, one where the power of tech is used to empower citizens to make them happier, healthier and more prosperous. So I wanted to take this opportunity to give you a brief overview of what I've been doing as the United Kingdom's Digital Secretary to make sure the ongoing tech revolution is a democratic one, and how I believe we can work together in the coming months and years to keep it that way. 2021 is a year of international leadership for the UK, spanning the G7 summit to COP26. As part of that international leadership, in April, I brought together digital and tech ministers from the G7 to discuss how we can solve the challenges of the here and now, how we can tackle things like online harm, how we can secure our digital infrastructure, how we can modernise the digital trading system to promote competition online. Almost every government in the world is grappling with those same issues, but we're seeking to lead the way on many of them, from our pioneering new digital competition regime and digital regulation plan to groundbreaking legislation on online safety. Throughout, I have taken an unashamedly pro-tech approach, which is why the UK is the tech capital of Europe. And of course, it was great to see our G7 allies sign up to the fundamental principles of that work during the summit, and agree a compelling vision of how we can use tech to build back better and support open societies in the data-driven age. We agreed, for example, that as we tackle illegal and harmful content online, we must do so in a way that also protects fundamental democratic rights, such as freedom of speech. We agreed to work together on digital technical standards and to promote the trusted and free flow of data. And we agreed to secure critical digital infrastructure, such as our telecoms networks. Those are some of the challenges in the digital space that we face today. But with every quantum leap in digital innovation, we need to make sure we're keeping up with the tech, that we're constantly looking forward and working together to tackle the challenges of tomorrow. Some of those challenges might not even exist yet, but they're going to have profound consequences for humanity in the decades to come. Take artificial intelligence. Of all the emerging tech, AI is the one that promises to radically transform our lives. AI has already reached a level of superhuman performance and has long since moved from the theoretical realm into solid reality. It's revolutionizing medicine and transport, national security and finance. It has the potential to create hundreds of thousands of high-skilled jobs and drive productivity. And with each year, its capabilities seem to grow exponentially. So the countries who crack AI and other transformative tech will have a huge advantage over the coming century, economically, scientifically, militarily. Those are high stakes, but thankfully the UK has long led the way on transformative tech. We're the birthplace of Alan Turing, the father of AI, and we're the home of futuristic trailblazers like DeepMind, a company that started off by battling space invaders and within the space of a few years had cracked one of the greatest biomedical mysteries of the last half century after turning its AI to protein folding. Right now, we're developing an ambitious new AI strategy to build on that incredibly strong foundation and unleash the full power of artificial intelligence across the economy and society. But with the whole world turning its gaze to AI, it's up to democratic countries like the UK and the US to lead the way and make sure the future of AI is safe, ethical, and inclusive. Just think of the times in the past when our two great countries have joined forces to advance our liberal values and make the world happier, healthier, and more prosperous. Many of those were at momentous turning points for the world in 1918 and 1945, when we established and defended a liberal world order that has withstood decades of tumult and change. Now, after the worst peacetime crisis of modern history, we have the chance to do so again and shape the future of the digital age, which is what makes summits like this and the upcoming Future Tech Forum so important. Later this year, I'll once again bring together governments and stakeholders from across the world to discuss our collective approach to tech in the next 5 to 10 years. It's a brand new initiative launched by the UK, and I want us to use this opportunity to have some frank discussions about tech, and particularly about the values we believe should underpin our digital-driven world in the 21st century. The forum will feature countries from across the world, many of whom sit right in the middle of the battle for the future of tech. Together with international partners, we need to create a compelling offer to bring them on side and to lead a global consensus for an open and democratic digital age. It will be the perfect complement to our revitalised Atlantic Charter, agreed between our two countries during President Biden's recent visit to the UK. That charter signals the beginning of a landmark science and tech partnership between the US and the UK, of which summits like this are a crucial part, so that we can begin strengthening further our ties. So enjoy the rest of this event, and I look forward to seeing you later this year for the Future Tech Forum.
Hello again. I am pleased to introduce a series of pre-recorded remarks from members of the U.S. Congress. First up, I would like to introduce the Honorable Chuck Schumer, U.S. Senator from the state of New York, and the Senate Majority Leader for his pre-recorded remarks.
Hi, everyone. This is Senator Chuck Schumer, and thank you so much for letting me share a brief message. We're here together because of a very simple idea. Artificial intelligence will be one of the defining challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. AI holds the power to reshape nearly every aspect of our lives, from the way we cure disease to the way we drive to work, to the way we map the stars. It's going to be a central tool in lifting our economy to new heights for decades to come, but only if we seize the opportunity today. As we speak, authoritarian governments and our competitors abroad are wasting no time trying to outinvest and outinnovate the United States in AI. At stake is our national security, the privacy of our citizens, and the very democratic norms that helped unleash half a century of American prosperity after World War II. That's why I was so proud to lead the Senate in passing the bipartisan U.S. Innovation and Competition Act, nay, the Endless Frontiers Act, which would dedicate hundreds of billions towards retooling our economy to compete in the 21st century. At its heart, this bill will be new funding into the emerging technologies, especially artificial intelligence. And I'm so grateful for the input that NSCAI provided in bringing this legislation together. Your work and your advice over the past 2 years has been invaluable. We will work with our colleagues in the House to approve a final bill that can reach the president's desk and get signed into law. We must get it done. And in the years to come, know that all of you have an ally in Chuck Schumer. I believe in my bones that another American century lies on the horizon, but we all need to work together and invest in the sciences to make it happen. We've made a lot of progress, and I look forward to working with all of you in the years to come to strengthen our economy and preserve our national security. Thank you and have a great day.
I would now like to introduce the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, United States Representative for California's 23rd District and the House Minority Leader, for his pre-recorded remarks.
Hi, this is Kevin McCarthy, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to say a few words in support of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, as well as on the importance of responsibility, like-minded democracies working together on artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. Artificial intelligence is the next digital frontier, and the NSCAI is the tip of the spear in providing recommendations to keep the United States the leader in AI technology. AI will play an outsized role in U.S. national security and defense, and will ultimately protect the American people and benefit our friends, allies, and security partners abroad. It's crucial that democratic values are most represented in AI research, not those of authoritarian actors such as China and Russia, who seek to use AI to violate human rights and undermine freedom across the world. It's through the NSCAI's work that America has the opportunity to demonstrate responsible, ethical uses for AI technology, while at the same time enhancing our national security and providing a model for our democratic partners. The NSCAI's work is essential, and I want to thank the commissioners and staff on the long days, the long nights, and above all, for their unwavering dedication to America and our continued leadership in this field. My colleagues and I look forward to future successes.
I would like to introduce the Honorable Elise Stefanik, U.S. Representative for New York's 21st District and Chair of the House Republican Conference, for her pre-recorded remarks.
Thank you to all the attendees for joining the Global Emerging Technology Summit, and Chairman Eric Schmidt, Vice Chairman Bob Work, and all the commissioners of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. Thank you for the critical work you have done to advance America's competitiveness in AI. I was proud to establish the AI Commission in the 2019 National Defense Authorization Act, and since then, the Commission has provided Congress with a blueprint to develop and lead the world in artificial intelligence. We have received hundreds of recommendations from the Commission, and we look forward to incorporating several of them into this year's National Defense Authorization Act. But in the race for technological leadership, we are not alone. Our adversaries, like China and Russia, recognize the importance of AI and other emerging technologies. Xi Jinping has made clear his desire for China to be the global leader in the field by 2030. And Vladimir Putin has stated that the leader in artificial intelligence will eventually rule the world. Ceding leadership in AI and emerging technologies to autocrats would have profound consequences for global security. The world has already witnessed these regimes deploy AI to surveil their own populations, execute cyber operations, and improve a host of military capabilities that threaten the security of all. Those who use these capabilities to perpetrate human rights abuses and for other malign activities are more than happy to export this authoritarian model for these technologies to reinforce like-minded regimes and undermine global freedom and democracy. The consequences of ceding leadership in AI and emerging technologies to autocrats would put our national security at risk. That is why we have to work together and find solutions at summits like this with our allies who share our common goals. Going forward, international cooperation of like-minded democratic states will be essential, and we must utilize the resources that make our democratic systems great. Our people, our open academic systems and research and development infrastructure, and our free markets. These are our greatest assets in this 21st century race for technological leadership. And we need all of them to ensure our free system and democratic values are incorporated into our efforts in the artificial intelligence space. At the beginning of this year, I led a letter to President Biden advocating strongly for allied tech cooperation. And since then, I have been encouraged by the bipartisan cooperation on these issues in Congress and the executive branch's work to prioritize investments in AI and emerging technologies. Through cooperations with our friends and partners here today, I know the United States and our allies will continue to lead the world in the technologies of tomorrow. Thank you again to Chairman Schmidt, Vice Chairman Work, and all of the AI Commission for the hard work that led to today, and thank you for those of you in attendance.
And for the last in this series, I would like to introduce the Honorable Jim Langevin, U.S. Representative from the 2nd District of Rhode Island, and Chair of the House Armed Services Subcommittee on Cyber, Information Technologies, and Information Systems for his pre-recorded remarks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Congressman Jim Langevin. I want to say thank you to the National Security Commission on AI for inviting me to speak and for hosting a summit on how the U.S. should maintain its technological edge over its adversaries. As we all know, time is of the essence when it comes to advancing new capabilities. Science fiction is becoming fact. The demos and prototypes of today will be on the battlefield tomorrow, whether we're on our side or that of our adversaries. So AI holds the promise of better and faster decision-making for our warfighters. It will analyze and make sense of military big data, and it will help teams deploy unmanned systems creatively and asymmetrically. So our defense enterprise has begun harnessing this innovation, and it's my charge as the chair of the Cyber, Innovative Technologies and Information Systems Subcommittee to usher it in big and bold ways. So our first bold move must be investments in defense research to show the commercial sector that we mean business. So I'm glad that the President's budget includes the largest defense research and development investment to date. Unfortunately, though, compared to last year's request, the department actually cut its funding for basic research, the vital early stage and universally led research that explores what is over the horizon. Indeed, the budget request includes $2.1 billion less than what Congress enacted in science and technology funding last year. So this is the funding for the science behind quantum physics, countering AI-enabled cyber intrusions, and studying how international norms will change with emerging technology. Breakthroughs funded by the Department's science and technology resources will have profound effects on our economy and our military footprint. This research is just as important as helping later stage demonstrations and prototypes get fielded and across the valley of death. So I call on the department and members of Congress to prioritize science and technology funding, if for no other reason than that our rivals certainly are. The department must also organize and direct these efforts through a science and technology strategy tied to the National Defense Strategy as an annex. So one of the National Security Commission on AI's recommendations was to create such a strategy that identifies and prioritizes research efforts that will produce the critical capabilities that our warfighters need. By connecting it to the National Defense Strategy, the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering can hold the department's focus on these long-term efforts, helping them garner just as much attention and resources as the short-term alligators at your boat. So the strategy will also usher an important shift in how we think about defense systems and platforms. For too long, DoD acquisition teams have prioritized hardware requirements, leaving software requirements and potential cyberspace and electromagnetic spectrum vulnerabilities on the back burner. The consequences of failing to address these vulnerabilities are becoming clearer every day. What we cannot see, however, are the possibilities. Things like improved targeting data that reduce military and civilian casualties, streamlined logistics that deliver supplies to austere locations faster, predictive maintenance that will prevent accidents, and even support our mental health and trauma support specialists. Software-driven requirements brought forth these ideas, and AI will make them a reality. Beyond a strategy and acquisition reform, we must compete aggressively for digital talent. Now, I've been pushing this issue steadfastly for many years as co-chair of the Bipartisan Career Technical Education Caucus. More recently, I led several bipartisan amendments to last year's NDAA to improve and accelerate the department's ability to hire and retain STEAM workforce. So we simply must keep streamlining authorities, cultivating partnerships with small technology companies and minority-serving institutions, and do what we can to help international researchers work and stay in the United States. With these challenges in mind, I and my former ranking member, Elise Stefanik, created the National Security Commission on AI and charged them to develop a whole-of-government approach to help the U.S. harness the promise of artificial intelligence and protect us from its harmful applications. I commend the commissioners for their hard work in producing a thorough solution and for maintaining a bipartisan spirit in the deliberations and discussions. I urge my colleagues in Congress and the administration to pay close attention to the Commission's recommendations and implement them with haste. So I look forward to supporting the inclusion of as many of the legislative recommendations as we can in this year's NDAA. We cannot sit back and let this become tomorrow's problem. So thank you again for inviting me to speak today, and thank you to the commissioners and staff who have put a tremendous amount of work, effort, and thought into this commission and its recommendations. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the summit. Thank you.
For our second panel today, entitled How the Current Landscape of International Cooperation is Adapting to the New Strategic Environment, I'd like to introduce our panel moderator, Safra Katz, who is an NSCAI commissioner and is the CEO of Oracle. Thank you.
Thank you. It is really such an exciting time with technology. I mean, pretty much we're starting to think that machines can think like us. We've got unbelievable achievements in biotech, in robotics. Of course, 5G is a platform to make it all happen. And it seems like, isn't this a truly phenomenal time to be alive? And I'll tell you, it is. And yet, when we think back to the 20th century with the amazing developments during the 20th century for technology, for industrial production, all sorts of things, that was an exciting time. And yet, we ended up in cataclysmic conflict in the entire world, not once, but twice. And so we have to, when we think about these unbelievably powerful technologies, we have to really lean on the multilateral organizations that were in fact founded after the calamity of the 20th century, whether it's the European Union, the OECD, or of course NATO. And we did a lot of work in the Commission in this area to figure out. Our first conference talked so much about getting out of our silos in the United States. This conference is all about working together and getting out of our silos globally to protect the important laws and rules-based system which protects our freedom worldwide. We now have potential and actual adversaries who are harnessing this technology with urgency, who see its power. And for us today, and you've already seen it, we've had unbelievable panelists talking about cooperation and all the work they're doing in this area. It's truly my privilege to be able to be here to talk with the leaders of NATO. We have with us, there you are, Deputy Secretary Mircea Johanna of NATO, Matt Corman, the Secretary General of the OECD, and with me, last but not at all least, in fact, the European Union Ambassador to the United States, Stavros Lambrinidis.
Excellent.
There we go. And so it is really exciting. And I've asked them basically to start off, we'll start off with some comments about how their organizations are really working on integrating these technologies and dealing with the opportunities and the challenges, and to the extent they want to also share with us how they're working to avoid duplicating efforts, because the time is of the essence and we don't want to be spending time on doing things that are already handled. So let me start with the Secretary General of NATO for this question.
Thank you so very much, Commissioner Kasdia Safra, for having me from Brussels. Also, congratulations for Secretary General Corman for your recent appointment. We look forward to engaging with the OECD very actively. And Ambassador Lambrinidis, the EU is the natural partner for NATO. It's not the first time that we are and I am engaging with the Commission. We learned a lot from your reports. We are trying to adapt some of your recommendations to the specific work that we do here in NATO. But let me say just a few words trying to answer your question, Safra. It's obvious that we are in the midst of the most intense technological race, not only in recent history, but also probably in centuries. And our competitors are moving fast in their effort to develop and use new technologies, and many times with disregard of our values and for ethical principles. This is the case of Russia and China, which are pursuing the development and adoption of AI at pace with little regard for human rights and data privacy. And China explicitly intends and has the ambition on becoming the world's leading power in artificial intelligence the next decade. So this is a very highly competitive environment. And our potential adversaries, I mentioned states, but also non-states, do not hesitate to use these technologies to undermine our security. And also to seek to undermine our democracies, our institutions, our values. And this is why I think the three organizations that the Commission has invited on this panel are exactly based on the cradle of the common values that the world system was founded after the Second World War. And this is also so very much important because this is also about the trust of our citizens in the very institutions of democracy. So the first observation I would make, for the first time in many decades, we cannot take our technological edge for granted. So we need to move fast and even faster. Secondly, we need to move together and work together without duplication and without unnecessary competition with like-minded partners who share our values. Because it's obvious that no industry, no country, or organization alone can cope with the risks and challenges that we are all facing with. So cooperation is key, not only to develop new technologies more quickly, to strengthen our industrial base, but also to protect against adversarial technology transfers. And this is a topic that we have to really take very seriously. It also enables us to forge ahead on the basis, as Safra mentioned, of clear ethical norms and the respect of international law. And NATO is playing our role in this. It sets out our ways in which we work with partners, academia, and the private sector, including startups, to develop new technologies more quickly and strengthen our industrial base. I'm chairing the Innovation Board in NATO on behalf of Jens Stoltenberg, and I know that sometimes this is not an easy proposition in big organizations, multinational organizations, but this is an effort that is indispensable for our continuous success and the protection of the 1 billion people living in the 30 NATO allies. Just recently, President Biden and all our leaders at the summit of NATO in Brussels on June 14th, our leaders took important decisions that will help further increase our ability as an alliance to deal with emerging and disruptive technologies. And of course, we are taking decisions as we speak. We are launching a Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, or DIANA. With centers in Europe and North America, DIANA will promote transatlantic civil-military cooperation, where all allies, big or small, can harness new industry and technology and work with startups and academia on the next generation of technology for our militaries. This accelerator will also involve screening investors and building a trusted capital database to ensure that our technological innovations are funded by secure and reliable sources. Allies also have agreed to establish an innovation fund, which is different from a traditional VC fund, but through this instrument, allies who wish will be able to opt in and invest in startups working on dual use and emerging technologies. These new initiatives will open up perspectives for cooperation with our partners, of course with the EU, the strategic partner of NATO, but also with the OECD. And I'm privileged to be on this panel together with these two great organizations. Of the new technologies we are looking at, and of course we are looking at many of those, but AI is obviously the most pervasive, especially when combined with other technologies like big data, autonomy, or biotechnologies. So AI is a priority for our alliance. AI will revolutionize the way in which we defend ourselves in all areas. And also, we are now, and this is important also for what Safra was mentioning, making sure that we complement each other and help each other in crafting norms and the way in which we are tackling these issues. We are currently finalizing in NATO our landmark strategy of AI, with principles of responsible use for AI in defense, and this will be at the core of this strategy. And I know that the recommendations of the Commission in many, many ways are hinting directly to the need for transatlantic cooperation on this topic. For us in NATO, and I think also worldwide, this is unprecedented, because we are defining those principles, drawing on the examples of other allies and international organizations. So the Commission's reports and recommendations inform many of our decisions on AI and beyond. Also, as we did with the OECD recommendations of the Council on AI, and now the Secretary General will be talking about this in a minute. Also, we'll be looking, of course, to many other dimensions of new technologies. When it comes to autonomous systems, we will include our work undertaken also with the UN. We intend to communicate openly these principles to build public trust, especially when it comes to the use of these technologies in military and defense environment that are sensitive and sometimes have a special kind of connotation for portions of our public. This is also part of the broader effort to strengthen the resilience of our societies. NATO-EU cooperation is a must. It strengthens the EU, it strengthens NATO, and I'm very happy that President von der Leyen and Secretary General Stoltenberg, we decided to introduce new technologies and resilience on the topics of our further cooperation between NATO and the European Union. So in a nutshell, here we are. We welcome the proposal launched by the EU for a new transatlantic agenda for global cooperation, including on new technologies, and we stand ready to step out our cooperation with the OECD, of course with the private sector and academia. So let me tell you a final word about something that I think is behind all this. Safra, you mentioned global competition, but I strongly believe, I come from Romania, and I lived half of my life in communist Romania. And somebody telling me, now having found freedom and being members of NATO and European Union, that authoritarian regimes, closed societies, could be in the end be more performant than our open societies with our innovation ecosystems, with the freedom of our citizens, with our incredible universities, with our vibrant research and development and talent and freedom. There's no way in which our adversaries could overtake us if, and only if, we step up our game, we understand where we also have vulnerabilities, and cooperate all of us together, the ones who share the values of freedom, of liberty, of democracy. There's no way in which we will not be prevailing once again, and once again, as a history of NATO, of the EU, and OECD are ample proof of. Thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to listening to the rest of the colleagues on the panel, and of course, if there will be questions, I'll be more than happy to entertain them.
Thank you very, very much. Many of your comments hit unbelievably close to home. My dad, too, lived under communism and escaped to freedom. And for those of us who really cherish our freedoms, we see these new technologies sometimes taking freedoms away. We do feel this incredible urgency. I will say the Commission had enough audacity that even transatlantic was not enough, and that we recommend a Atlantic and Pacific strategic technology partnership so that we can work together to defend our values around the world. Let me pose the same question to Secretary General Corman to share his thoughts on the OECD and the work they're doing and focusing on.
Thank you very much, Safra, and it's a great privilege to be on this panel together with NATO and the European Union, and what a compelling contribution Mircea has just made, particularly in his closing remarks. And the OECD is an organization that brings together 38 like-minded market-based democracies from around the world. Our mission is the preservation of individual liberty and to increase the economic and social well-being of our people across OECD countries and beyond. And so when it comes to emerging technologies and their governance, it is a key strategic priority for us as an organization, as it is for our member countries. These are technologies which come with many exciting benefits and opportunities. I mean, they'll be key to reversing the long-standing deterioration in trend productivity growth, for example. But they also, of course, come with new and evolving risks and challenges and difficult policy choices. Emerging technologies have transformative cross-sectoral and trans-border impacts. So it's going to be very important, in particular for like-minded market-based democracies to work together in an internationally coordinated fashion on coordinated policy approaches to best seize the opportunities and also to best manage some of the associated challenges with the digital transformation that is underway. Certainly from our perspective, it's our intention to continue to harness the OECD's strengths by using our convening power across the Atlantic and the Pacific, our shared commitment to democratic values, and our ability to drive consensus on standards to foster cooperation and collective solutions relating to some of those evolving challenges related to emerging technologies. We have made some significant progress already, and as was just mentioned, in particular, for example, in relation to artificial intelligence. Back in 2019, we set the first intergovernmental standard on artificial intelligence, the OECD AI principles, which have been adopted now by 46 countries so far, and which were also the basis for the G20 artificial intelligence principles. We also see the need for a common approach in regulatory and policy treatment of blockchain technology. We have developed high-level principles that will be going for a public consultation on this later this year. We've set standards around communications infrastructure as well, most recently in our recommendation on broadband connectivity adopted earlier this year. That's a recommendation championed by the United States, which is a key reference for policymakers who are harnessing competition and innovation to close digital divides and ensure resilient networks. And the OECD also brings countries together to advance measurement and analysis on difficult tech issues where a robust evidence base is critical. For example, our work on the security of telecommunication infrastructure in the context of the 5G network rollouts and the development of transparency reporting frameworks for terrorist and violent extremist content online, to just name a few. The OECD also fosters international dialogue around cross-cutting tech issues. Our recent Global Forum on Digital Security for Prosperity being one case in point. Beyond pure digital tech, another priority that we are focusing on is neurotechnology. It's a technology which offers great promise for helping to improve mental health, but it also raises significant ethical, legal, and societal questions. So our recommendations on responsible innovation in neurotechnology provides a set of high-level values and establishes processes that can help guide the future development of this technology. More generally, our goal is to help countries establish a flexible and agile business environment which supports economic resilience and sustains innovation. Responsible governance of technology is a key part of advancing that goal, and we will continue to support international collaboration on this issue.
Thank you so much. It's an interesting time, really, as we all focus in, and we've had a very exciting June, actually, when the US and the European Union met, announced the European Union-US Trade and Technology Council. So exciting. In fact, Secretary of Commerce today, Raimundo, mentioned it in her talk about how important the work with the European Union is. So maybe, Ambassador, you could really share with us some of your thoughts in this area and how to really harness these technologies and continue peacefully.
Sure, Safra, thanks. And I think you started out brilliantly when you described a little bit how the 20th century worked. The EU was created 71 years ago. 70 years ago, through its first iteration, the Cold and Steel Community. Many people look at us today and they look at the biggest, most prosperous, most peaceful region in the world. They don't realize that we started out trying to stop ourselves from our worst demons, which was the Second World War. And what we did is, in fact, try to harness together the raw materials, coal and steel, that created the weapons that killed us, so that we could ensure that we would never do this again. In some ways, nothing with AI and today's technology with what I'm describing back then. But in some ways, the EU does realize both the great potential of new technology, but historically as well, the great detriments that can come unless we work together. So we have worked together on new technologies and artificial intelligence from the beginning. And I want to jump directly into your question. What it is that we can do together and what areas it is that we can work together on. So the first thing that we have to be able to do together is to set the standards for these new technologies. So they're being set as we speak. In Xinjiang, China is using AI and voice recognition and face recognition to repress people. We don't do that stuff. We normally don't do that stuff. We've at times come close to sliding to things like that when we fight terrorism and we try to figure out what the right balance is. But as democracies, it's a debate we have all the time, and we correct our course if we take the wrong course. In authoritarian societies, you have no such debate, no such checks and balances. So first thing, we have to set those standards because someone's going to set them for us if we don't. Second thing is we have to look at the values that many people have mentioned and see how they translate in concrete laws and regulations that we can place now before the issue gets out of control. Many people have mentioned that technology is running real fast, and that's absolutely true. The problem is that sometimes it's running faster than our democratically elected senators and congressmen and members of parliament can follow with looking at the consequences and trying to put some democratic controls on it, right? Or, and to do so not just as bureaucrats, as it were, but together with industry, working together hand in hand, and with scientists and others. So when you look at regulation, the European Union, even back in the early 2010s, with the General Data Protection Regulation, came out and said, you know what, personal data is a huge thing. It gets generated all the time through new technologies. It is the new gold. It cannot be allowed to be unregulated because there's everyone out there, from governments to criminals to security services to authoritarian governments, indeed, who want to have access to that data. We have to make sure that citizens trust the new technologies, because if they don't, we're going to have them, but they're not going to be used. Second thing we have to work together on is, or third thing, if you like, in addition to looking at the values and things like GDPR, we have to work towards AI itself and the legal principles and the values principles that should govern it. I am very proud as a European that in addition to simply talking about all these issues, we came out with a very specific legislative proposal, Safra, a couple of months ago, on how it is that we in the EU want to regulate the use of AI. And it's very interesting because we are considered to be sometimes these terrible regulators, right? Those Europeans, all they can think of is to sit down and kill innovation and do all these things, right? Well, in fact, guess what? Everyone in this country, after we came up with the GDPR, almost everyone said, oh my God, we're really concerned. Virtually everyone today, having seen the real problems that can come from the misuse of personal data, they're coming and saying, hey, how can we do it ourselves? There are states in this country, California is in the forefront, but others as well, that are moving, and Congress as well as discussing it. So, we have to, so with AI, we said, we're going to set rules, and I'm happy to discuss this later with you if you're interested. I don't want to take more time in this introduction outlining what they are, but they're very limited, very non-regulatory in many ways, very focused on working with industry. The fourth thing we have to work on is actually securing those networks together. So when it comes to 5G technologies, when it comes to cybersecurity and cyber attacks, when it comes to ensuring that we have resilient supply chains, all those things have to be worked together. Another thing that we have to work together, and we can, and we have committed, as you mentioned, in the Trade and Technology Council to do so, which is why I think Gina Raimondo mentioned it, because it's not just a little announcement we made. It's going to be a big changing of the international scene. Another thing is we have to work on promoting innovation and ensuring that there are rules in place that allow for small and medium companies who today get flushed out by the big giants in technology to be able to innovate and play at a fair playing field. That is not always the case. It's very often not the case. And we have to think about how we have rules in place that allow for that innovation, because our economies and societies, the open economies and societies that we have, are based on free competition. I would emphasize climate. New technologies are going to change everything from the way that we do agriculture to the way that we heat our buildings, to the way that we run our cars and our buses and our trains. And there's absolutely no way in the world that I'm willing to let that competitive advantage fall into the wrong hands instead of working together in this fora. Let me close, Safra, however, by emphasizing this. All my life, as a Greek who actually myself lived through a dictatorship as a young kid, I have been just simply a fanatic for open societies and democracies. At the same time, it is supremely important, first of all, for me, as a European, as a Democrat, to be able to look at my own democracy straight in the eye and see where I've made mistakes. Not every problem that I have in my democracy with hatred and division and splintering, and inability of people to talk to each other is because some Chinese or some Russian is disinforming me. It's because I am not taking care of my own house. So we have to be able to do this. We have to be able to do it right. Second point, it's great that we're talking here together, NATO, EU, OECD, but guess what? There are tens of countries out there in the world that are not authoritarian countries and that do not belong in our immediate communities of democracies. They are not, however, anti-democratic. Very often they sit on the fence. They're trying to figure out where to go. And there are sirens out there trying to affect them. So for me to be sitting in this room and to be acting like I know better than anyone else, and here's what democracies and values do, and to be ignoring all these countries in the debate is a fatal mistake. We have to find a way, once we get our house in order, once we determine what our rules are, to be able to approach effectively and build coalitions, north-south, east-west, with countries around the world. And if we do that, I will be very, very optimistic.
How amazing. How amazing all three of you are. I have to tell you, as a member of the commission, we could not have wished for you on this panel to be putting out these kind of messages, because we agree. We agree with what you're doing. We agree with the urgency. It is so true. With the great power and the great capabilities do come greater responsibilities. And that is really this message. I'll tell you, I know we could literally sit here forever, and I have an absolute pile of questions. But before we do that, I actually want to give the opportunity for those of you in this room, hopefully the team is not freaked out when I do this, because these are the important messages. So I hope there are mics coming quickly, because I want, oh, great. If we could have some lights up and give you an opportunity to ask questions of these incredible leaders who are sending a truly critical message about not only cooperation within their own organization and with all their organizations, but even with countries who are not members. This is a critical moment in our history, in the history of freedom-loving people. And unfortunately, many of us have seen what happens when freedom and openness and democracy is lost. And this technology is so powerful that if we aren't organized together as free peoples, we will actually lose the thing that is most important to humanity. Okay, so let me open up for questions. You have three unbelievable leaders to ask. Huh? Okay. I've scared them. I've scared the team. No, we have such a superb group of people here. Okay. Well, then I'm going to ask some of the harder questions. You know what, Stavros? Since you're here, you are a question that I will ask. I will get an opportunity to ask you first. You know, how do you see the European Defense Agency in dealing with this whole area of AI and participating with other agencies? Because this is ultimately the National Security Commission, and of course, security often is defense and military.
Indeed, and thank you for the question. So the European Defense Agency has created and has issued now a strategic plan for investments in artificial intelligence. What the European Defense Agency is fundamentally the organization in Europe that coordinates all the research and the development of new technologies of our European Union member states. And Europe itself, the EU itself in the past few years, has began working much closer together as EU, not simply as member states, who are the ones who have the militaries, of course. The EU itself doesn't have its own military, but coordinating it together so that we can have a whole bunch of projects that we put our collective funding and mind power together. And one of them is AI. So you're going to see a lot of programs and a lot of concrete deliverables coming out of that. I'm not going to claim we're as advanced as the US probably, the Defense Department is on this, as EU. Many of our member states are quite advanced, but now we're harnessing this collective member state power and knowledge because indeed, as in virtually everything, so in defense and security, we Europeans have realized, which is why we got together, which is why we have the EU, that you know, in the world as it's developing now, with the big players out there, some big good ones and some big bad ones, there's no way we're going to be able to compete unless we are united. So this is what you're going to be seeing, Safra, in the next few years when it comes to security and defense.
Well, let me ask a similar question, frankly, to Deputy Secretary General Johanna about how NATO is prioritizing the use of and the adoption of these critical technologies, and whether they are going to bring them into joint exercises so the different countries can work more closely together and really experience the power of technology and of AI.
No, thank you for the question, and this is indeed a fascinating conversation. Let me just have a small observation at the forefront. We're speaking of new technologies, of AI, biotech, resilience, blockchain, climate change. Everything we are discussing about are transformative processes in human societies around the world, that all of them have also a security dimension to those. So that's why also NATO, we are in the business of defending 1 billion people, do deterrence and defense, and we do it well. But also, we are now, in a way, embracing a much broader concept of security itself. That's why our leaders have decided for us to work on new technologies. There are a couple of these technologies that we believe are, in a way, not more important, but more impactful in terms of security and defense than others. We talked, of course, about AI and big data. This is where we're moving very, very fast and very, very much looking forward to cooperate with the EU and the OECD on this. We are also looking a lot into quantum computing, which is going to change a lot of things in our societies and in defense and security. We are looking at biotechnologies, and AI also has an impact on these ones. We are also looking into space, which is another area of not only great power competition, but it's also becoming a very crowded and very competitive and very sometimes dangerous place to operate in. We're also speaking about human enhancement, which is another reality, autonomous systems, and of course something which is a little bit more traditional but still novel, which is hypersonic, super gliding, and this kind of things that are still in the realm of R&D done by governments. For the rest of everything I have said, the private sector, in proportion of 90%, 90%, Safra, but everything we also use in defense and security is today produced by the private sector, by academia. So what we are doing in NATO, and what I'm doing also as chair of the Innovation Board, we are trying to harness the innovation ecosystem in NATO, because not all allies, not all nations in NATO have the same capabilities. We want to make sure we keep interoperable the allied nations. And also, as the ambassador has mentioned, we are reaching out to our partners around the world because we cannot do it alone. I'm also, on behalf of the SecGen, investing a lot in NATO's partnerships. Not only institutional partnerships like EU or OECD or UN or others. We have more than 40 nations around the world which are our partners, including 4 highly capable nations in Asia Pacific, NATO partners, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and the Republic of Korea, that we also entertain a lot of technology conversations. So what I'm just trying to say that we are obliged in a way to harness our innovation ecosystems. I agree again with the ambassador, we have to put our democratic house in order before going and preaching to the others and convincing others that are still on the fence that our system is better. And let me say just something in the end, because the 3 organizations that you have invited for this summit are also very complementary. Because we like it or not, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, EU has the power of regulation. That's a very powerful instrument, like of course US Congress has and many other governments do have. What NATO has, and I think the OECD has, the Secretary General could, of course, is more attuned to these things. We have also the power of standardization in terms of when NATO decides on a standard, on something which relates to defense and security, it almost automatically becomes the gold standard for that issue. That's why we wanted AI strategy to be among the first ones we are developing now in NATO, just because the power of standard setting is also a very important part of the broader ecosystem of our societies and of our values.
Secretary General Corman, maybe you could, I think we have a little feedback. Maybe you could continue to talk about this standard setting process and how you want to deal with the deployment of AI and some of your thoughts on this as you seek to really operationalize the standards, the ways, the norms for AI, since you are really a standard-setting body.
Yes, firstly, standards mean very little if they're not operationalized or implemented. So our digital economy work is very much focused not just on standards, but making it possible for countries to use them. One key action that we've been undertaking was the launch of the Policy Observatory. It's a unique platform with a multi-stakeholder network of AI experts, which provides a wealth of AI indicators, analysis, and country information, such as the EC OECD database of national strategies and policies. It allows side-by-side comparisons and benchmarking that incentivizes a rise to the top. We are also developing practical guidance for achieving trustworthy AI, which, in addition to the AI systems classification framework that I mentioned earlier, we've just published a report on tools for trustworthy AI, which underpins an interactive catalog of tools, such as process guidelines and technical standards. A developer will be able to find open source tools very soon to fight bias in AI systems in just a couple of clicks. We're also mainstreaming the OECD AI principles across policy areas. For example, our forthcoming business and finance outlook will focus on AI this year. Another example, our program of work on AI and work innovation, productivity and skills, supported by the German federal government and bringing new evidence on AI diffusion and impacts on the labor market. Finally, the OECD AI principles also form a cornerstone of the global partnership on AI, championed by France and Canada, and where the US became a founding member along with the European Commission, for which the OECD hosts the Secretariat. We anticipate strong synergies between technical research, practical guidance, and use case studies, and the OECD's analytical and normative work. We take part in those GP artificial intelligence working groups, and as an observer, we can weigh in on all of the research priorities. It'd be interesting to affiliate additional centers of expertise and leverage the work underway in many of our member countries, and we'd be very excited to support that.
Thank you so very much. I'm going to give an opportunity for the audience to get involved here to the extent that you have questions. It's very hard to see from up here. So, oh, yes, please. And I'm supposed to remind you, even though I know, your affiliation, your name and affiliation, and I think you need to wait for a mic. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Safra. Hi, my name is Chris Kirchhoff. I'm with Schmidt Features. This is an incredibly distinguished panel of people that are a part of a powerful community of nations. And it's a community of nations that's really only 1 or 2 generations, as you mentioned, removed from incredible trauma. And yet we find ourselves at this moment where democracies are competing with autocracies in an unexpected way. I would love to know from the panelists their own personal historical perspective Is there any lessons to be learned that we should be mindful of as we move forward as to how we got behind?
Who would like to start? You know what, Stavros, you obviously had a personal experience.
That's true. Well, I mean, I don't think we've fallen behind. I mean, that's not the point I'm making. I think that because we are strong democracies, we have, when new technologies come in and create cracks in our democratic system, we are immediately alerted to it because our press is alerted to it, our people alert us to it, our civil society does, and therefore we have a crisis in our hands that we have to deal with. I think other countries who don't have our democratic setting, our open society setting, are most likely going to be facing major crises, including values crises from their citizens in the near future. They're not facing them today, because today they are simply ramming along really fastly produced, sometimes in fact even stolen. I mean, an issue that we have as Western innovators is how do we deal with the IP theft and the forced technology transfers and all these things. In many ways, look, when it comes to China, because it has been mentioned a lot, I saw in the morning as well, I would say one fundamental thing. What I expect the European Union to do and the United States to do, and NATO and the OECD and others, is first of all to run faster than China. So we're all sitting back and going, oh my God, these are terrible things that are happening. Oh, look at this. You know, how do you stop? Well, the fact of the matter is, stop whining and run faster. And that means that you have to identify all these technologies as supremely important. You have to invest massively in them, also giving incentives for the big innovators, for the smaller companies who right now cannot break through because perhaps they're being choked by a competition ecosystem that is quite repressive. Let's find how it is that our, by definition, advanced innovators in Europe and in the US are going to be winning the day in all the technologies we need. And the second thing you need to do once you run faster is you have to protect the runners. You have to make sure that indeed what you actually do produce is not stolen, is not misused, does not get exported to be used by others in a way that can be harnessed for ill as opposed to for good. All these things require bilateral measures sometimes, and with the United States, we agreed in the Trade Technology Council, we're going to be coordinating together on export controls, on foreign direct investment screenings on the basis of national security and all that stuff. But it also requires working with multilateral organizations, the World Trade Organization, others, to be setting those rules. So you need to be carrying a stick for those who don't want to play by the international rules, but you also need to be building those rules and building those alliances. Now, is this happening? You betcha. I mean, one thing that I don't like about big conversations like this is when people just remain at the aspirational level. Oh, it's values, oh, we have to. Yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely. But we're already working on these things. It is not like we're just thinking about it. We're working on them for years, both on the values regulations and on the innovation environment, and on funding massively now, in Europe at least, our post-COVID recovery to focus on digital and to focus on climate. And I can guarantee you that in a few years' time, we will be running faster. And if we work better together, even faster. And we will protect the runners as well.
That's fantastic and you know, very heartening because you're right. We have the ability working together to win. You know, right and might, but also really what the human condition really yearns for, freedom, and that allows the most incredible successes it has for decades. And really the key for us, I think, involves working together, really keeping our eye on the ball and understanding what it is we're fighting for. I invite my other panelists if they'd want to make a comment. Yes, Secretary General Corman. Oh, we don't hear.
Endorse what Ambassador Lambrinidis has just said. I mean, I have great confidence in the capacity of the free world to compete successfully, to be competitive and to compete successfully. And I mean, I would not necessarily accept the premise of the question of having fallen behind, but the free people of the world working together, pushing ahead, driving innovation, collaborating, coordinating. I mean, I'm very, very confident that we will continue to successfully compete and to advance and to lift living standards for people all around the world along the way.
Thank you, Secretary General. Okay, it's any other questions? Oh, I see questions. I think I see one over there, but I can't tell.
Hi, my name is Tim Grayson. I'm from DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. So I'm really enamored with a comment that the ambassador just made about needing to run faster in this global competition. Don't just complain about what other people are doing, run faster. What I'm curious about, also in the spirit of tangible implementation, the things like Belt and Road are examples of just going out and building infrastructure that ends up creating dependencies in the process. Instead of saying, ooh, that's bad. Do you think there's a coalition opportunity not to just go build something that competes head to head, but to use your metaphor, make a better road? Allow partners in free parts of the world to run faster themselves, as opposed to saying, yeah, you do it my way, we'll just build it for you. I'm curious about your thoughts there about actually implementing this kind of coalition of standards are a start, but actually creating some of this enabling infrastructure.
Very good question. Very quickly, yes. And I'm very heartened that both at the G7 level and, of course, at the EU-US summit on the 15th of June, connectivity, that's a buzzword to sort of discuss all these investments around the world, from roads to digital to everything else, was on the top of the agenda. And we have agreed indeed to work together. Now, many of those investments around the world are investments that don't have anything sinister about them. You have countries that simply are not that rich. They need quick cash to build a quick bridge, usually in the lifespan of an elected president's time. So the president can say, I promised a bridge, I built the bridge, vote for me again. And in many instances, if you are a country that has cheap subsidized money that comes from a fully subsidized banking sector, no constraints on competition or anything like that, you can come in and pump that money faster. So that's a reality, though, and we have to do a better job in ensuring that our companies can compete at a level playing field when it comes to bidding for many of these projects, right? And the big discussion then at this stage is how it is set some standards on what a sustainable investment is. So both governments around the world and their peoples know that if I don't get that, if I get the other thing, then I am consciously getting a debt trap. I'm consciously getting a poorly built road. I'm consciously getting all those things that I shouldn't really be wanting to be getting. And I'm probably consciously getting corruption as well and environmental degradation. So setting those standards, we're working on it right now. A second thing is ensuring that we give incentives through international financial institutions and also to private major funds to be able to support and to mitigate risk for many of our companies. Today, there's no real coordination on this. The third thing is to ensure that our own public funding, the EU is the #1 development aid donor in the world by far. About 57% of all development aid, not debt traps, not loans, comes from the EU. The US is the second biggest donor. The other countries follow. Make sure that we get our agencies working together so that we identify what the needs of other countries are before the debt trappers come in. All this work is happening. and it is, in my view, effective. We're seeing in a number of countries around the world where Belt and Road got in initially, that their people are going and saying, wait a second, maybe this was not that good of a deal. What's happening here? So it's working, right? And then there's a very small percentage of all those cases in which you really have a geostrategic interest in place. The danger that someone's going to come and take over a rare earth mine, or they will buy a port that was supremely important. That requires more of a geostrategic cooperation between the EU, the US, NATO, others, and that, Safra, is the second part of the discussion that will be happening very soon.
This is really wonderful to hear. I personally could be here all afternoon, frankly. It is so encouraging to have these leaders talking about working together, how to really ultimately capitalize on the capabilities that have come, but also understanding the geopolitical impact. And I want to thank you all. I feel I've learned an enormous amount, and I think we might have made some friends for a long time here. I've really enjoyed this.
I just see you up there on the screen, but we haven't met for many, many years. You're such a remarkable reader. Matt, we haven't met. I hope very soon, but Mircea, we go ways back in different hats and different jobs. So great to see you.
It is really wonderful, and I'm delighted that the Commission could actually bring this group together, even virtually, next time all together, which would be even more wonderful. With that, we are going to break for lunch. However, I want to remind you, we have an unbelievable, you thought this was great, I thought this was great. I want to thank our panelists. This afternoon will be amazing. We have live and in person Secretary of State Blinken. We have National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and Secretary of Defense Austin coming, in addition to another enormous number of truly phenomenal panelists. So let me just ask to thank our panelists today. Thank you all. And they want us back in less than 20 minutes, so we're gonna have to eat fast. Thank you, all of you.
Okay, just quick, some logistics notes for those of you watching us online and here. We will continue in 20 minutes. For those of you online, the video will be off. The program will resume at 12:20 with the pre-recorded remarks from the South Korean Minister of Science. And then we will have virtual live remarks from Senator Joni Ernst at 12:30. Please make your way to the lunch. We only have 20 minutes. Can I please ask people that have to come back to their tables because we're going to start momentarily.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Hae-suk Lim, Minister of Science and ICT of the Republic of Korea. Dr. Eric Schmidt, Chair of the National Security Commission on AI, and all of the participants here, I am very happy to join you today. It is my great honor to attend the Global Emerging Technology Summit hosted by the Commission. I wish I could be with you in person, but I am grateful for the opportunity to address you virtually. The recent advancement of emerging technologies is one of the key pillars for improving national competitiveness and solving challenges faced by humanity. Emerging technologies are impacting our lives in many ways and also contributing to resolving global issues such as responding to infectious diseases. For example, in Korea, ICT has played a crucial role in COVID-19 response, such as promoting the development of COVID-19 diagnostic kits, supporting effective social distancing measures through tracing the movement of viruses, and contributing to development of vaccines and treatments. However, as is the case with all technological advances, there are not only positive changes. Global competition surrounding emerging technologies has intensified. The fierce competition has affected national security and international peace as well. Against this backdrop, I believe each country can commit to conducting ourselves responsibly at today's summit as a part of the international community. Countries around the world should work together in developing and using inclusive emerging technologies and bridging technological divide between countries in order to contribute to sustainable development goals adopted by the UN Security Council and the UN General Assembly. As a leading country in cutting-edge technologies and a responsible actor of the international community, the Korean government has strengthened technological competitiveness based on prosperity of the humanity and inclusiveness. The government also has focused on international collaboration in ways of actively participating in multilateral and regional discussions on emerging technologies. The Korean government prioritized space science, biotechnology, quantum technology, AI, and 6G, and has enhanced international collaboration in technology development and standardization in these areas. Today, I would like to mention some of the efforts taken by the global community and the Korean government. While the development and spread of AI technologies have triggered innovation, there are unexpected social issues and concerns at the same time. Gaining social trust in AI is a prerequisite for the acceptance of AI by society. In this context, in May 2019, the international community adopted the OECD recommendation on AI at the OECD Ministerial Council meeting, which outlines 5 AI principles. In addition, the Global Partnership on AI, consisting of government and private sector experts, was launched. Likewise, countries around the world are working together to address AI-related issues. In line with the global efforts, the Korean government announced AI ethical standards in December last year, and also announced trustworthy AI implementation strategy stipulating the action plans of the standards last May. I hope AI standards and strategies of the global community, including the Korean government, can gain a strong foothold as a guideline for developing and using AI. Network technologies are critical to industrial development. Since the world's first commercial 5G launch in 2019, Korea has been recognized in high 5G penetration rate and service quality, and has been leading the global 5G expansion. Based on the 5G commercialization experience, Korea is preparing for the upcoming era of next-generation network. In December last year, the Korean government hosted 6G Global 2020 by inviting government and private sector experts from all around the world. In the forum, we could have comprehensive discussions on 6G technology development, including each country's 6G strategy, sharing of technology development trends, and the future of relevant services. We plan to host the 6G Global Forum every year on a regular basis. I look forward to the forum becoming the valuable opportunity to share insights on leading the 6G era. I would like to ask for your active participation. After COVID-19 had impact on worldwide economy and society, the international community has strived to increase economic and social resilience. In particular, regarding emerging technologies to be covered today, it is necessary for us to establish resilient global supply chain. In this sense, the international community must make joint efforts to diversify the supply chain for transparent and safe emerging technologies. This supply chain should reflect shared values such as democracy and market economy, and be built in a way that ensures a free and fair environment for competition. Finally, the Korean government will launch an international forum in Seoul this November. We'll have discussions on the role of emerging technologies for contributing to international peace and security. It is an annual meeting where experts from the public and private sectors, as well as academia, take part. We would like for this forum to be an open global discussion based on the principle of inclusiveness, openness, and transparency. I hope today's event can be valuable in setting the course of emerging technology development and acceptance for the global community. It is my privilege to deliver keynote address to the representatives of each country on behalf of the Korean government. I wish the best of health and happiness to those who attended the summit. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I would now like to introduce the Honorable Joni Ernst, United States Senator from the state of Iowa and ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Subcommittee on Emerging Threats and Capabilities. Senator?
Thank you, Brandon, for that kind introduction, and congratulations to Dr. Schmidt, Vice Chairman Work in the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence team for making today's event happen. It is my privilege and honor to represent the great state of Iowa and continue upholding the nation's defense and supporting our military through my role on the Senate Armed Services Committee. As the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Emerging Threats and Capabilities, I am working to ensure our military has the advanced technology and tools needed to win in modern competition today and into the future. Before moving forward, I want to express my gratitude to the NSCAI for the success of their final report and continued consultation. Last year, guided by the Commission's report, Congress began laying the foundation for new technologies like artificial intelligence in the annual defense bill. At least 20 of the Commission's recommendations were included in the 2021 National Defense Authorization Act. Initiatives included requiring AI technology to be developed ethically and sourced responsibly, creating a new executive level National AI Initiative Office, and of course, implementing the National Institute of Standards and Technology's new AI Risk Management Framework. Authorizations are the product of Congress, but the Commission's report and ongoing input have given us the means to move forward. The NSCAI's report is timely. The United States is not the only global power operating in the cyber and hardware domains, but swift action is required to maintain our strategic advantage. In the 20th century, the United States was the unquestioned global leader in commercial and military technology. We set the pace and led the pack, largely driven by national investment through the Department of Defense. But today, that dynamic is changing. Fast-paced tech advancement is no longer just a US or a DoD ballgame. Russia and China's cyber warfare, quantum computing, missile technology, and AI operations are serious threats impacting American and global security today. And folks, they are not slowing down. Both near-peer adversaries are running campaigns to develop their own tech while stealing ours and that of our allies. China's military expansion goes hand in hand with its goal of being the global leader in AI technology by the year 2030. They have a whole of government strategy to be the world's preeminent superpower by 2049. Vladimir Putin has also made Russia's AI endgame clear, and he has stated, quote, that whoever becomes the leader in this field will rule the world, end quote. Obviously, AI is heavily reliant on data, and so much of that data could invade personal privacy. I'm really concerned by the new and invasive ways the Chinese Communist Party in particular is using AI to disrupt the lives of not just its own people, but Americans as well. China is filtering people's social media, pictures, locations, and newsfeed through numerous AI vehicles. That unquestionably increases the risk for active hacking and deception. Adversaries will continue to use AI to leverage unwitting people as assets and suppress individual liberty. The report said it best. China's domestic use of AI is a chilling precedent for anyone around the world who cherishes individual liberty. Tech is not just used to monitor and gather intel, but to suppress it. Ethical use, personal protection, and individual privacy are commitments that must be maintained in the AI age. The threats are clear, and there are more lurking, but the NSCAI gave us a playbook on how to combat these complex threats. We need to execute the Commission's strategy to develop and integrate AI across the Department of Defense and key critical US infrastructure. That means we start by working with the DoD to set some artificial intelligence performance goals. We need clear, measurable, and achievable goals to guide our preparation and spending. A focus on technology development and built-in flexibility in our acquisition systems to change and adapt our sites for rapid reform is essential. With some specific goals in hand, we have to develop U.S. military personnel and that of our allies. Our military members and teams need time and resources to develop subject matter expertise. Standalone AI can't help us much. That's why we must recruit and train service members to become technologically literate and comfortable working with these systems. As our special operations forces like to say, our soldiers are the weapons system, and it's already beginning. Pilot programs like the Air Force's Kessel Run team are building software common operating pictures across distinct contracted programs, allowing our technological systems to talk and learn from one another. Efforts like Kessel Run show how early reforms in our management of military members working in science and technology have succeeded and are ready for full-scale adoption across the total force. As the Commission's report concluded, the U.S. remains the global leader in our hardware and AI algorithm development, and we need to keep it that way. I believe the U.S. has all the raw materials to blaze a new trail of technological advancement and maintain our military advantage well into the future. We have the methods and the means necessary to adopt AI specifically to meet U.S. security needs. I'm excited and optimistic our warfighters will remain the most advanced, agile, and lethal fighting force on the planet. Programs like data miners, real-time AI systems, and other similar platforms are already operating. They're detecting the earliest signals of high-impact events and emerging risks from publicly available data and helping keep innocent people out of harm's way. Targeted use of operating concepts enabled by AI allow U.S. and coalition special forces to complete a rapid recovery of an individual captured and held by ISIS in northern Mali only a few short weeks ago. U.S. leadership in adopting, safeguarding, and strategically sharing emerging technology will enable victory in great power competitions of the future, but I believe that emerging technology is not solely an instrument of emerging conflict. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the U.S. service members and private industry partners behind it can use this frontier to build economic collaboration and security partnerships. Harnessing emerging tech as instruments of diplomacy has great potential to develop a freer, safer, and more prosperous world. Thank you all again for your time this afternoon, and I really look forward to hearing from the day's remaining speakers and panelists. Again, thank you so much for your participation.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce a series of pre-recorded videos. And first, I'd like to introduce Peter Crabtree, the General Manager for Science, Innovation and International of New Zealand's Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, for his pre-recorded remarks.
Mauri ora ki a tātou, e koa ana te nākau kua te mai e au e tēnei rā. E runga e te reo karanga, nō reira, kia ora ki a tātou katoa. I'd like to begin by thanking the organisers of today's summit, the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, for their commitment to organising this important dialogue and also for their kind invitation to address you all today. Both I and my New Zealand colleagues who are attending in person and virtually appreciate and value this opportunity. As the New Zealand Government agency responsible for the Research, Science and Innovation System, we are working to support New Zealand researchers to collaborate on excellent and high-impact research in emerging technologies. We're also responsible for securing the integrity of that system, and I'd like to share with you some of the steps we have taken towards this. As we all know, today's world is one that is being shaped by technological advancements. Emerging technologies will transform the way society operates, from the completion of basic tasks through to how we work and communicate with each other. Developments in emerging technologies such as AI, biotechnology, and quantum computing present significant opportunities for people and businesses, adding value across all parts of the economy, including finance, healthcare, and agriculture. Technologies are also being developed that could transform the future of energy. And while AI has been around for decades, it is only in the past few years that interest in this transformative technology has matured and exploded. Across the globe, AI is being developed and adopted in order to make both governments and businesses more efficient, and to assist in making better decisions overall. Along with the economic and social benefits of AI, there is also potential for misuse, unintended bias and discrimination, and unanticipated effects. These situations are more likely to occur where nations do not apply human rights and democratic principles to work on AI. We must together be vigilant to ensure negative and harmful outcomes are not enabled through the adoption of new technologies. A foundation of ethical and human-centric deployment of AI technologies will help in our development of these technologies and contribute to developing standards for those wishing to enter our domestic technology markets. New Zealand is advancing work on ethical AI through the Global Partnership on AI and through the Christchurch Call, a global multi-stakeholder initiative where, as part of a wider work program, technology companies have undertaken to work with us to develop a method to assess algorithmic outcomes and the role the online user environment may play in radicalization and terrorism. We're delighted to have the US on board as a supporter of the call, as part of a coalition of over 55 countries, some of which are represented today, joining experts from around the world and many of the world's largest technology platforms. New Zealand is currently working within government and with industry partners to develop an AI strategy. It will look at the impact of AI on society and businesses, building in tools and frameworks to ensure that the development for the use of AI is done openly, ethically, and with the agreement of communities. Through our research and innovation funding systems, we are working to boost the number of internationally connected businesses working in AI and other emerging technologies. New Zealand has a thriving research and innovation sector that attracts funding and investments from across the world. As a small country, we could never hope to be self-sufficient in technological knowledge, and therefore it is critical that we maintain a global perspective in our research and innovation sector. A significant amount of New Zealand research is a product of international engagement, and the government is actively seeking to increase the international connections of our research and innovation system. Some recent examples of investments in international collaborative projects include the 12 Labours project to model the physiological systems of the human body, building towards a digital twin for integrated and personalised predictive health treatments, superconductivity for compact fusion systems, hybrid electric aircraft, and the production of zero-carbon steel, and using magnetic resonance imaging approaches to understand and locate deep connectivity patterns in the human brain, towards enabling the early diagnosis of neurological or aging-related disorders. In recent years, we have seen that there are risks as well as opportunities arising from international research engagement in emerging technologies, particularly where those technologies have dual-use applications or utilise sensitive data. These risks must be identified and managed to prevent damaged reputations, lost intellectual property, and harm to national interests, so we can realise the opportunities and benefits of an open and collaborative research system. An effective and sustainable risk management system requires increased awareness within the research sector and improved governance structures within institutions. And to that end, we are working in partnership with our research and business communities to identify and manage risks in a proportionate way, and to design appropriate systems and controls. We are already taking a range of actions to improve the ability of research institutions to manage these risks, including developing and progressing a program of awareness raising and capability building across the research sector, introducing standard risk-based conditions in government research funding contracts, and publication of trusted research guidance which aims to help the research and innovation sector get the most out of international scientific collaboration while protecting their intellectual property, sensitive research, and personal information. Dialogues such as this summit build on a platform of common values, a commitment to academic freedom, the importance of multilateralism in addressing global issues, and willingness to work together as partners in science and innovation. This stands us in good stead to address common challenges around emerging technologies while making the most of the significant opportunities that they present. Kia ora, thank you, and I wish you all the best for a successful summit.
Next, I'd now like to introduce Manlio De Stefano, Italy's Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, for his pre-recorded remarks.
Good afternoon. First of all, I wish to thank the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence for organizing this more than timely event in close cooperation with the White House and the State Department. I would then prefer to join you in person because this is a great opportunity to discuss and deepen our common understanding of the challenges and opportunities of emerging technologies. Indeed, we are in this together, and this means formidable, systemic, and transformational changes that are affecting our world. In Italy, we face challenges and opportunities of this magnitude by cooperating with our closest friends and allies. Emerging and disruptive technology have a wide variety of economic, political, and ethical implications. There is an enormous potential for economic growth and improvement of global well-being. There are challenges in the design and use of autonomous weapons or in the use of technology that might contain biases or perpetuate discrimination. And of course, there is a security aspect. Disrupting technologies are, as we all know, an incredibly powerful strategic tool and the key enabler of our security, as also emphasized at the last NATO summit. For our democracies, understanding what is at stake and gaining the upper hand both in new technologies and in their whole supply chain is key to preserve the existing technological edge. It is also essential to uphold and defend our values, human rights, democracy, the rule of law, and find the appropriate multilateral fora to advance this framework. In less than 6 months, Italy will be leading these efforts in the context of the Council of Europe, as chairperson of the Committee of Ministers, and as possible US contribution to such work will surely be an added value. As a proud founding member of the European Union, Italy is committed to uphold and actively contribute to the vast EU digitalization program. Through various instruments, we are all committed to make our continent a hub of digital and secure innovation. Let me mention in particular the establishment of a European Cybersecurity Competency Center that, together with the network of national coordination centers, will be Europe's new framework to support innovation and industrial policy in cybersecurity. At the national level, and by August 14, the Italian Parliament will establish by decree a national cybersecurity agency, which will be our main national cybersecurity institution and serve as the Italian National Coordination Center, part of the European network. As we build our EU digital and cyber community, we are convinced we must pursue the same effort with our like-minded partners and allies. Multilateralism is one important avenue, also to help bridge the world digital divide in a way that is consistent with our shared values and principles. A wide and sustained effort of cooperation at all levels is necessary, and I wish to salute the recent decision to create a high-level EU-US Trade and Technology Council, which will, among other things, feed into coordination in multilateral bodies and wider efforts with like-minded partners, with the aim of promoting a democratic model of digital governance. Let me mention the importance we attach to the bilateral cooperation with the US in this field and recall the recent creation of an Italian innovation and culture hub in San Francisco, focused on research, innovation, and technology transfer. We look forward to increasing our cooperation on specific projects such as AI. I want to conclude by stressing this important aspect. Multilateral like-minded governments cooperation remains key to promote a democratic model of digital governance. But we have to do more than that. we must continue to strive to create an internationally respected multi-stakeholder community composed of private sector, academia, and the scientific community at large. And we have to base this community on the respect of the common values and human rights that are key to prosperity of nations. I wish you a very fruitful discussion. I look forward to meet you in person and continue building this partnership. Thank you.
And finally, I'd like to introduce Karin Wallenstein, the State Secretary to the Prime Minister of Sweden, for her pre-recorded remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished listeners, Swedish Prime Minister Stefan Löfven has a favorite quote from his time as a trade union leader. A factory worker was asked whether the man was against changes at the factory. The man replied, "No, I do not fear new technologies. It's the old ones I'm afraid of." We are on the brink of a profound transformation. We are on an exciting digital journey, a journey full of promise, and we are only beginning to realize its potential. Artificial intelligence is, by all accounts, the emerging technology that will have one of the greatest effects on the global economy, security, and society in the foreseeable future. It is likely to define this century as electricity did last century. Used correctly, it can create better and safer jobs, improve our daily lives, generate sustainable solutions, and create more secure societies. We should welcome this digital transformation by actively promoting innovation and the exchange of ideas. But as history has taught us, technology shifts also come with new challenges that we must address. The risks and opportunities associated with AI are not only technological. Accounts need to be taken of ethical, moral, and legal issues, and challenges related to rule of law procedures and the automation of decisions. With society increasingly relying on data, algorithms, and digital technologies, we need to set high standards when it comes to security and integrity, and we must address the cyber threats that are constantly present. Maliciously exploited, AI and other technologies threaten democracy and human rights, and they have the potential to threaten international peace. It is imperative that we establish the necessary regulations to ensure that such technologies are not misused. With emerging technology comes great responsibility. This is why, in the past few years, technology has taken center stage on the global political arena, not least when it comes to security and defense policy. The United States, the European Union and its member states, Russia and China are all in a global race for AI dominance. It's a race that may have profound effects on security and defense, democracy, and human rights. The parallels to the structures established for cooperation on peace and security are evident. Democratic states have long believed in building security together with others, developing capabilities to support joint efforts to uphold peace and security. Today, we need international cooperation, in particular among democratic nations, to ensure norms that allow for innovative use of technologies while protecting privacy, integrity, our open societies, and democracies. The democracies of the world must take the lead, jointly defining common values, norms, and standards in order to ensure the ethical, secure, and sustainable use of, for example, AI and bioengineering. Regulations should be technology neutral, and regulatory differences must be avoided. Collaboration and competition must both be based on a level playing field. Our collaboration must ensure effective and secure tech and data transfer regimes, and we must work together for common standardization and cybersecurity certifications. In addition, emerging technologies must not be perceived as a project for a designated elite. We need a democratic and inclusive digital transformation where both access to and use of technologies are ensured regardless of gender, age, or level of education, as well as knowledge of how they can pose a threat to personal integrity. As with any other societal transformation, the advancement of this new connected life must enable a just and inclusive transition. Sweden has managed well with rapid development and reforms in the past, thanks to successful stakeholder cooperation. A challenge that all democratic societies face is the need to ensure trust in technology. A trust backlash might put us in a position where others less concerned with human rights, ethical considerations, and the rule of law will use and develop technologies more rapidly, leaving us behind. Correctly implemented, AI could provide fact-based and less biased decision-making in the public sector. However, this requires a transparent use of algorithms based on non-biased data. In Sweden, we are now working on trust models to try to address this issue and to build trust for AI in the public sector. Sweden is a highly technology-dependent country. Our technological edge is a cornerstone of our industrial base. Swedes are well-educated and technology-savvy. Sweden invests more in science and research as a percentage of GDP than any other EU member state and is one of the world's most innovative countries. Our startup sector is dynamic, and our capital, Stockholm, is known as the Unicorn Factory. Sweden is home to a range of innovative companies that have been, are, and will continue to be global leaders in their respective fields. Sweden enjoys close and strong cooperation with the United States and other countries represented here today. Our cooperation on emerging technologies needs to be taken to the next level. Transatlantic cooperation on these matters, bilaterally and with the EU, is key to our shared success. Current efforts to set boundaries and strengthen international norms of acceptable behavior in cyberspace must continue. We concur with Secretary of State Antony Blinken's view of the importance of relationships between countries that share values and are in the forefront of the use and development of new technologies. We need robust and solid cooperation that hinders those who do not respect the norms or abide by the rules. With a forward-looking, integrated, and positive view on the global role of technology, I believe our future will be one where we harness the benefits of new technologies in a way that will strengthen and protect our democracies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure on behalf of the Commission to welcome Fareed Zakaria, host of CNN's world-renowned program GPS and American Thought Leader, for our third panel on the future of international technology cooperation. Please welcome Mr. Zakaria and the panel.
Thank you so much. It is a huge honor to be here. This is such important work the Commission is doing. The report is one that I think all of us read with a great deal of interest. It's one of those rare government reports that really pointed to a very important issue with extraordinary intelligence. I'm going to get out of the way as quickly as I can because we have an extraordinary panel to talk about the future of international technology cooperation. We're joined by Madeleine Albright, who is one of America's legendary statesmen, having served as Secretary of State, the first female Secretary of State, in addition to being ambassador to the UN, having worked at the National Security Council and taught at various universities. And she continues to teach at Georgetown. Nadia Shadlow, who is a former Deputy National Security Advisor, also very distinguished scholar and expert, and Anders Fogh Rasmussen. Anders Fogh Rasmussen was Secretary General of NATO and was also Prime Minister of Denmark, among many other positions. Having gotten all those very impressive resumes out of the way, I thought what I'd do is start by asking Secretary Albright to talk about the issue of cooperation in general. And the reason I posed it to you, Madeleine, is because you tried mightily, and in some ways you were the beginning of the post-Cold War efforts to create a new alliance and greater degree of cooperation among the world's democracies. And many people worried at the time that the democracies wouldn't really come together, that what had brought them together was the Soviet threat, and that without that, just the idea of values was not a strategic glue that was strong enough. So describe what you learned and why you feel so strongly about the idea of a democracies cooperating in this new world.
Well, thank you, Fareed, and I'm delighted to be on this panel with Anders and Nadia. We know each other and we look forward to an interesting discussion. The 90s really were remarkable, and I started them out at the United Nations, where obviously there are many democracies, but also non-aligned states that were unclear about where they were going, and the Security Council itself, where we had, it was called Russia by then, and China, and how they dealt. And so it was a time to talk about democracy. By the way, President Clinton is the first one to use the term indispensable about the United States. I just used it so often it became identified with me. But there's nothing about the word that means alone. It is basically partnerships. That is what the whole concept was based on, and how we can work with others to look at what were the major issues out there to deal with. And some of them had to do with the fact that there were many new countries, also that we were dealing still with issues that were remnants of the war in Iraq, and how to deal with those that we called rogue states, and then how we were dealing with the countries that had been part of the Soviet Union, and those, frankly, that were just basket cases that we couldn't bring into the system at the time, believe it or not, Somalia and Haiti. And so we were very focused on democracies. Then, when I became Secretary of State, we talked even more about how to get democracies together and how NATO, in fact, could be expanded, because it's not only a military alliance, but an alliance of democracies. And so we developed a way of the Partnership for Peace to work together. And then also what we did, I created something called the Community of Democracies, which met in Warsaw, because the then Foreign Minister of Warsaw, of Poland, Bronisław Geremek, wanted the adjective Warsaw associated with something other than the pact. But the issue was, and it's something that has to be considered now, we didn't know whether we would invite everybody. What was the definition of democracy? And part of it was, in fact, to share best practices. So there was a deliberate attempt to really work with democracies, whether through the alliance structure, whether those that might be coming into the EU, those in the United Nations, and those with whom the United States just had bilateral relations. It was very much a theme.
And what was your, what lesson did you draw from that Warsaw meeting, which I remember well? I was there at the time. And it really was this extraordinary gathering of countries from all over the world, all trying to figure out their position in a new post-Cold War environment.
Well, I think that it was trying to figure out who wanted what, and then how we would continue our work, how we would cooperate, what we had in common, and in fact, best practices. And we had worked out a way that different countries would share the Community of Democracies in alternative years. It worked for a while, but I really do think there continued to be the question of how to keep the momentum up and how to deal in a world, frankly, that I think had in the 21st century some mega trends and their downside. And just to quickly mention those, the first mega trend is globalization, from which we benefited all very much. But the problem was that globalization is faceless. And so people wanted to know their identities, which we all do want to know. But when my identity hates somebody else's identity, it creates nationalism and hyper-nationalism, and that undermines democracy. Then there was technology, which obviously did incredible things to unite people. And I love to talk about the Kenyan woman farmer who no longer had to walk miles to pay her bills. She could, in fact, pay them with her mobile phone, and she could then participate politically in her country. But the downside was that the information was de-aggregated, social media entered in, people didn't know where they were getting their information, and that divided people. And finally, there was the Internet of Things, when your toaster talks to you or whatever, and that might be fun, but it did create more fragmentation. And I think those are the issues that, as the Biden administration is thinking about a summit for democracy instead of democracies, how they are dealing with those challenges and their downsides.
Anders, what is your perspective on this, looking at these same issues? And to what extent do you think we are entering a world kind of divided between the democracies on the one side and the autocracies on the other? Or is that the wrong way to think about the world?
No, I think it is an existential question, because my generation had the fortune to thrive in the globe of what has been called the shining city on a hill. But the question is, will future generations have to survive under the shadow of digital authoritarianism? And let me stress, we need determined American global leadership to counter the world's autocracies. But the US cannot compete with and counter the global technology ambitions of authoritarian rivals if it acts alone. Like-minded countries must work together to protect open societies and promote freedom and democracy. To that end, we need a strong technology cooperation between the world's free societies to set the international norms and standards for the use of emerging technologies. That's why I strongly endorse the recommendations from the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence to build an emerging technology coalition of allies and partners to promote the design, development, and use of emerging technologies according to democratic norms and values. And I also support launching an international digital democracy initiative to develop, promote, and fund technologies that comport with democratic values and ethical norms around openness, privacy, security, and reliability. And I would suggest that the United States mobilize its NATO partners and reach out to the European Union to develop these alliances and initiatives. The newly established EU-US Trade and Technology Council is a very important step in that direction. However, it's important to include democracies across the globe, and I would suggest to make the building of a technological alliance of democracies a topic at the upcoming Global Summit for Democracy that President Biden has pledged to organize and host.
Let me ask you, Anders, how this squares and how should we think about the issue when you think about globalization, free trade, and the opportunities that that provides. I know you are, for example, an ardent free trader. Denmark, your country, is very much part of at the center of global trade flows. And yet, what you are talking about is a kind of protectionism, is it not? How to think about this issue of technology cooperation among the democracies, but at the same time taking place within a highly globalized, open, and interdependent economy and trading system?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And you're quite right. As a point of departure, I am really a free trader. I believe that free trade, I believe that open societies, I do believe that free flow information benefits all of us. I think globalization is a very positive and a very, very good thing. However, I don't think the Chinese, for instance, have played by the rules. And we shouldn't be naive. And this is the reason why I think the world's free societies need to get together and put pressure on the world's autocracies. We should recall that if all the world's free societies get together, we represent more than 60% of the global economy. That's a formidable force that will create respect in Beijing. So I do believe that we need to put more pressure on the autocracies. And this is the reason why, in a way, I think the world's democracies should offer each other preferential treatment. We should engage in free trade agreements. We should agree on a number of global norms and standards for free data flow, for privacy, etc. Hopefully, that pressure will force the Chinese and other autocracies to abide by certain global norms that respect freedom and democracy. I think this is the only way.
Nadia, what are your thoughts on listening to this conversation about democracy, technology, and the tensions, and the opportunities and the tensions?
Well, thank you, Fareed. I think, look, we need to step back for a moment and consider some of our assumptions. And one that I hold going into this is that technology is not neutral for the most part. Technology and the discussion we're having is because technology is being used in the service of politics, in the service of economic systems, in the service of national security. And if you hold that assumption, you come to some different policy outcomes. So cooperation is definitely, in my view, necessary among the democracies. And as Secretary Albright and Anders pointed out, there are all different mechanisms for doing this. But I think as we think about cooperation, we have to be very focused on outcomes. We have to be wary of unwieldy, extraordinarily complex multilateral processes that actually work against, in some cases, what we want to achieve, right? We can't afford to spend 5 years negotiating agreements so that to achieve certain outcomes, because by then it will be too late, right? The AI Commission several times emphasized that really we're on the cusp of losing out to China in these key areas of AI and other foundational technologies. So we need to consider cooperation, but in a way that's driven with a sensitivity to time, to agility, and to perhaps certain sectors or priorities, right? We need to think about cooperation with who? With governments, the private sector, academia, universities, but also over what? What domains of cooperation do we need to prioritize? So I think while we need we need new approaches, we need to keep in mind that the broader the multilateral process, the not necessarily most effective it is. And I have some further ideas too about how models we might use. In the early 80s, there was an organization called Sematech, which was a consortium that brought together semiconductor companies, governments, research institutions to work on specific problem sets to keep the United States ahead in the semiconductor sphere. So perhaps a consortium model could work for some of these foundational technologies and the West, as an example. But I think we need to be careful and at this point move to some of the specific modes of cooperation. And I think the Commission did a great job in identifying some of those.
Can you help us think through, Nadia, how much of this is about thwarting Chinese, or let's say if there are theoretically Russian technologies? We've all heard about the US government going around telling countries, don't buy Huawei, don't adopt that 5G standard. And how much of it is the Sematech model, which is doing something in the United States to present an alternative, to provide a competitive alternative. With Sematech, we simply tried to create and revive the American chip industry we weren't going around telling people don't buy in those days Japanese chips. So explain that difference, because one seems more outwardly directed and the other seems more inwardly directed.
Right. Well, I'm using the Sematech model as one that I would broaden actually to include European allies and partners. I'm using it more in a sense that it worked on a particular foundational technology in a very practical way. And I like that a lot. I think the AI Commission did a great job of describing the affirmative things we need to do to stay ahead of China. And I agree with that. But we do also need to take measures to prevent or at least slow down the growth of these key foundational technology areas in China. So I do think we're in a systemic rivalry, which is what the EU has called it, right? Which is why the EU-China trade deal was put on hold. I think we're facing a serious systemic contest here. And I do think we need the combination of proactive as well as defensive measures. And I think the Commission did a good job of balancing between the two. I'm probably less optimistic on the Commission's recommendation that there are areas of S&T where we can cooperate with the CCP. So I may be an outlier, but they overall, they captured the sense of what we need to do affirmatively as well as defensively.
Madeline, you have actually had to do the hard work of diplomacy of this kind. And so I want to ask you, what do you think it's going to look like? Because when I look at, for example, Asia, what I'm struck by is China is the largest trading partner of every country in Asia, actually, except Bhutan. Tiny Bhutan, India is the largest trading partner. But other than that, China is the largest trading partner for every country. And they all want to grow and they all want that trade relationship. But they all, at some level, want a great trading relationship with China and a great geopolitical relationship with the United States. In other words, they want the economic benefits of a relationship with China and the geopolitical insurance policy or the security that would come from a relationship with the United States. But it seems to me that both sides, the China and the United States, are saying, well, you can't have it both ways. You cannot order a la carte on this menu. You get the prefix. If you want US geopolitics, you also have to agree to ban Huawei. And the Chinese are saying, if you want Belt and Road money, you have to allow Chinese companies in. How difficult is it going to be to get countries, and this is beyond Asia, I think European countries, Germany, 50% of Germany's exports at one point were going to China. How difficult is it going to get them to make the kind of decisions that Nadia was talking about, which are to really privilege American or Western or democratic technology over Chinese, if the Chinese say, well, the condition of doing business with us is that you also allow our companies in?
Well, I think that we are dealing with a number of simultaneous problems. I agree, with Nadia that this is the moment, and yet time is of the essence, and all that we're talking about is going to take a lot of time. We also have the issue at the moment, and as I have been listening to the discussions today and having read the report, the number of different organizations that are involved and how you even get some kind of way that they can not compete with each other, but take on various tasks. So the organizational aspect of this, I think, is very complicated. The other part, though, because, by the way, I'm often asked if I'm an optimist or a pessimist. I'm an optimist who worries a lot. So I am optimistic that people are understanding this and the issues and are beginning to see that the Chinese coming in and saying, we'll build you a road and don't worry about the environmental aspects of it, that there are those who are beginning to see the true picture of what it comes with in terms of certain lack of value system that many countries really want. And so, but I am worried about the fact that we are going to lose time on this. That is really what does worry me, the complexity of it, and that we are admiring the problem rather than really dealing with some of the very specific aspects. So in meetings, I would in fact say something like, I have come a long way, so I must be frank. And I will really tell people what they're buying into when they buy into the Belt and Road in terms of the things that the Chinese are asking of them to do and the commitment that they're making, and that they don't hire people in the country, and that they're creating what is known as the debt trap. And I think that we need to find the common lines that we have with countries and various groupings. But I hope that as this discussion goes on and the report is looked at, is that what I'm worried about are the number of players in this, that are how we're going to integrate all of those things so that the Chinese, who have one way approach to things, will kind of work their way through our mayhem of a variety of various groupings that want to deal with issues. So we need some kind of organizational structure to this, and to remember the following thing. For me, one of the major aspects of this whole way of looking at technology cooperation is the value system that we're talking about. What are the values behind this? What is it that we are bringing to people? What is it in terms of the capability of civil society to be involved in decision making, democracy versus authoritarianism, and really remember that this is about values inherently, and how we do manage to cooperate on that, and point out the lack of the valueless system of what the Chinese are doing.
Anders, how would you respond to this? Because it really does seem to me the central question. You have a country like Denmark, or really any country in the world. Brazil, China is now Brazil's largest trading partner. How do you get these countries to forego what seems economic benefit for them by having a full spectrum relationship with China?
Yeah, that's also one of the key questions. But I think at the end of the day, each and every country, each and every business will have to make a choice. And basically, I think it's not possible to have it both ways. You can't compromise on basic principles when it comes to freedom and democracy, individual liberty, respect for the rule of law. You have to make a choice. And I have spoken with many companies recently who have had, or they still have, activities in China. Some of them have been exposed to Chinese consumer boycotts. Some of them have tried to accommodate the Chinese regime, but at the expense of their relationship with neighboring countries. Now they have been subject to consumer boycotts in those countries. You have to make a choice. So this is the reason why I do believe that, for instance, in Europe, the EU cannot pursue a position as a moderator between Washington and Beijing. You have to take a side. You have to join forces with America. And this is the reason why we have to, we need a more constructive debate in Europe on the term European autonomy, because you have to join forces with other democratic forces in the world. There is no ideological equality between America and China. No ideological equality, dictatorship and democracy. In that fight, you cannot stay neutral. You have to take sides. So that's my brutal conclusion, that you can't have it both ways. We have to create an alliance of democracies. And this is the reason why I'm looking very much forward to Biden's global summit for democracy later this year or at the beginning of next year.
Nadia, do you think it will be easy to convince countries to do what Madeline and Anders are both saying? Because I'm struck by the fact that that when you talk to the next generation of German leaders, for example, they're actually more comfortable with being in the middle, playing this role between China and the United States. Merkel, in a sense, comes from an older generation, perhaps steeped in the Cold War, perhaps, having lived through communism herself, feels somewhat differently. And I find that that's true with many younger European leaders. They're aware of the economic benefits of a relationship with China.
I agree, Fareed, that it will be difficult. I do think, though, it's different if you move a little bit east, right? Countries that have a more closer recent experiences with authoritarian systems, the Poles, the Hungarians. So we tend to, so Germany's not representative of all countries in Europe, I would say, but you're right. It's going to be tough. I would recommend reading not what comes out of the United States, but what comes out of the CCP and China's leaders themselves, right? If you're reading, and there are increasing number of translations of statements over the past year about China's desire to retain autonomy over its key foundational technologies, to ensure that it is completely independent of the West, of the United States, of Europe. I mean, so I think, Fareed, you were mentioning you're going to work with a group of next generation strategic thinkers later this summer. Read what's coming out of China itself. But yeah, it will be difficult, but I agree with Anders that choices will need to be made. I think it will be easier to make those choices once people really understand what's at stake. But not everyone's there. Just this week, I was really amazed to read the story of a British semiconductor company that was just almost bought out by a Chinese state-owned enterprise. We're in the middle of the past year of this huge debate in Europe and the United States about the importance of the semiconductor industry, the microchip industry. And right under our eyes, this transaction occurs or almost occurs. And to me, I was extremely surprised by it, but it's indicative of the complexity of this and the lack of kind of a sense of shared responsibility by the private sector.
Can you talk for a second, Nadia, about that? Because it seems to me that's a very crucial component here. The private sector in both Europe and the United States, and even in Japan, by its actions, they're all big players in China, and they certainly seem to imagine. Are we talking about a completely different world in which there's not just some technological decoupling, but there's really broad-scale economic decoupling?
Well, over time, probably yes, because of the fundamental systemic differences, and because we're seeing a situation in which, as I started, technology is being used in the service of a particular political and economic system. So over time, it's harder and harder to get around that fundamental division. But unless the private sector or a lot of it comes along, I don't think we'll succeed. To Secretary Albright's point, I'm an optimist, but an optimist that's very worried. And I think it's really hard to identify ways in which the private sector can begin to think differently and to have the growth that it wants, right? The profits that it wants. But this incident with the UK semiconductor firm, I think, is a really good one, because we've been talking about this now, for a year and a half. Everyone, it seems, knows now what a microchip is, right? A year ago, most of us didn't, except for physicists and manufacturers. And the fact that this is just happening shows how hard it's going to be to actually affect real change.
I will point out, we are also witnessing one of the problems we face in this whole struggle, which is we keep telling countries not to go down the road of Chinese 5G, but we don't have a superior alternative. And I say this because I watched, while you were talking, Nadia, Anders Fogh Rasmussen's video link got cut because the connection was unstable. And, we still do not have very strong, good 5G. And, the Huawei stuff is very high quality. We have to come and confront the reality that I think we need a lot more investment here at home to make sure that we have alternatives, not just one alternative, but many alternatives, if we are going to try and play a kind of a game of technological competitiveness, rather than, is the way I'd like to think of it, rather than conflict. But let me ask Madeleine, if I may, Secretary Albright, something that Nadia said that, and that Anders also touched on, about the importance of this summit for democracies. And it raises an issue, which is what is the state of democracy in the Western world itself? Nadia was talking about how when you go east, these countries have had some experience with communism or authoritarianism. It's true, in some cases, they are having very close, proximate experiences right now. When I think of Hungary, the descent of Hungary into a kind of quasi-authoritarian system seems to me very troubling. And it's also true that people like that, and certainly Viktor Orban seems to be moving in that direction, are much more comfortable making alliances with authoritarian regimes. So how worried are you about this rise of, illiberal democracy or electoral authoritarianism? And do you worry that these people will find common cause with the Putins and Xis of the world?
I am worried. And by the way, you asked me initially about what we learned in the 90s. I have to say that there was such a sense of euphoria at the end of the Cold War. And I think most of you know my background. I was born in Prague and spent quite a lot of time with Václav Havel and kind of thoughts about how incredible things were in Central and Eastern Europe. I met Viktor Orban when he was everybody's favorite dissident. And there was kind of this thought that now we've got it, we figured it out. And as chairman of the board of the National Democratic Institute, I keep asking about what happened, what went wrong. And I think we just took too much for granted in terms of people that had lived under a system that gave them free education and jobs when neither actually were good, but they had them. And what it is that societies need. And I do think that in many ways, the social contract has been broken in many countries in terms of how people are doing and what the responsibilities of government are. I do think, and there are many things obviously that appeal to me about the Biden administration, but there's a humility in terms of saying, we have to figure out what's really going on and how we operate and what are the things that need to be fixed. And I think that is very much has to be a part of this discussion. And by the way, one of the things, as I've worked abroad with NDI, there was a certain time that I said, well, democracy is based on compromise and understanding the other. And they looked at me and said, you mean like your country? And so we are not the best, have not been the best examples. And so we do need to examine, we need to understand what it is that needs to be done in rehabilitating a social contract and how you take care of societies where pandemics take place, where education is not appropriate, and by the way, where civil society doesn't have a role. And one of the reasons that I am so excited about this whole grouping is that it does have a set up some kind of standards to ask ourselves questions and to be critical and to understand that we do have to ask ourselves these hard questions, which is why it's a summit for democracy and not just those that think they already have it. We have to understand what the basis of it is, the value system, and obeying the rule of law.
Anders, let me ask you to pick up on that point that Madeleine was making about the reference she made to American democracy. Part of the premise of all of this is that the United States can lead a global democratic response to techno-authoritarianism, let's call it that. How worried are you? You haven't weighed in on whether you're like Madeline and Nadia, an optimist who worries. How worried are you that the strength of American democracy, the strength of American society, is going to be part of the problem here? As you know, our country's willing to look at the United States with its various dysfunctions, Trump and the like, and say we want to follow. How comfortable are you with America as a world leader today?
I'm very comfortable, and I'm an optimist. I'm not that worried. And first of all, who should be the alternative? I mean, the only leader of the free world can be the United States. No other has the global reach to exercise such a global leadership, and still, despite all deficiencies, the American democracy is basically solid and sound, and I think most people in the world are looking to the United States as an example. Of course, you also have to exercise an ideological leadership, and this is why it's of utmost importance that the political leadership of the United States stands as a symbol, an exemplary symbol for freedom and democracy. Of course, the political leader of the United States cannot, should not cozy up with autocrats, as we saw in the previous 4-year term. And this is the reason why I'm very optimistic about the Biden presidency, because we know that President Biden is strongly committed to respect for human rights, basic democratic principles, and he has already spoken in plain language to the world's autocrats. So basically, I'm an optimist. I do believe that America can exercise this leadership of the free world. This is also why the administration should not postpone this summit for this global summit for democracy. Is being pledged to be organized by the end of this year. Maybe that's unrealistic now, but I think in a few months' time and at the beginning of 2022 at the latest, Biden should organize and host this summit.
Nadia, let me ask you to pick up on something you mentioned in your last remarks, because it seems to me that we're now getting at sort of the pieces of a strategy. But one crucial piece of it has to be about the private sector. And are you comfortable, are you confident that democratic governments have the tools necessary to be able to find a kind of national competitive strategy that allows it to be a robust alternative to techno-authoritarianism? Or do we need a fundamentally new way of thinking about it? I ask this because I'm struck by the fact that I was reading an article about what happened in China with Didi, China's version of Uber, and the speed with which Didi has fallen. And one of the points it was making is many of the Chinese regulators' concerns about these tech companies are not that different from the concerns that European regulators and American regulators are beginning to have about big tech companies. But the big difference is China has no process. They have no intervening steps. Even if you wanted to do something like this in the United States, you'd have to change laws, you'd have to change regulations. There'd be review processes. The companies would be able to appeal. It would all go to courts. That would take years. Whereas in China, they told the Didi, we're just taking you off the App Store, right? I don't mean to say, do we need to emulate China here? But I really want to hear what you think about this relationship between the government and the private sector, because this is so critical. Unlike the Cold War, so much of this competition is operating in the private realm, and so how do we think about that?
That's a lot. That's a lot to read. Okay.
And you have 4 minutes.
Exactly. Well, first, I do want to say that I'm happy that Anders is an optimist because it gives me more optimism. So I'm really happy to hear about that. But I think fundamentally, we would still, your point, Fareed, is interesting. We would still be having this conversation today, and the AI Commission would be just as important today, even absent China or Russia or any other competitor out there, right? Because we're fundamentally talking about the power of digital technologies and their relationship with democracy, right? Neil Ferguson's book, The Tower and the Square, does a really good job of talking about that. And he's not, optimistic in the end, right? This digital revolution has implications for democracies, no matter what the conversation is about China or other countries. Look, I think we're struggling, and this goes back to, does the government need to be directive in this domain, or does it need to incentivize and provide the frameworks so that companies can operate responsibly? I'd like to think the latter, right? I tend to think more regulation is not the way to go, but clearly companies, for that to work and to get to outcomes that are healthy for democracy, outcomes in which individual liberties thrive, we need companies to do their part and show a willingness to want to achieve those outcomes as well. And I think some of these big tech companies in the United States have not really shown that willingness yet, quite frankly, right? The individual is not given the power in these companies, right? You have to go in and change settings and do things to protect your individual rights. The default is not the opposite. So I think it can work, but we need to better understand why companies aren't being more forthcoming in this domain. But my sense is more regulation is not the ideal way to do it, but the right incentives and that sort of model is probably the tax benefit model. I mean, a lot of what the Biden administration is doing in supporting some of the recent acts in Congress, the U.S. Innovation and Competitiveness Act, which absorbed the CHIPS Act. This is R&D, a government role for basic research and development, yes, right? But then it becomes more complex as you move on and down that value chain. But ultimately, companies need to show that they're on board for democracy.
But if I can just push you, that's a tough thing. Part of being a democracy is the government can't control companies in that way, or can they?
No, but what I'm saying is the government shouldn't have to. Private sector companies that have benefited from the flourishing of democracy and capitalism in this country should be on the right side of that and should, recalibrate some of their ideas about short-term processes, go a little bit longer, think a little bit longer, R&D, investments, where they are located. There are things that are in companies' control. I'm not the only one talking about this, right? This is a long conversation about how the US stock market promotes short-termism over long-term. So companies can and should do more. And I think there are roles for leaders out there to do that. But they've benefited from this system, so they have a responsibility to protect and ensure the flourishing of our system as well.
Fareed, could I just jump in terms of saying,
course.
I think part of the issue is the private sector has to be at the table earlier and to really be able to participate in a discussion instead of kind of having the legislation there and then kind of be told, fill it out that way. It's been my experience that there are a lot of private companies that would like to see some rules of the game, especially as they are working with companies in Europe and some of the questions that are out there. And they need to be at the table early. That has been my main thing that I've been talking about more and more. This is not such a division of labor, but really working together.
Yeah, that's a terrific point. Matt, if I can enlist your help here. I know that there are people in the hall who'd like to ask questions, and I don't want to deprive them of the opportunity. If you can maybe find a way to get us some questions from the audience, that'd be great, or from anyone online.
Any questions in the audience? Feel free to raise your hand. We have roving mics. And Mr. Zakaria, you should be able to see virtual questions on your screen. There's a question in the back here.
Do we have a question, or?
Are there any other questions? We'll try. Okay.
Right.
Fareed, the mic's not working here. We want to go to
all right.
the question.
This is again part of our technology challenge right here at home. Anders, I saw you had your hand up. So is there something you want to add?
The mic is live again, so apologies.
Yes, just an idea. We're speaking about private companies and how they will be subject to suppression from authoritarian regimes. I think we should consider introducing what I would call an economic Article 5. Obviously, my idea is very much inspired by my position as NATO Secretary General for 5 years, where we have a security Article 5, which states that an attack on one ally is considered an attack on all allies. I think the free world should introduce a similar Article 5 on economic issues. That is, if, for instance, a company or a country is subject to sanctions or other retaliatory measures from China, then we will all help that company or that country, providing credit facilities, introducing free trade agreements, etc., etc. I think that could be a very forceful mechanism to prevent authoritarian pressure on companies and free societies.
We have a question.
That's a terrific point. Matt, have we managed to fix the mic? I do want to make this somewhat participatory.
We have a virtual question.
In the spirit of democracy.
Sure.
So I do want to let others in here.
Sure, I'll raise you one and we'll go virtual democracy with a question from the virtual audience. I'll paraphrase the question real briefly. It seems like many are waiting for a Sputnik moment to create political will for meaningful change.
Matt, you got to talk louder.
Sure. It seems like we're waiting for a Sputnik moment to create the political will for change. Is anyone on the panel afraid of a Pearl Harbor moment instead?
That's a great point. I mean, I think this is one of the things Eric Schmidt talks about when he's been trying to get people to understand the urgency here. That these are trends. There is no one event. There isn't one day that China will overtake the United States in AI, and that's part of what makes this difficult, right, Madeline?
Yes, absolutely. And so there's, by the way, when I wrote my book on fascism, the best quote came from Mussolini. Sometimes a chicken is plucked one feather at a time. And what we've seen is a lot of one feather plucking. And so that moment is not really there. Although I have to say, reading the paper today, where all of a sudden there are those in China that are not able to use their charge cards in order to get all kinds of things that they want delivered, et cetera. They're worried about how that's working. And the question is whether the Chinese are going to step in and use that information to limit their consumerism, which is what is making China work at the moment. So there could be this thought that China will overdo. But I do think we should be approaching a Sputnik moment. And I think that this kind of a discussion and the possibilities bring us closer to it, because it really does identify that we cannot do this alone. There is no way, and I appreciate what Anders was saying about the United States. I am definitely an optimistic, grateful American, but we cannot do this alone. And the basis of all of this is how we get the kind of cooperation now on creating a system with values in it, where we can agree on the values that come with free trade, a rule of law, lack of corruption, etc. That's why I think this is an important discussion now.
Matt, do you have any more questions for us from the floor?
Sure, we'll take another swing back here in the corner.
Naturally, you work on digital technology, so the mic didn't work. I'm at USAID, Paul Nelson. Could you speak a little bit to the developing country context a little bit more? You mentioned we can't do this alone, Madam Secretary. And I think frequently countries in Africa, across Latin America, Southeast Asia are overlooked or perhaps perceived as being remote actors at this point in time when it comes to AI and the deployment of AI in those countries. But they're prevalent and rapidly increasing in use in both positive and negative ways. So could you speak a little bit to how we extend support for democratic values in the AI context in those markets?
Madeline, you want to take? I mean,
I do think that we have to consider that most of the world lives in those parts of the world, and that whatever issues that we are working on have to be have the kinds of discussions that we're talking about take place there, in terms of trying to figure out how to have some of these groupings make very clear that they have to be talking about the developing world. Whether it's on health issues or economic issues or technology issues, we cannot just ignore it. That is at obviously our own expense, and we need to do that for sure.
Anders, you want to weigh in on this? Because it does seem to me it's an important point. A lot of this is going to manifest itself in the so-called developing world or third world. Many of these governments like the idea of being able to use digital technologies and AI to better monitor their people. I worry even about places, democracies like India, Turkey, where the governments have become increasingly willing to use technology to stifle opposition.
Yeah, but that is a real challenge. Artificial intelligence can be used to make our life easier. It can be used to increase liberty, personal liberty, actually, but it can also be misused to control and supervise people. And this is the reason why it's so important to implement the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence proposal to launch a democracy initiative, because what we need is actually ideally it's an international convention on the use of emerging technologies. But I'm not naive. I don't think it's possible to get China, Russia, and other autocratic regimes on board in such a global convention. So this is the reason why I think the world's democracies should agree on certain principles for the use of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. That would be a first important step, and then follow up by giving each other preferential treatment.
Nadia,
I just wanted to make one point in that the gentleman who asked the question from USAID, I don't know this definitely, but my sense is that the United States shifted from a model of development that began to de-emphasize infrastructure, right? And I think that we need to shift back quickly. So that is why, I mean, we've seen the advantages of Belt Road Initiative, because it was nuts and bolts. It is nuts and bolts infrastructure. And over time, I think for many reasons, the US shifted away from that model of development, driving that now with the Development Finance Corporation and new tools and an export-import bank that's operating with more flexibility. but it's, again, time matters. And so how can we provide more of the infrastructure and the frameworks needed? Whether it's the cell phones that Secretary Albright mentioned being so important to the Kenyan farmer. But I think that that's a key issue to think about going forward.
I'm going to close by asking Madeline, foreign policy is rarely made on the basis of kind of strategies and grand thinking. It's a series of reactions to crises. And I think one of the questioners asked, could there be a Pearl Harbor? The Pearl Harbor we're likely to see is going to be a massive cyber attack of some kind or the other, probably at not non-military, but critical infrastructure. Madeline, if something like that happens, does that have the effect of maybe actually bringing us all together and trying to find a way forward? What do you think the dynamic would be if we did wake up one morning and realize that we had a massive power outage through half the United States, or some major attack on critical infrastructure, and it had come from some non-state actor somewhere in the world?
Well, it obviously would be a horrendous moment, but we can't wait for that. I really do think that one of the things, just to go back to the president's trip, having built on the fact that he found agreement among the countries of the G7 and the EU and NATO, and then went and met with Putin and laid out the issue of the cyber aspect of it. And I think that that was a very clear message, and that has to be followed up. We cannot have a horrendous event, the kind of which you're talking about. 9/11 woke us up, but I think that we didn't deal with a lot of the aspects of it. And the US government, and I do think the discussion here has been, and during the day, important, because the things that have to be dealt with now are whole of government by the United States. We all have to be looking at where the issues are coming from and working together on that. And I think that the event you're describing might, in fact, put an end to more than one, generally so terminal that it would be impossible to recover. And so I think we need to be more prepared and to take it step by step with what we have now, and an administration that I think what they laid down in terms of the cyber issues was one of the really important conclusions or work plan that came out of the president's trip, which gave me a lot of optimism in terms of how we were going to move forward with our friends and allies.
Yeah, it's the beginnings of some kind of deterrence system that has to be put in place to deal with cyber attacks, it seems to me. This has been an absolutely terrific conversation. And again, I want to thank the AI Commission for putting out such an important report, for hosting such an important set of discussions. This really has changed the debate in Washington in a way that very few things do. Let's just hope we keep talking about this, and that talk then translates into action. And as Madeleine Albright said, action before the crisis rather than in the heat and wake of a crisis. Thank you all so much. This has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Dear guests, our next keynote speaker doesn't need any introduction. Mr. Jake Sullivan has served our country admirably for many years at the highest levels. President Biden asked him to serve again this past January as his national security advisor. So without further ado, I'll turn over to Mr. Jake Sullivan.
That is points for an enormous amount of efficiency in the introduction, which I greatly appreciate. I'm afraid my remarks might not be quite so efficient, so apologies in advance for that. I want to start by thanking Eric Schmidt and Bob Work and Illy for the incredible work that they've done in leading this commission, leading this effort that has, I think, really produced a groundbreaking document, set of recommendations that has not only mobilized good ideas, but also has helped the nation see the strategic stakes of today's technology competition. And perhaps most importantly, helped build bipartisan support in Congress and across the country to actually do something about it. I frankly don't think we'd be where we are today on the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act, but for the commission. And so I really want to say to the commissioners, and perhaps most importantly to the staff of the commission, who we all know actually did the work on this thing, thank you guys very much for your contributions today. In his address to the joint session of Congress in April, President Biden argued that the question of our time is whether democracy, rather than autocracy, is best poised to deliver for its citizens and to meet the major challenges of our time. And President Biden believes deeply, fundamentally, that making technology deliver is critical to making sure that democracy delivers, making sure that technology delivers for democratic values and for inclusive prosperity. And so as I see it, the choice today is whether we can muster the will, the energy, and the resources to alter the course of the digital revolution. And I'd like to start by putting that choice in historical context. The first wave of the digital revolution promised that new technology would favor democracy and human rights. The second wave saw an authoritarian counter-revolution. And the question now is whether we can engineer a third wave of the digital revolution, a turn in which we forge a democratic technological ecosystem characterized by resilience, integrity, and openness with trust and security that reinforces our democratic values and our democratic institutions. I don't need to tell this audience about the optimism in the early internet era, when new technologies were hailed as liberalizing by their very nature. And to be fair, it was a moment when the tide of history was rolling in that direction. The Berlin Wall fell, aided by the radio and other forms of communication. The internet emerged and rapidly became the ultimate connector. How could it not be a global democratizing force? We also took for granted the hard infrastructure advantages that underpinned America's technological dominance. In 1990, we enjoyed more than 35% of global semiconductor manufacturing capacity. At the end of the 90s, the two largest and most innovative telecom equipment manufacturers were America's Lucent and Canada's Nortel. But we failed to see that the seeds of an authoritarian resurgence had already been planted. Recognizing, indeed fearing, that the digital revolution would be a democratizing force or could be a democratizing force, China began an ambitious project to make the internet work for autocracy. Its Golden Shield project gave rise to a sophisticated domestic censorship apparatus and an internet blocked from the rest of the world by the Great Firewall. And that project was not just about the internet and software. In the mid-90s, Huawei laid the groundwork for becoming a global player. In 1999, the Beijing Genomics Institute, now known as BGI, was formed. And in 2000, SMIC, China's leading semiconductor firm, was founded. So in the second wave, the authoritarians struck back. Government control of the internet proliferated. In each year of the last decade, global internet freedom has declined. Internet shutdowns have become a routine tool to crush dissent, as we just saw this past Sunday in Cuba. And digital surveillance exploded. Beijing's mass video surveillance network, pointedly called Skynet, and other programs are combining hundreds of millions of cameras with high-performance computing, facial and gait recognition technologies, and pilot social credit systems, all in an attempt to implement algorithmic social control at a national scale. None of this operates seamlessly, but the AI applications that support these systems are advancing rapidly. And our advantages in the digital base layer, the hard infrastructure of chips and telecoms equipment, has also eroded. America's share of semiconductor manufacturing capacity shrank by 2/3, and we lost the ability to manufacture chips at the leading edge. The once dominant North American telecom companies withered, and Huawei's growth and global reach surged. Meanwhile, the dramatic growth of China's biotechnology sector shows Beijing's interest in the convergence of advanced biotech and AI, of the revolutionary potential of programmable biology, and the foresight that this revolution will be driven by amassing genomic data. In the course of events, Beijing leveraged theft of IP and rule-shattering subsidies to advance its work. But China's trajectory also was supported by an underappreciation in the West and in the United States of the importance and the fragility of our technological preeminence, as well as by a reflexive and bipartisan allergy for many years, indeed for decades, of industrial policy of almost any stripe. We seem to take for granted that our technological advantages were somehow permanent and invincible. We did not fully grasp that those advantages must be prized, preserved, and renewed. Democracies have also faced new challenges: disinformation, surveillance, cyber intrusions, from technologies that we thought would once almost inevitably favor democratic values. If democracies don't turn back this tide, the second phase of the digital revolution will grow darker, with a global diffusion of network surveillance systems designed to monitor, punish, and condition behavior at scale, with the proliferation of autonomous disinformation, with strategic competitors dominating critical technology supply chains and leveraging that dominance coercively, with those same competitors expanding their access to sensitive data through the proliferation of their software, their hardware, and their communications infrastructure. When I hear our European partners refer to systemic rivalry, this is where the rubber hits the road. These are the stakes of systemic rivalry, and I'm not sure that they could be higher. So the question before us today is whether we have the will and determination to usher in that third wave of this digital revolution, whether we can reboot and ensure that critical and emerging technologies work for, not against, our democracies and our security. I believe that third wave is within our reach if, across party lines, across the public and private sectors, and across borders to allies and partners, we invest in our enduring advantages. We promote our shared values. We protect our technological ecosystem. And we mobilize and organize the rules of the road for the 21st century with our partners and allies. First, let's start with investing in our enduring advantages. With bipartisan support in Congress, we're poised to reinvest in a major way in science and technology research and development, particularly through the USICA, I guess is the how we describe the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. It rolls trippingly off the tongue, USICA. We have to get this done to reverse the decades-long decline in federal R&D in science and technology. If there's anything the first two waves of the digital revolution have taught us, it's that long-term U.S. leadership in technology is not assured. Large-scale efforts that harness the public, private, and academic sectors can, however, measurably secure that leadership if we put the resources and the wherewithal behind it, and that is what this piece of legislation sets the framework for doing. A major piece of USICA is focused on hardware. Semiconductors could not be more foundational to our modern economy and to our innovation base, and the CHIPS Act is crucial for reestablishing U.S. semiconductor leadership and supply chain security. We also have to keep working hard to secure our advantages in advanced biotechnology and biomanufacturing to harness their potential for everything from delivering new vaccines and therapeutics to addressing the climate crisis to bolstering our fundamental supply chain security. And at the same time, we have to drive progress on 5G vendor diversity and security and develop new work on digital identity. This brings me to a really important point where the convergence of economics and national security have really created new intersections in the Biden administration. Just last week, the president signed an executive order on competition policy. Competition, openness, interoperability, they're critical for ushering in the next wave of the digital revolution. And that is one of the reasons the president signed this executive order. It's not just from a domestic policy perspective. It's not just about economic fairness, as important as that is. But from a national security perspective, too, America needs vibrant competition and innovation. And this executive order and the thrust behind it will help bring that about. That means greater scrutiny of mergers, rules on surveillance and accumulation of data, and a fair shake for America's small businesses. Because America's technology leadership was and again has to be built on competition, not on concentration. And of course, as with all human endeavor, so much of the technology competition we're in boils down to talent. It's something our technology firms know better than anyone, and the report goes into some detail about the need for us to be able to leverage and harness the talent, not just of people in this country, but people around the world who want to come to this country to help build great things, great new innovations in the future. And in competition with China, the raw numbers are bracing. With a population of 1.4 billion people, China graduates 4 times as many STEM college majors as the United States. Still, about 9 in 10 AI PhD students from overseas right now take a job in the United States after graduating. We have to keep it that way, and we need to build on that beyond the AI PhD field to all of the relevant adjacent fields of technology and innovation, so that it's easier for America to be the destination of choice for the best and brightest scientists and technologists from around the world. Second, promoting our values. Some of this is about investment in technologies like privacy-preserving machine learning, or PPML, that promise to overcome data privacy challenges while still delivering the value of big data. Some of it's about getting back on the front foot when it comes to setting the technology standards of the future. Right now, the Biden administration is working with allies and partners to shore up the integrity of international standards organizations, where the decisions on patents and technology development and integration are playing out as we speak, so that it's democracies, rather than the coercive or nationalistic efforts of autocracies in these bodies, that get traction and drive outcomes. We are also pushing back on authoritarian abuses of digital tools within and across borders to surveil, censor, or harass human rights defenders, civil society activists, journalists, diaspora groups who are on the front lines in defense of democratic values. And it's, not just enough to stand up against abuses. We also have to have an affirmative laydown of a better way forward. So the Department of Defense, and I know you'll be hearing later from Secretary Austin, has demonstrated leadership in adopting strong AI ethics principles, requiring AI systems to be responsible, equitable, traceable, reliable, and governable. Leave it to DoD to always have like 5 words like that that kind of fit together really nicely. We at the NSC could learn from that. The third big effort is, of course, protecting our technology ecosystem, protecting the core of our innovation edge. This is why cybersecurity is such a priority for this administration. In fact, just yesterday, I swore in Chris Inglis as the first ever National Cyber Director. And yes, thank you. And from day one of the Biden administration, we've had in place, for the first time ever, a Deputy National Security Advisor solely dedicated to cyber and emerging technologies because of how important this aspect of national security is and how elevated it needs to be within every aspect of our national security decision-making. In May, the president signed a broad executive order on improving the nation's cybersecurity. He's launched a major industrial control system initiative to protect our critical infrastructure. Later this week, we'll be announcing new actions on ransomware, followed next week by further announcements on steps we're taking to improve our cyber resilience here in the United States. Then on data security and privacy, our strategic competitors see big data as a strategic asset, and we have to see it the same way. But data security and privacy go to the heart of our national competitiveness, and the free flow of data with trust and security is critical for the third wave of the digital revolution. So under the Biden administration, we've stood up a new data security review process under Executive Order 13873 and added additional criteria for software applications under yet a new executive order. And then, of course, we have to work closely, and especially closely with our partners, on our export control and investment screening regimes to make sure they're postured for intense technology competition. In this regard, we're also looking at the impact of outbound U.S. investment flows that could circumvent the spirit of export controls or otherwise enhance the technological capacity of our competitors in ways that harm America's national security. Last, but hardly least, we are working on all of the above with friends and allies around the world because the foundation of the Biden administration's national security strategy is to work in concert with like-minded partners and allies, with the world's fellow democracies, to mobilize and organize so that we are effectively gaining momentum and advantage in defining the terms of the competition to come and in meeting the great challenges that affect citizens of the United States and citizens everywhere. And those friends and allies are not just other governments. They're partners in the private sector, in academia, in civil society. It's a broad-based coalition of actors who can come together to do more than just the United States government could ever do on its own. Now, I know that the U.S. government can be challenging, frustrating, sometimes difficult to work with. So we will try to do better, be marginally less annoying and frustrating, at least. But, you know, we're never going to be as nimble as industry. We're never going to be as deep as academia. But my hope, my plea, is that our fellow citizens in industry and in the academy choose to partner with us because they see the stakes and the risks if they remain on the sidelines. There should be no neutrality when our core and most deeply held values are at risk as they are today. Over the last 6 months, we've put our shoulder into building technology alliances and partnerships that are fit for purpose and designed to deal with particular challenges within this broad frame of emerging technology we've been discussing today. With Europe, we can no longer let sibling rivalries turn into a larger family feud. That's why we're proud to partner with our European allies in a new US-EU Trade and Technology Council, and with the UK in a new partnership on science and technology. We've launched new bilateral cooperative partnerships on critical and emerging technologies with both Japan and Korea on issues ranging from semiconductors to genomics to quantum. At the first ever Quad Summit, we launched a Quad Critical and Emerging Technology Working Group that is already at work on supply chains, on 5G, on technology standards, on horizon scanning for what's coming next that we're going to have to contend with from the policy perspective. And President Biden has made clear that technology delivering for free societies and for human rights will be high on the agenda at his upcoming Summit for Democracy. There are also quieter initiatives in a variety of configurations on export controls and investment screening that will only pick up the pace in the months ahead. It's true that these efforts don't play out in a single neat forum. We don't have one initiative that packages them all up. But our experience, and the preference of many allies, by the way, is that this modular approach is more results-oriented, more flexible, more effective, and ultimately will ladder up into a set of results where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. When you take all of these initiatives together, these four major elements of our strategy when it comes to emerging technologies, we're undertaking an enormous task. redesigning the field on which future technology competition will play out, breaking the second wave of the digital revolution, and building momentum behind the third wave. As we do so, we must be open to both experimentation and to calculated risk. Whether we're talking about new investments in R&D or new regimes for data security, we're not going to be getting everything right the first time. Not every investment will pan out. Not every threat will be captured in our first play. But we'll adjust and self-correct. We'll pick ourselves up and we'll do better, because that fundamentally is what America's most unique advantage might be: our capacity for renewal, for regeneration, for honest appraisal, self-correction, and then improvement. The bipartisan support for investing in American innovation and infrastructure shows that America can rally as a country in the face of stiff competition, that we can do so across party lines, and that we can do so across every element, not just of our government, but our society, to take on the stiff competition that we're facing in the years and decades ahead. At the end of the day, an America united at home and with our friends can build a technological future that delivers for the United States and for our fellow democracies. If we do this, if we as a nation invest, if we nurture and welcome talent, if we protect our advantages, and if we hang together with our friends and our allies, I believe a third wave is not only within our reach, but it will endure. And I thank you all for giving me the time to speak with you today.
We have time for one or two questions. Thank you so much for those remarks. I'll start with a question, and then I'll turn over to the audience or those following us online. Technology features prominently in your interim national security strategic guidance. How are you going to ensure that technology and the interagency will remain focused on what needs to be done when you deal with so many international crises on a daily basis?
Well, I mean, I hope, can you guys all hear me okay? I hope you guys heard in my remarks just the sheer number of initiatives that are underway. Next week will mark the 6-month anniversary of Inauguration Day. So we've not yet been in office for half a year, and yet we've set in motion a series of initiatives that have required the highest level attention and energy of the US government. From the president going to the G7, to NATO, to the US-EU summit, emerging technology featuring prominently across all three of those. And then, of course, in his summit with Vladimir Putin, the issue of cyber being one of the major priority issues that the two of them discussed. Whether it is what we're doing through the Quad, or we're doing bilaterally with Japan or Korea, what we're trying to build in the realm of new executive orders on both cyber and emerging technology, the president has insisted, demanded of every element of his government that while we deal with the inbox issues, we be on the front foot, we be putting points on the board, we be putting a framework in place to be able to effectively deliver on the agenda that I just laid out. And one of the things that we're focused on is having a larger vision of what we're trying to accomplish. And that's a little bit of the context I was trying to set today. And then putting the markers out to say, okay, how do we get from here to there? And if we're not hitting those markers, I promise you President Biden will hold us accountable, because for him, as I said at the outset, proving democracy delivers for its citizens requires proving that technology can deliver for democracy. And so this just lies at the core of the fundamental approach we are taking to every element of our national security.
Thank you. I'll take an audience question. Kevin? No. Okay.
You mentioned an allergy to industrial policy. You also mentioned that there's a renewed focus on bolstering strategic industries like semiconductors or bio. What's changed, and what does that mean for our allies and partners?
So I think what we have learned over the course of the past few years, but what has been acutely brought into focus, frankly, with this pandemic, is that we have not had sufficient resilience in our supply chains. We have not had a sufficient industrial base in the United States to be able to mobilize swiftly to deal with crises in a way that does not require us to be dependent on other countries, including competitors. And so you now have a bipartisan view that has emerged across the political spectrum, from progressive senators like Senator Warren to conservative senators like Senator Rubio or even Senator Hawley, saying the United States needs to be making significant directed investments in strategic sectors of our economy to ensure not only that we are creating the industries and jobs of the future, but we are securing our supply chains, and we are creating a circumstance in which, if there is a future crisis, we are never again dependent on another country in that crisis. So this didn't all begin with COVID-19. The arguments for this were growing in the years leading up to that, but I would say it was crystallized over the course of the past year. And now it is deeply embedded in the heart of the Biden administration's economic policy. Our National Economic Council Director, Brian Deese, gave a speech at the Atlantic Council 2 weeks ago where he talked about a new American industrial strategy. And one of the points he made is this is not something we borrowed from somewhere else in the world. This has been a core of America's success story going back to Hamilton, going back to the period in the post-World War II era where we invested substantially in basic research and other critical industries in the United States to ensure that we had these capacities to drive inclusive growth in our economy and to protect our national security. And that this needs to be the model that we rediscover for a new time and apply on a going forward basis. It is not about picking winners and losers. It is about identifying those areas where we need to be competitive and where government has a role to play in unleashing the capacity and innovation of the private sector to be able to deliver for the American people. That's at the heart of what President Biden has laid out. And I believe that that has been embraced on a bipartisan basis in USICA, but also in other aspects of the economic policy that he's laid forth. And frankly, it's overdue, and it shouldn't have taken a crisis to really get us to this point. But being at this point, we can now deliver in a way that will set the United States up for success going forward.
Thank you. I know we're running out of time based on the clock here, but like one more questions in that here.
Hi, I'm Miles Newman. I'm an investor at Insight Partners, a venture capital firm in New York City. And I was wondering, you mentioned export controls. You mentioned, oh, here we go. Yeah, sorry about that. Basically, in your speech, you mentioned export controls, you mentioned data security regulation, and protection of personal privacy, all of which I feel like serve to create friction or barriers to data collection and aggregation, which acts as a fuel for improving AI technology. China doesn't really have any of these barriers. How do we compete with someone with 4 times the population and none of these barriers in terms of improving our own AI technology?
This is something the Commission obviously grappled with, and I would just say one of the things the Biden administration is looking at, which I referred to in my remarks, is privacy protecting machine learning. How do you actually make the fact that we are prepared to both embrace privacy and big data work for us rather than against us? And I actually think that there are innovations in this space and standards that we can set globally that will give us the advantage over those societies that have essentially shredded any notion of privacy. Because I think the large majority of the world actually is not prepared to sign up to a vision of the future that says you have absolutely no privacy, no trust, no security. It's simply big data owned by the government going forward. And so really what the task for all of us is about fundamentally is developing a model and backing it up with the technological innovations necessary and the standards behind those innovations that allow for those open data flows backed by trust and security. I actually think there's a lot in not just the recommendations in the Commission's report, but in a lot of the spin-off commentary that's come out of it that will allow us not just, we've been admiring this particular challenge for some time, but to begin to solve it as we go forward. It is not an argument that data doesn't matter. Data does matter, but there are ways, in my view, to be able to make the fact that we believe in both big data and privacy work for us rather than against us.
Thank you so much. With that, I want to thank you for your time. I know how busy you are, so thank you for taking your time to come here in person and deliver remarks. Please join me in thanking Jake Sullivan.
It is my pleasure to welcome European Commission Executive Vice President Margrethe Vestager to deliver remarks about transatlantic technology cooperation. She will be speaking to us live from Brussels. Her remarks will be followed by a discussion with Dr. Eric Horvitz, a commissioner at NSCAI, and also the Chief Scientific Officer at Microsoft. Dr. Horvitz.
Thank you. Welcome, Executive Vice President Margrethe Vestager. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. At the June 15th US-EU Summit, President von der Leyen and President Biden established a Trade and Technology Council for the US and European Union. Similar to the Commission's proposed strategic dialogue, the Council seeks to coordinate approaches to key global trade, economic, and technology issues, and to deepen transatlantic trade and economic relations based on shared democratic values. The US and the EU also highlighted at the meeting the importance of cooperation to build a more democratic, peaceful, and secure world. So what are key directions ahead for our transatlantic relationship given our shared goals to strengthen and broaden democracy, peace, and security? These questions are of rising importance given the rise of China as a technological and economic peer, a nation that represents a very different model of governance and approach to individual freedoms and civil liberties. Also, how can we best leverage shared transatlantic democratic values in guiding uses of AI technologies? Given shared goals of harnessing AI in a responsible and ethical manner, what are best practices for engineering and applications? What are valuable and reasonable regulations? As Executive Vice President of the European Commission for a Europe fit for the digital age and a European Commissioner for Competition, Executive Vice President Vestager has important insights and perspectives on these critical questions and directions forward. We look forward to her remarks now, and we'll have a short discussion afterward. Madam Vice President, thank you so much for joining us. I'll now turn things over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for this warm welcome. Thank you for inviting me to be with you today. I'm only sorry that I can't be with you in person there in Washington. It is nearly 2 years ago since I was last in the States. And to be completely open with you, I really miss it. There is something invigorating about being there. It's a particular feeling which somehow combines sort of the familiarity with the sense of being somewhere very different. Nearly 200 years ago, a young Frenchman named Alexis de Tocqueville, he wrote about a similar experience in his famous book, Democracy in America. That book was partly about how different America was to his homeland, but it was also about all the things that they had in common. Because he knew that Europe and America were facing the same changes. And he wanted Europeans to understand America's experience, because sooner or later they would be walking the same path. In the 2 centuries since, that's exactly what had happened. On both sides of the Atlantic, we have built societies that are founded on the values that Tocqueville saw here in America. Values like democracy, equality, freedom. And we have found time and again that the best way for us to preserve those values, that is indeed to work side by side. Today, as we face the technological revolution, I think that transatlantic cooperation is more important than ever. Emerging digital technologies, they offer huge benefits. At the same time, they also create significant risks. So we need to work together to shape those developments in a way that are in line with our values, with our interests. Not long before the pandemic, I visited a research lab in Denmark where they were using artificial intelligence to analyze blood tests that can spot a whole range of different types of cancer. That means that cancers can be detected early so that people can be treated fast and lives can be saved. And all of that is done in a way that fully protects sensitive data about people's health. And this is just one example of a huge range of ways in which digital technology can make our lives better. It can play, the vital role to help us tackle climate change, smart electricity grids that can help us use more renewable energy, the digital twin of Earth to help us track the effects of climate change. And as the NSCAI report rightly points out, leadership in these technologies will be absolutely vital for our security and for our economic competitiveness. So it is vital that we support rapid digital innovation, because every delay is a wasted opportunity to save lives, protect our climate, and help us compete. That is why the digital transition is right at the top of the European list of priorities for the coming decade, right alongside tackling climate change. In March this year, we set out our vision to make the 2020s Europe's digital decade with specific goals, milestones that mark out the path to a successful European digital transition. And we're backing those goals with large EU investments on top of money that Europe's national governments are already spending. But none of us here is supporting innovation just because we like new things. We're doing it because we believe that it will help us to answer the challenges that our societies face. And for that to happen, we need rules that guide innovation in a positive way. At its best, artificial intelligence can help us take good decisions, free of human bias or negative bias. But within the black box of an AI system, discrimination can all too easily slip in, especially if those systems are trained using data that has years and years of human prejudice built into it. Or in China, like in China, AI may be misused for mass surveillance or social control. We begin to see systems that draw together data from different parts of people's lives so that even the smallest deviation from the norm, jaywalking, cheating in video games, could be used to deny people freedoms and rights. And that is why the rules that we proposed in April to govern AI in the European Union are risk-based. Users of AI that don't affect fundamental rights, email spam filters say, won't be subject to new rules. On the other hand, there will be strict conditions to stop discrimination when AI is used to make sensitive decisions, like whether to offer us a loan or a job. And users of AI that are fundamentally opposed to our ideas of human dignity, like social credit systems, they would be banned altogether. Rules like this don't prevent innovation. They guide and direct it. They make sure that innovators use their ingenuity to build applications that protects instead of undermining our rights. Good regulation can be a driver for investment. After all, the real problem for innovators comes with regulation is unclear and unstable, and they can't be sure whether the innovative products they invest in are going to be legal by the time they reach the market, or whether governments and administrations, just as one example, would be willing to use them. But clear, well-designed rules which focus on real risks can actually help to give innovators the certainty they need. They can also help to build trust, just as they do with medicines or vaccines, and so give people the confidence to accept those new technologies into their lives. And European rules also mean that companies aren't faced by the need to comply with different rules in each European country, has its own rules, and where doing business in Europe would mean complying with different rules in every country. But this isn't just about regulation in Europe. I am certain that our vision of a human-centered digital future is attractive for people around the world, not only in Europe or America. Authoritarian countries, they are working no less hard to develop their own, far less appealing approaches, offering cheap technology or infrastructure, which is then used to oppress minorities and curtail freedom of expression. And as countries around the world decide on the rules that they're going to put in place to shape the digital future, it is vital that democracies stick together to build a positive digital vision anchored in the universal promise made in the UN Charter of Fundamental Rights. And Europe's first and most essential partner in that effort has to be the United States. And that is why our agreement last month to set up a Transatlantic Trade and Technology Council is such a vital step. This forum for harmonizing rules without different legal framework, that would hardly be possible. But it will allow us to agree shared approaches, to make sure that we're pulling in the same direction, shared principles, for example, on the uses of AI that we agree are unacceptable, perhaps social credit systems and indiscriminate mass surveillance. And that cooperation can also be the core of something bigger, a global coalition of like-minded countries that share a common vision for the digital future. And like Jack Sullivan said just before me, we have a chance to show that democracies can deliver by creating resilience, security, trust. And we intend to work closely with the US administration to achieve just that. 1848, not long after Tocqueville traveled America, Europe was rocked by a series of democratic revolutions. Some of those revolutions, they were violently repressed. Others, they brought rapid moves towards democracy. In my home country of Denmark, the monarchy accepted a constitution on 5th of June, 1849. That's the date we still celebrate as Constitution Day, our equivalent of the 4th of July. This wave of democracy showed that Tocqueville was right. America and Europe really are on the same path. And it is just as true now, 2 centuries later. We have our differences, yes, but we face the same challenges and we share the same values. So I'm delighted that, like the Biden administration itself, the NSCAI is reaching out the hand of friendship across the Atlantic today. And you can be sure that it will be met by an answering hand stretched out from Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for your thoughtful and powerful remarks. I studied de Tocqueville very carefully many years ago, and I learned a great deal about ourselves outside in, and I really enjoyed your reflections there. Your comments on AI also resonate deeply with the NSCAI analyses and recommendations on the promise of AI for solving some of the world's most challenging problems, and also on our recommendations on trustworthy and ethical AI. I'd like now to take an opportunity to ask you a few questions. Some in Europe see the US as a strategic competitor rather than a partner on technology, trade, and the vibrancy of people and society. What's your view on the benefits of working together closely on these areas, and what are the implications for what many see as a fierce geopolitical competition with China?
Well, sometimes in a complex world, it is good to keep things simple. And I think it's absolutely crucial that democracies come together. Those of us who believe in the dignity, the integrity of each individual, that we come together to shape the standards of technology, the approach to technology, because we see that there are other approaches where the individual is a data creating entity rather than the starting point for democracy and where power comes from. And this is why I find it so essential that we work as a partner with the US, because I think we all the difference untold, we share these fundamentals. And I think the promise is big because it is an attractive model. And as things have changed over the last 5-10 years, I think there is an alignment of thinking. Japan, South Korea, Australia, South America, Canada, numerous countries who sees that this is the time for democracy to show that we can deliver technology that works for human beings.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that answer, that reflection. Back on this topic of regulation and guiding AI in the right directions, the vibrancy of people and society, it's evident based on the regulations proposed in the AI Act, the European Commission's AI Act, and recommendations of the National Security Commission on AI that the US and European Union share common goals for AI to be deployed safely and in a way that upholds democratic values, including privacy and fairness. But despite agreement on the goals, some thoughtful experts, and many are reviewing now the proposal, thoughtful experts who actually support the overarching objectives of the European Commission in the AI Act have expressed concerns that the proposed AI Act in its details moves prematurely to specify details on the how to achieve goals in many areas that truly remain research efforts, and they see brittle and infeasible proposed regulations in places that will be difficult or impossible to execute. Just one example, the AI Act requires, and I quote, "Data sets shall be relevant, representative, free of errors, and complete." Of course, for risky areas, as you mentioned. This is something that technologists and engineers will certainly struggle to implement, and one that scientists say is absolutely impossible to achieve. And the same is true for human oversight, which are rich areas of study now. With this background, how do you see the proposed regulation evolving with feedback coming in? I know the first round is due back in early August per request for comments. To address these concerns, given that we're starting with a deep shared interest of multiple nations and organizations to promote ethical and responsible AI, and a desire that the requirements be reasonable in accordance with the state of the art of understandings, and also positioned to promote valuable innovation in Europe and beyond.
Well, I take your point because these are essential processes. What we have been trying to do as a starting point is not to describe sort of the technology in a technical manner, but to describe what it does. Finding patterns, enabling decision-making, sort of the functionality of AI. And then made comments as to see, well, what would be the characteristics for data that would feed the kind of technology that we could trust in use cases where there is a risk of discrimination. And the process that we have ahead of us is indeed a process where the different concepts within the law can be described and discussed in order for them to be clear. Because I think when we're breaking new ground here, it is a process to make the definitions. And of course, we are happy to work with our co-legislator to do that together, not to leave a huge chunk of interpretation for the courts, because that would be the alternative if the co-legislators are not precise where they find that we may not have done the job to perfection. But one of the things that we must insist on is that we can describe what you can expect of technology put to use where there is a risk, for instance, of discrimination, because we want this to be market creating. We have big public sectors in Europe. Most EU countries have a big public sector, helping people out, finding a job, getting access to social benefits, publicly funded health sectors. And no one responsible in the public sector can afford or to take the risk that technology put to use bears a risk of discrimination, to take an obvious example. So if we can be successful in making this happen, we can create a much, much bigger market than what would otherwise be the case. And for me, this is really important to see that trust building, market creating effect of this legislation as a core effect. And then, of course, to stand completely open to discuss the different concepts that should enable this.
Thank you. Well, I know many groups are looking forward to a collegial discussion and refinement of these definitions and the regulations in accordance with your wishes that you just expressed. Moving to another question. So we're witnessing, as you mentioned in your powerful opening remarks, we're witnessing a growing use of AI for anti-democratic and authoritarian purposes across the globe. In fact, if you ask me what my biggest fears as an AI expert are about AI, I would say existential fears come from authoritarian uses, not from runaway AI technologies that you might read about in science fiction books and other places. AI is being used to supercharge surveillance, with the technology being used to vanquish privacy, squash freedoms, and chill free expression. How do you envision the US and the EU as like-minded partners working together to combat oppressive uses of AI by authoritarian regimes and to strengthen human rights and civil liberties worldwide? What can we do together to better shape the rules of the road, the norms, principles, standards, and laws that govern AI uses and effects across borders?
I think we need to do a couple of things at the same time, and I do share your concerns. I think what you point to is much more imminent and much more threatening. That, as you say, runaway technology. The first thing close to home is, of course, to show that we can deliver. I don't think it's too ambitious. I think it's the right ambition to show that you can have state-of-the-art technology that protects privacy, that enables freedom of speech, that sets the individual in control of data. I think this is possible, and I think that is the right challenge for our innovators. So we should be able to deliver this, and I think we can do it much better if we do it in common, also with some healthy competition between us once in a while. And the second thing is, of course, to do outreach. We are also inspired by the Blue Dot initiative to make sure that when you enable investment, that it then comes with governance. So that investment could be in infrastructure, comes with a governance model that is democratic in its core. And that is a matter of urgency because we see a lot of seemingly cheap financing and infrastructure being made available, being really, really costly on a long-term perspective. Because cheap in the start means that you just pay somewhere else, because there is no such thing as a free lunch. Eventually you will pay with your citizens' faces, with their data, with their integrity. And I think these two things will have to be done at the same time. And I think also here there are room for cooperation. We were just charged by the Foreign Affairs Council here within the Union to do sort of an international digital strategy. We have a number of the elements here, but of course, we'd be more than happy from the Commission side to deliver more. And for me, that is also a chance to renew our fight for human rights, because it's really hands-on. The use of technology, the infrastructure, is really hands-on. And that gives us a renewed chance to show people that human rights is not something of the past and not something that we're cynical about. It is something that we can promote on a daily basis with the way we approach technology.
Now, do you see a possibility for an international agreement on parameters for uses of, say, AI for surveillance, such as biometric technologies like facial recognition? It's a kind of a dream that comes to mind at times. Can we have a new kind of norm and agreement internationally?
Oh, that would indeed be a dream to pursue, because I don't think that we can we cannot create a world that makes the best use of digital technologies only in a concrete way. We also need the principles to sort of be the robust sort of dialectic thing that keeps us thinking about how to do things concretely. We will be working with sort of a set of principles to supplement sort of our Charter of Fundamental Rights. What would be sort of the digital citizens' rights, complementing the fundamentals of privacy. And it would be really interesting to see if we together could move that to a real international discussion. Also because we have seen in some international organizations that there is really a push the other way to turn the internet upside down instead of ungovernable, decentralized, to a indeed governable, centralized feature of our world. So I think we need really to be vigilant everywhere we go, also in the multilateral system, to make sure that the technological development is based on democratic values.
Well, thanks so much, Madam Executive Vice President. It's been such a pleasure to hear your thoughts and an honor to be on stage with you today. Thank you very much for your comments.
Well, thank you. And thank you for this amazing work that you're doing. It's a great inspiration for us. I really appreciate coming here today, and I appreciate the work that you put in. It's really encouraging.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. It's my privilege to introduce our next panel, which will be on the next generation of global technology platforms. And it'll be moderated by Dr. Eric Schmidt, the NSCAI chairman. And we'll be welcoming our participants to the stage just momentarily. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming our participants.
Good afternoon. I think speaking for the entire commission, we're so thankful that everyone has taken their time to come and spend some time on these subjects. The report reception has been fantastic, and a lot of it has been due to your hard work. I'll be speaking a bit later in the wrap-up, so I think what we should do is get right to the panel. And let me just lay it out in a few sentences that America faces competition, both from China and others, at the platform level that is profound. The reason this platform issue is so important is the platforms that are built now are being built globally, and those platforms have huge downside effects, whether it's the creation of trillion-dollar companies, or national security, or huge gains to society. So the stakes could never be higher. We have three panelists. Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, Risto Siilasmaa, who is the founder and chairman of F-Secure, former board chairman of Nokia, and Dr. Rashma Shetty, who is a computer scientist, now a PhD in biology, and now co-founders of a bioworks company. So thank you. Let's dive right in. So Sam, you and I worked together for a very, very long time. And you were the head of Y Combinator for many years. You're very, very involved in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And then you took over OpenAI as a co-founder and built it. And last year, you had a remarkable result, at least to me, which was GPT-3. And in that particular model, you learned some things that were a surprise. And now, in the last year, working with Microsoft and others, I think you're working on a model that is, I'll just say, 10 times larger. What are these models useful for? What do they do?
Well, thanks for the nice words about GPT-3, and thanks for having me here. I think what we're seeing now is the dawn of the general purpose AI age. So before this, we had an AI system that could eventually learn to drive a car or read a radiology scan. But what's useful about these models is they can learn and adapt to new things that they haven't seen before. So with GPT-3, which is a text model, the same model can do, it can chat with you, it can do text summarization, it can search in natural language. But it can also learn to do new things with just a few examples. And that, I think, points a glimpse towards the future of what will be a transformative technological shift, where the computer systems that we learn that we use can learn whatever we need them to learn, sort of eventually like a human does. Just maybe it was 2 weeks ago now, we released a model with Microsoft in GitHub that can write computer code. That also, I think, will get better on a very steep curve. Earlier this year, we released a model that can generate images. And I think what we're going to see is these very powerful general purpose models that can do many tasks that traditionally you would have needed humans to do and to learn. And we will not only be able to make an AI coder, but eventually an AI doctor, an AI lawyer, an AI teacher. And we will use these to sort of massively increase quality of life for people.
So as a follow-up, so the announcement last week, the AI coder with Microsoft, has been a huge phenomenon in computer science. People are really impressed by it and are thinking, what's next? In your opinion, will this technology eventually be human-guided programming? Will it be computer-guided programming? Will it be a hybrid? How good can the current programming assistant become, in your view?
I am certain that with our current approaches, with our current algorithms, and what we know how to do, we will hit limits. I don't know what they'll be. When we've guessed that in the past, things that we thought would be easy were hard, things that we thought were hard would be easy. I think the dream of being able to say, I want this computer to write me a program that does this very complicated thing, that is a very long way away. But what I do think is in sight is something where we can guide the computer step by step through what we want it to do, and it will write code for that. And I think a reason that's going to be so important, even if it's only for very simple tasks, is that is fundamentally a new computer interface enabled by AI, which is where you say what you want the computer to do, a simple task, and it does it. And because there are APIs for so much of the internet, once a computer can write even the very unsophisticated, simple code it can write now, it can accomplish complex tasks for you. And so it's this super powerful tool and a new way to interact with computers where you say, in any language you want, any human language, do this thing, and the computer does it. And I think this is an example of, it is going to go there, even if it doesn't go all the way to the computer writing the full complex program.
Let me ask a few more questions of all the panelists, and then we'll see if we can get into a group conversation of the implications of this. So Risto, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. And thank you for participating in our hybrid format. What do you believe are going to be the security challenges going forward? You've done a lot of work in security. You're doing a security company now. When I talk to normal people, which is I defined as non-computer science people, what they basically say is, why are these systems not secure? Why can't you guys fix this? What is wrong with you? That's roughly the way it actually comes out. Can you talk about the state of security, network security, and the implications therein?
Sure. The systems are not secure because they are not simple. And they are not simple for two reasons. One is that parts of the system are very, very old. Unfortunately, much of the foundation of today's networking is decades old, and anybody who reads through that code would be at least scared, if not ashamed, that it still exists. But it's also insecure because we're trying to do very complicated things, and we need lots of versatility. For cybersecurity, I think we face a lot of different challenges that relate to AI. Some of those are opportunities, but they come with the flavor of disaster built in. And if I would just mention one, we sort of have a paradigm where we believe that the most sophisticated attacks are hands-on keyboard attacks done by talented, well-trained people mostly employed by governments. And to defend against those attacks, we also have to have experts with their hands on a keyboard. And I believe this will change. We can train AI-based attack systems that can be, with sufficient resources, can be trained on a similar environment, that is the target environment. And as typically today, these hands-on keyboard attacks can take weeks or even months to reach the ultimate target. This can change to happen in minutes. And if this starts to happen, then defending with hands-on keyboard will not be possible anymore. And once again, in cybersecurity, we are in a race where we have to build the defensive systems that can tackle automated, sophisticated attacks. And one of our problems is that we don't have enough training data. And of course, the best way to create training data is to create automated attack systems, which will then generate training data for us. And for example, in my company, we have done that. We just recently announced that we have built a reinforcement learning-based real-life system for privilege escalation in Windows. And that's of course a tiny portion of the attack chain, but it works very well. And it's easy to add other modules to that. And I think this is something that we as a society, internet society, we are not prepared for.
So in artificial intelligence, for the audience that may not know, the most interesting systems all use objective functions, and they have to pass a test, and they're trained against this objective function. How do I get there, and so forth. It seems to me that the objective function of breaking in is a pretty easy training goal, and that we're going to take your observation about automated attacks, and we're going to see an explosion of real and simulated attacks to try to build the objective function to break in. You could imagine a situation where this gets so crazy that it's sort of like Bitcoin in the sense that it uses an enormous amount of computers to do things to other computers. How do we get this under control? Do you think that ultimately governments will have to have treaties that prevent this? Or is there a way on the defensive side where you could make the cost of that training so high that people won't undertake it?
Well, that's a great question. The challenge with governmental cyber attacks is that it fulfills 3 criteria for the attacker. First of all, it's quite easy. It's pretty simple to find talented engineers that can be trained how to attack computer systems. It's very cheap. These attacks don't cost much compared to traditional warfare, for example, or traditional espionage. And you have deniability. It's really hard to prove, as the United States has found out over the last several years with Russia and China. It's really hard to prove without any doubt who the attacker is. And because of these 3 things, it's simple, it's cheap, and it's deniable, we will definitely see much more government activity, and treaties won't stop it because it's deniable, and it's so cheap, and it's so simple. It's too attractive. So I think we'll just have to do whatever we can on the defensive side, but of course also start treating cyber attacks more seriously. In many cases, these attacks attack the heart of our society. People's trust in the government, people's trust in the judiciary, people's trust in the media. This is more serious than a small-scale border attack where one person is hurt But if that would happen, people would be up in arms, and it would be a huge scandal. Whereas attacks to the heart of our societies are, just it just happens. Who cares? We'll just move on. And I think we need to change our attitude and start taking cyber attacks more seriously, which is happening, but very slowly.
Thank you, and hopefully it won't be because of some major cyber attack that forces that. Now, Reshma, I've been waiting to find a person who's a computer scientist and a biologist to ask this question for a long time. So, biologists talk about biobanks, and biobanks are full of data around biology. So, can you start by defining why a biobank is interesting, what you can do with it, and how we're doing on this? In our report, we acknowledge that China is building a very powerful biobank. Is the US doing the same? Do we have an alternative approach? How do we solve this problem?
Yeah, so maybe I'll start by talking about what do we mean by a biobank, right? And I think different people can mean different things when they use that term, but I think you could sort of roughly divide it into, a lot of people talk about biobanks and they talk about human specimens, right? For clinical purposes, I want to do clinical research, and sort of the value of that is actually sort of fairly obvious. There's obviously a set of privacy concerns that come along with that. But I think there's actually other kinds of biobanks and biodata that are actually also equally economically important, right? So one is, okay, instead of individual human samples, what if I want to collect information on schools or cities, right? With the COVID pandemic, we have developed now wastewater surveillance, right? So I can go measure wastewater and look at the COVID levels, and that's actually an earlier predictor of outbreaks than individual testing is, in fact. At least in this pandemic. And then there's non-human DNA, right? So, US has a huge variety of ecosystems and ecological niches. Like, what are all of the genetic information that's available to us here? That's actually a very rich economic resource for us, right? Because you can take that information, it's ultimately A's, T's, G's, and C's. It's digital sequence information, and I can actually leverage it to then go reprogram biology to do new things and generate huge amounts of new applications and therefore economic potential. And so I think when we think about biobanks and biological data, we need to think about that full gamut. China, via BGI, certainly is thinking that way, and they are sequencing everything from human specimens through environmental. And we have had, obviously, a history of genome sequencing projects in this country as well, but I would say that we've only scratched the surface, and we're certainly, I would argue, behind China with respect to collecting this type of information that you can use ultimately for cell programming purposes.
So if we follow Risto's observation that the cost of entry to building attack systems is low, the same would also be true for biology in the following sense. There will be very powerful tools that will be on the equivalent of GitHub and so forth that will be open source. There will be lots of data in these biobanks. So how do we know that 1,000 evil people or 10,000 evil people, I'm sure there's that many people in a world of 8 billion people, won't organize themselves to start doing this stuff because the cost of entry is relatively low compared to what it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact of the matter is with biological technologies, they are diffuse, they are everywhere, right? And so this is not like nuclear, right? Nuclear we could sort of lock down and restrict access to. That's not the case with biological technologies. That being said, it's not, to maybe put your mind at ease, it's not trivial to do these things, right? If you want to do cell culture and whatnot, it does require certain facilities, certain expertise. But I won't pretend like the threat is non-existent. And so I think this is something that, again, the COVID-19 pandemic has sort of highlighted just how important this issue is, where even if you ignore engineered threats, just the natural threats that are out there. We need to be prepared for them, and we weren't, I would argue, in the case of this pandemic. And so thinking about it from both a public health and a biosecurity perspective, I think, is really important.
So continuing on this theme, so Sam, again, you and I have spoken over the years about what's going to happen with these large universal models, which I think, frankly, you all pioneered, so I'll give you credit for that. And now a whole bunch of people are trying to build trillion parameter models, which are, for purposes of argument, a factor of 10 larger than last year's state of the art. I noticed with some concern last week that China announced that they had done one too. And I have run around telling confidently in my I'm confident tone that China was a few years behind in this space. Clearly, I was wrong. Is there going to be a global competition around these models, right? In the same sense we're talking about the competition in these other areas. And the other argument that I've made to you is that there will be relatively a small number of competitors, which is code for nation states. And I think in your case, because this stuff is so hard, although it's true that lots of evil people could do it, in fact, it'll be nation states that'll have the resources to do that. So Sam, do you believe that at the end of the day, using your comment about nuclear, that eventually these things will be super powerful supercomputers that cost, I don't know, hundreds of millions of dollars to operate, which means there won't be that many of them? Will they have armed guards and be secure, and will they be in fenced facilities and all of the things that we've seen in nuclear?
Yes to all of that. I think there will be a global, I hate to use the word race, but there will be multiple global efforts to build these powerful AI systems. And the best way for us to get the outcome that we want in the world, AI that is aligned with liberal democratic values and that works to preserve that, is for us and our allies to build it ourselves first. I think we should do everything we can to be collaborative. I think the race conditions, as people in the AI safety community have spoken about for a long time, are quite bad. We should avoid that. But I do think we need to be very clear that what we need to have the world that we want is to technically build AI, decide on the set of values that we want to embed in that AI, and then, and this is the place where OpenAI, I think, has done some great work, align those systems to the values that we want to have. And then we and our allies do that together. We'd be as collaborative and friendly with the rest of the world as we can. But be very clear that there are some incompatible value systems in the world, and we want these systems that we deploy that are going to do unimaginably powerful things to maintain and promote what we care about. And it is going to be a global environment. We should be clear about that. I think, as you said, like China is now a clear participant in that. And we're going to do the best work we can, and we want to work with everyone that's sort of aligned with thinking about our way of the world to make sure that we get the future that we all want and deserve. I do think there will be a relatively small number of players. As you mentioned, these systems just get not only tremendously expensive, but tremendously complex. And there won't be that many efforts that are sort of really at the edge of scale here. And then I think it's similar to the other global platforms. This happens to be the one that I know the most about, but when I think about the next couple of decades, I sort of think about AI, biotech, sort of computer infrastructure, security, chips, everything else, and energy. And I think they're all going to play out as there are certain decisions that touch on the very heart of the intersection of society and technology. And that if we want to push those decisions where we'd like them to go, we have to be incredibly competitive. We have to be incredibly at the forefront of technology. And that's what we're trying to do. And that goes for the full stack. That goes from thinking about how to make sure we have enough supply of chips to data sets that are as big and as unbiased as we can get them to be. Those are two places where I think governments can really help. The algorithmic development, we're on sort of a nice trajectory, and we'll continue to try to do better. And then the sort of cross-sectoral social input in how we want these systems to behave and how we make sure that this gets to a society that is much better for everyone, which I firmly believe is going to happen. I think people have spoken a lot about the deflationary pressures of tech. They really haven't seen anything compared to the deflationary pressures of AI. We can all have just phenomenally better and more affordable lives every year from here on. But that is a complex societal shift, and we need a ton of input and partnership to all get there.
You mentioned the race conditions. Are there any that you're particularly worried about?
If you think about, let's say you can imagine two goals. You can say, I would like to build a powerful AI system. And then you can say, I would like to build a safe, powerful AI system that is not going to accidentally do something or intentionally let someone break into a computer. It is my belief that goal number 2 is a proper superset of goal number 1. It's just harder. And that's okay, we can do it. And actually, a thing that I'm really happy about is as we've done our research and work, I think it is not so much harder than option 1. It's not as, I was very fearful, we call it like a tax on training. I was very fearful that safety and alignment would be like a 1,000% tax on training. And that would then be really bad. But if it's only a few percent, it's not that bad and we can do it. But we still want the time to make sure that the systems that we build and deploy in the world are as safe and as aligned with liberal democratic values as possible and as unbiased as possible. And we don't want to have to rush to put them out first in a competition. So that's where I think not racing is really important. And even with people we don't like, I think we need to make a joint commitment to safety, to not race to deploy unsafe systems.
What's interesting to me is that with both cyber and biotech in one form or another, and then core AI research, you have the same unifying problem, which is you have to develop the platform and it has to be done safely. So let's ask you, with respect to biology, can it be done in a safe way, right? And the reason I'm asking is that the possibility of re-engineering, right, which goes back to the original recombinant DNA work, 30 years ago, has been known for a long time, but the tools were too expensive. And we're in some period where these tools are going to get cheap enough that it'll be possible to begin to do things. There are many, many positives, the accelerated drugs, problems that have bedeviled humans for history. How do you score whether we're likely to get through this with the, I'll just call it the Sam Altman optimism, right?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And I'll actually go back to something Risto alluded to, which is that I think one of the mistakes we made in the very early days of the internet and computer networking is that we didn't bake in security and safety into our thinking when we designed those systems. And I think in bio, in the very, very early days, obviously now we do think about it a lot. But in bio, I think we've tried in the synthetic biology community to sort of bake in security and safety, at least into the ethos, the culture around this community. And I think, and then I think the COVID-19 pandemic has further accelerated that, at least for me in the community I'm in. It's it sort of drove home just how important it is to couple development of the platform with development of the safety and security measures that go along with the platform. And so I think those need to sort of be in lockstep, right? Just like you have fintech, you have fraud prevention and detection, right? With bio, you need to have biosafety and biosecurity that goes along with it. And so the investments need to sort of span both when you think about building out these platforms. It's really important.
Do you believe at the end of the day, China is going to win this race, given they're ahead at the moment? And in the tech world that I come from, if you're ahead, you can stay ahead with enough investment and techniques.
I believe that China will be a major player. I don't think it's going to be just one dominant player. I think there will be a few in the world, and I think China will be one of them.
Can I respond to the optimism throwaway comment?
I think it was a compliment. It was not a throwaway comment.
Well, no, I think this is actually a really important point because I think it's possible to screw this up in either direction. What I strive to be and what I think we all should strive to be is cautious and prudent without being paralyzed by fear. I think that we are, for sure, like to say it as bluntly as I can, on the cusp of like major changes, some of which you have up here, which are capable of an incredibly bad outcome. And in fact, like more and more people that I know, when they talk about the Fermi paradox and sort of where are the aliens, why aren't there other advanced societies, they just say like, too much technology at once, we can't survive it. I certainly don't believe that to be the case, but I think anyone who takes a sober look at the change likely to happen in the next couple of decades has to say like, wow, this is gonna like require all of us to put aside our differences, make some very hard decisions, and not do like the stupid stuff that competitive nation states could normally do in a race. But if we do nothing, which is something that I hear more and more people advocating, I think we are certain to get stomped by other actors who don't have the values that we do. And so we have to move forward, and we have to do it as cautiously as possible, where we still like show up to win the game.
And I might take that even one step further and say, the people who develop and use platforms have an outsized influence in who benefits from those platforms, right? And so we've talked a lot today about the importance of, democracies and like-minded countries, participating in development of these emerging technologies. But I would probably go a step further and say we need to make sure that there's a diverse set of people from those democracies who are participating in the development of these platforms, right? We need to make sure, people of color, people from other backgrounds, make sure it is the international community, make people from underrepresented genders, like. We need a very diverse group of voices from even just the democracies themselves to be developing these platforms if we want to ensure that the benefits of these platforms actually accrue to a diverse cross-section of society.
One of the sort of truisms...
Go ahead,
Risto.
Can I chime in as well?
Yeah, go ahead, Risto.
Yeah, I fully agree with Sam's optimism. We will see wonderful things from the AI technology impacting all of our lives in a positive way. But I'm quite cautious regarding cybersecurity. We do have an uphill battle, and we shouldn't be too optimistic about that. The other comment that I wanted to make is also related to what Sam said earlier about centralization of computing resources. And that definitely holds true, but it might not hold true fully for cybersecurity. Because what cybersecurity is today, it's a huge pipeline of data that we pull from different computing systems to analyze and correlate and cross-correlate using different filters and systems and analytics to figure out if something is going wrong. And of course, we pull some of that data from the cloud systems, but most of that data is still pulled from end devices, which people use to access the cloud systems. And there are two problems with this. First of all, we pull everything from those end devices. We know what emails people receive. We know what emails they send, which attachments they have, what applications they use, which applications are launched by other applications, what kind of command line patches they run, and so forth and so forth. And some of this information is very confidential. And companies don't like the fact that a third party pulls it out from their networks and their devices and their cloud systems. So I think we'll see also a rise of sort of a swarm intelligence where we leave that data in the devices and we just teach those devices to do the analytics and share some of those findings with the neighboring devices. And of course, sending them back to the decentralized cloud as well, but much less data than is being sent today. And the swarm intelligence is, of course, a very interesting area of academic research in AI, and it is needed.
So when I go back to my own history in networking, we used to have a saying of all the laws of networking were always wrong, because the network was never secure, it was never always available, it was never always open, and so forth. There are new technologies called homomorphic encryption and others, which allow you that are essentially do privacy preserving transactions. So one hope is that our industry will develop techniques which don't expose the privacy and the vulnerability to the end user to the whole cloud. Now, when you think about all of this, and I put it all together, I go back to something I used to think, and I want to ask if it's true. I've always argued that it was actually better to be a defender than offensive in cyber, because it's true in military terms that the offensive side has the element of surprise. But because these systems are trained, the defender, by definition, has more training data because the defender is always being attacked. So one way to argue against what you said earlier, which was the ease of using essentially reinforcement learning on the offensive side, is that the defenders, and now I'm thinking specifically of the large cloud companies, and there are probably others choices as well, have so much experience being attacked that they can build learning systems too. Do you believe that, or do you think I'm just fundamentally wrong?
No, I think you are quite correct regarding these giants of the industry. But any individual company that is trying to protect their own end devices, their own systems, some of which are in the cloud, they are not being attacked that much. And they don't get the data, they don't get the experience. Their cybersecurity people don't get the training. However, third-party cybersecurity companies that protect tens, hundreds, thousands of companies will get that experience and will get that data. So I think it's all a question of the structure of the industry, who can aggregate that data, and how can we use that aggregated data to protect others.
Now, Sam, we talk in our report about how to get AI broader. And one of the things that we talk about is the need for a national research cloud. And you have yourself talked about, I'll just summarize it, the importance of having multiple GPU, TPU players, lots of new entrants, university research, startups, not just in the province of the very rich tech companies. Take us through, what does that system look like, right? What is it going to take to build the vision that you have of not just the political partnerships, but the technical partnerships, people working on common platforms? What does it look like?
So again, these sort of three stools of AI progress: algorithms, data, and compute. Algorithms are actually fairly widely shared, not perfectly, but people do talk about what they're working on and publish it, and that's led to huge amounts of progress in the field. Data, there's lots of data, it turns out, available on the internet, and a lot of efforts have found the data that they need. But compute is a real challenge, and compute is outside of the scope of most individual efforts. There's wonderful new research happening into sort of new chips that could have a sort of incredible step change function into what we're capable of from a hardware perspective. But this takes huge amounts of investment. The learning curve to start using a new chip architecture is high. And the scale that you need these at is outside of the reach of most efforts. So one thing that I think gets lost in the discussion is that it's not enough to actually just build the new piece of silicon or whatever. You actually have to make it easy to program. And you'd like it to be easy to move from one to another. And so I think like people talk about the NVIDIA chip advantage all the time, and I think one thing that gets lost is the NVIDIA software advantage. And so we're much more likely to use NVIDIA's hardware because their software is so good. But what I'd love to see happen is a huge and distributed effort for advanced hardware, a software layer above all of that where people can easily plug in and try to run their models on new hardware, and then some sort of industry and government coordination to make a lot of that hardware available in the cloud at scale.
So now let's ask the same question for you, Seema, on the same question in biology. So, and I'm phrasing it as a computer scientist, but you understand what I'm getting at. One of the pandemic, of course, is horrific, but it has moved biology forward very, very quickly. And now you're beginning to see collaborations, sharing of information. Historically, biologists have not been very good at sharing information. The industrial structure of the drug companies is not to share for intellectual property reasons, et cetera. One idea, which is to sort of try to build common infrastructure for biologists. I'll use my terms, which are a cloud service for biology, for lack of a better term. What does it look like to build standardized platforms? And again, when I say platforms, I'm referring to platforms in the West under Western values as opposed to the Chinese model. So that includes the concerns about privacy and rights and so forth and so on. Do you foresee or is it possible to build such a database? And then I'll ask the same question about cyber, right? Can we build these platforms that will accelerate the industry to get to the right outcome?
Yeah, so I think the platforms in biology you can sort of think about in layers, right? So right now we have a pretty robust ecosystem in this country of what are called the life science tools players, like the DNA synthesis companies, the DNA sequencing companies, the reagents companies, the robotics companies. These are all the ones who provide the picks and shovels for designing biology. I think we need to keep an eye on it because every one of those has peers in China, right? And so if we lose those companies, the way we've lost certain companies in the semiconductor space in this country, like that will erode our advantage significantly. But right now, reasonably strong ecosystem there. I would say then the next layer up, at least when you're talking about the design of biological systems, right? So programming cells to do new functions. That is a layer that is still being built. So like my company, Ginkgo Bioworks, is certainly trying to build that layer and open it up to places. And so there's a handful of companies that are trying to build that layer. There's a lot smaller number of them because programming biology is hard, right? We're not very good at it still. And there are sort of scale economics and whatnot that mean that tends to be pretty centralized. And so you could easily imagine that gets down to just a small number of players in the world. And then on top of that is sort of the applications layer, right? Which is like the companies who want to use engineered cells to do something. Oh, I'm Impossible Foods and I want to make a burger that, that is not from animals, right? So I need to be able to engineer a cell to make animal proteins. Or I'm an ag company and I want to be able to use less fertilizer when I grow corn, and so I'm going to engineer microbes to fix nitrogen for me, right? And so that's the ecosystem that lies on top. And so I would argue that cell programming layer is the one where we operate, but also where, there's sort of a pretty strong competitive dynamic, right, that we need to think about. And if we want to have the foundational capabilities in cell programming and engineering biology in this country or in the Western countries in general, then that's the one to keep an eye on, in my view.
Well, I think one of the things the government is learning is don't abandon an important domestic industry like semiconductors. So in the 90s, and I was in part of the conversations, I remember, it's fine, we'll just let the Asian countries do it because they'll do it more efficiently, and we got out of it. Mm-hmm. By the way, we also got out of a lot of the telecom work, and now we're looking at the 5G situation. So I think that's one of the core lessons, and you're participating in. Risto, I'll ask you the final question, and then we'll move to audience questions. In your field, both active and defensive systems, are there platforms that could get built? Today, my impression of cyber security is it's essentially university researchers, these various network security companies which are specialized, and then the cloud providers, and then the legacy systems. Is there a way to build a common layer or a group of people who would advance the field in the same way that these two have said, let's do the same in biology and in AI?
I'm not sure if it would be possible, but I'm pretty sure that it's unlikely to happen.
Well, that's cheery.
And it hasn't happened in the two other fields either, not yet. It's theoretically possible in those fields as well. But what I can say is that the cybersecurity industry over the last 35 years, the first computer virus appeared 35 years ago. Very early on, the industry determined that we will not want someone to have a competitive advantage because they found a piece of malware that they are not sharing with anybody else. And then they are promoting their own protection because they are the only one that can protect against that particular malware. And the industry started sharing samples, just like in the medical field, one might share virus samples or DNA data. And in cybersecurity, for 35 years, we have shared data about the threats. And that's going to continue, and it has to continue. But sharing solutions and sharing technologies, that is not happening. It's pretty much the same as what Sam talked about. And the one additional challenge is that governments don't typically understand technology. There are very, very few people, decision makers, that truly understand machine learning, for example, that have bothered to really dig down deep into what does it mean, how does it work. And because they don't understand, it's very difficult for them to create these international platforms. Because companies are typically bad at creating those. Governments need to help, and they don't know what they're talking about.
Thank you. Let's get to some audience questions and comments. We have a bit of time. We have some mics. Who would like to ask the first question? Don't be shy. Yes? Yes? We'll wait till someone asks a question. In the way back, in the way corner. And I think if you could identify yourself, that'd be great.
Sure. I'm Tina. I'm with the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI. I want to go back and talk about the NRC idea that you were discussing. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on reasons why we shouldn't build an NRC, some considerations like ethical considerations or concerns, just reasons why we should not build one.
NRC means National Research Cloud.
Yes, sorry, National Research Cloud.
Heavily and well promoted by Stanford and a number of other leading universities. Thank you all for your support for this idea. Sam.
I'd love to see it happen. I don't think I have something deep and sophisticated to say here. I think it would be a really good thing, and we've been vocal in our support for it.
Okay. The answer is complete and unqualified endorsement from all of us to your effort. Go ahead. Next question.
Hi, my name is Rahul. I'm with the National Defense Industrial Association. So normal people, in the words of Dr. Schmidt, might understandably be concerned about like the implications of artificial intelligence or biotechnology, and how that can be used for maybe like prying into private information or whatever. And I'm wondering, like, how can you strike the balance between being transparent about these kinds of things while also protecting from peering eyes in other countries or maintaining some level of security?
Both of you?
I think in the bio domain, I don't think secrecy works well as a strategy. I think the best strategy is run as fast as possible. And so, the way you achieve biosecurity, in my view, is by building those platforms, by having the leading edge of those technologies. Because, personally, I think, biology is too ubiquitous, right? It's all around us. And so, security through secrecy stance or through locking up things, I don't think works well, at least in the bio domain.
The thing that I believe is that we owe it to people to talk very frankly about where this is all going to go, and the societal implications and the way it's going to change people's lives. I think there is somewhat of a movement in both fields, which I personally find completely disgusting, to say, well, regular people, normal people can't handle like the full truth. And so we're just going to talk about like the short term, where we kind of cure some diseases with synthetic biology, and where we sort of like automate some labor, and kind of people's lives get like a little better and goods get cheaper. But like people are quite smart, and they can see the trends in technology quite well. And we are going to create digital intelligence systems that are smarter than humans, and we are going to create humans that are far more capable than the most capable humans of today, with the work that Ginkgo is doing and many others. And I think it does no one any good to pretend otherwise, and we need to have, in my opinion, very openly, a societal conversation about what that means. Technology has been doing this for a long time. The world changes, we make new tools, society gets radically transformed. This is sort of the way of the world, and this will be a more radical transformation than we've seen in the past, but viewed on like the long arc of technological history, it's the exponential just continuing to do its thing. And I think we just need to talk about that, and people kind of get that it's going to happen. And I think if you treat them with respect and with openness, they'll say like, all right, this is going to happen. And then we get to have the real conversation, which is how do we want it to happen? What limits do we want to put on it? If we can't stop it, which we certainly can't, how can we direct it? What is the world that benefits the most people? How do we take the most global input we can? And although the future is going to be very different, still have it be a future that people are excited about, have some autonomy over, have some say about, have some influence on. Separate to all of that, I think your question about secrets is good. I don't think it always works, but like, we managed to keep the initiator of the atomic bomb secret for quite a long time, and I think there will be similar very important discoveries in these fields that we can hopefully keep somewhat secret, even if we talk totally about the implications, so that people with a bioreactor in their garage don't, create something super bad for a long time, hopefully.
More questions? Where are we? Yes, here we go. We have a couple here.
Hello, my name is Dewey Murdoch from the Georgetown CSAT. In the conversation you were having, Sam, about the competition that is pending, or is actually not pending, is underway, to build a super powerful AI computing system, platform, and all the like. The conversation got kind of close to what essentially becomes an arms race. And where multiple small number of organizations or countries are competing heavily, and they feel that competition deeply.
Yeah.
At the end of the conversation, you kind of pulled back with a comment about like, well, we ought to make sure we bake in safety and things like that, and that's great. I was wondering, since you are involved in kind of building these systems, for the audience here, could you just kind of like describe how you're actually doing that? Where does that safety factor in? Could you make it a little bit more concrete for us?
Yeah, for sure. Again, I think people, it would be great to have like a black or white, which is we're never going to compete, we're always going to compete. And that neither of those work. That's just not the way the world works. What will happen is there will be enormous competition because of the enormous economic value. But for all of our sakes, we need the efforts around the world to agree to, here are the areas where it's just too dangerous, and for all of our continued prosperity and existence, we're going to have these sorts of things in place about safety and testing the systems. And I'm actually newly optimistic, having had lots of conversations, even with some people that I don't consider friendly, that we'll be able to make that happen. Some of the specific things that we do, and there's like a long list, one is that we have made the decision at OpenAI that we will release our powerful models behind an API, not just sort of hand out the model to the world. And this is not honestly super popular with the research community, but I feel very strongly that it's the right approach. It lets us see how a system is behaving. When it is behaving in ways that we don't want, we're able to correct it. It's not like we've just put something out into the world and lost control. And I believe very firmly that these days of people training a big model and just sort of saying, here, world, have at it, I hope those days are numbered. So we think about controlled releases where we can enforce safety systems and we can make changes as we go. And I think this is something that hopefully everybody else is going to follow us on soon. We work internally ourselves and with lots of partners to monitor everything we put out. And so, for example, we're actively monitoring our new code generation product. So are our partners at Microsoft. We're looking for ways that that is creating unsafe behavior or misuse that we didn't anticipate. And by being able to see everything happening there, we can, and we will, I'm sure, find safety issues we didn't think about. Generally speaking, I am a big believer that AI systems, safe AI systems, require iterative deployment. There is a belief in some efforts in the world that you should sort of build a super powerful AI in a vacuum, and then once you're like totally sure and you've measured and it's safe, you can push the button and launch it. I do not think that will work. All of my indications about the way that technology has developed and society evolves suggest to me that it won't. And so I think safe iterative deployment, but that is always under control and the ability to pull it back, is how we're going to get to these long-term safe systems.
And let me add that the combination of all of these points creates more targets for cyber attack. So let's imagine we have 10 places that are behaving perfectly in the way that Sam has described, both in biology and in AI. They're also going to be the ones that everyone is going to be the most interested in. And so then the system perpetuates along the lines of what Risto's talked about. We have a question right behind you.
Could I quickly add something here?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Risto.
I think one of the big challenges will be faced by regulators, because it's their job to secure society and our lives. And as already discussed, they don't typically understand new technology very well. And you can take two approaches. You can regulate in advance. You can predict what kind of challenges will be faced, and you regulate them. Or you can regulate after the fact, after we have learned what went wrong, what that doesn't work, what creates safety issues, and then regulation happens. And maybe to exaggerate a little bit, in Europe, we try to regulate everything in advance. And of course, we can't predict what technology will be used for, so typically we slow the progress down. In the US, you are much more in the realm of, let's see what happens, and then we'll figure out the right regulation. And then China is sort of in a different dimension because of their political reasons. They share some of the European challenges and some of the US degrees of freedom. But for safety of these systems and how we apply them, the regulator's role is a very challenging one and a meaningful one.
Thank you. We have one more question. This will be the final question.
Right, thanks. I'm Björn Fegerberg. I'm with the Swedish Embassy here in DC. So I wanted to pick up on your point, Risto, about people in government not knowing as much as they probably should about these technologies, and I fear that may sadly be true. But it would be interesting to hear what do you specifically, and maybe others on the stage, what are the most persistent and maybe the most problematic misperceptions and wrong ideas about machine learning and AI in general? How should we think differently, both politicians and civil servants?
Let's have each of the panelists ask this question in a broader way as a final question. So the way I would say this, let's start with Risto. What's it going to take to solve the problem of the government not understanding what they have to regulate, and what are the hardest problems?
Well, if I will skillfully answer a different question without nobody knowing. My own history, I think, is a good example of what many decision makers face. Being the chairman of Nokia, I was often in a situation where I had to give presentations that were written for me by someone else. And I know that you all have been there and done that. And sometimes the topics are such that I don't really understand them myself very well. And people in high decision-making positions, they get used to that. And they sort of forget that they can go back to school as well. And not just can, but they sometimes should. Because some new technologies, for example, are of such central importance to what their organization does, that they need, as the final decision maker, they need to understand that technology themselves. So I'd say that the biggest problem that the decision makers face is that they have forgotten that they can learn new things and that they should go back to school occasionally. Not become programmers like what I did. I started programming machine learning systems. I used to program 30 years back, and I restarted that. I'm not asking politicians to do that, but they should understand how this technology works. And they could easily spend 2 full days or a full week being educated on the technologies that will most change the world over the next 10 years. And that would be a great investment for us all.
Well said. Thank you very much, Risto. Reshma, how would you answer this question? How do we solve the knowledge, governance, people problem in biology? It's incredibly complicated.
Well, one of the things I've been impressed by with the Commission is your ability to elevate AI to be a topic that world leaders are talking about, right? And so I think in some sense the Commission has played an educational role for AI across countries and across different sectors of government. And I would argue that in the area of biotechnology, which actually featured quite prominently in the report, we need an equivalent commission to think about the biological domain and the implications for both economic security and national security. And so I would argue that that would be a tangible step in doing the same type of deep dive that was done by this commission in AI. We need a similar deep dive into biotechnology.
And I'm going to recommend you as a member of that commission. Sam, go ahead and sum up for us.
Yeah, I'll go super fast. I think the technology industry as a whole, with Eric as a very notable exception, has not done a particularly good job of engaging early with policymakers. And we, the industry and OpenAI in particular, would like the opportunity to do that differently. If any of you are trying to figure this out, you will find us open and receptive and as eager to engage as you will make time for. I think if I were a policymaker, my first priority would be insight, learning what's going on in the systems, maybe requiring that there's some sort of information that gets shared by the companies doing this. The field is still evolving so fast, I think it would be very difficult to write long-term regulation, but some short-term regulation that we all go in saying we know this is going to change because we can't predict where the technology is going to go could be great. But I think we're going to learn so much every year that the regulatory posture has got to be one of rapid iteration, where we try to say, you know, let's set these guidelines for this year and then reevaluate. I think that at the rate that the field is evolving, which is like far faster than I think any technological field I've at least seen before, that's the general posture I would take.
It's interesting if you look back at the Asilomar conference, which I think was 1987, in the time and the whole dawn of the new technology, the policies were ultimately struggled with largely by the scientists themselves, because they were the only people who at the time understood the implications of what the technology could do. I think what we're collectively trying to do here is to get everyone to understand the implications of what this is, so we can all participate in the way that the panelists have talked about, getting to the right outcome for the world. Thank you, all three of you, so much for doing this, and thank you all for participating in this.
Thank you.
I'll see you again. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, well, good afternoon. We're on the home stretch here and have some great speakers coming up. So it is my distinct pleasure to welcome our next speaker, the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin III, the U.S. Secretary of Defense. As the leader of the Department of Defense, Secretary Austin is in charge of leading over 2 million service members and civilians, and importantly, continues a long career, distinguished career of service to this country. We'd also like to welcome back to the stage the Honorable Robert Work, who is our Vice Chair of our Commission, who will participate in a short fireside chat following the Secretary's remarks. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Secretary Austin.
See if I can get this mic adjusted for normal-sized people. Well, good afternoon, and thank you, General Kumashiro, for that kind introduction and for your important work with this commission. Thanks to all of you for being here, and including those people who are joining us online. And the fact that so many of us can gather safely in person here in Washington is a testament to what science and leadership can do. You know, it says a lot about this commission that you've pulled together such an impressive lineup of speakers for this summit. You've also brought together your impressive commissioners, including Eric Schmidt, Safra Katz, Gilman Louie, Chris Darby, and Katarina McFarland. It truly is great to see so many friends here, including Bob Work, who's made such tremendous contributions as a commissioner and a distinguished leader of the department. As this commission has argued, cooperation is key to ensuring that the forces of technology support the forces of democracy. And I couldn't agree more, and I'm very grateful for all that you do. Now, I'd like to talk today about some big changes that we're bringing to the Department of Defense with respect to artificial intelligence. And they represent some big changes to some old ways of thinking. This commission calls AI the most powerful tool in generations for benefiting humanity. It's a capability that this department urgently needs to develop even further. AI is central to our innovation agenda, helping us to compute faster and share better and leverage other platforms. And that's fundamental to the fights of the future. And so we are all now present at the creation, all part of a new age of technology. As President Biden has said, we are determined to work with our like-minded partners to shape the rules and norms that will govern those sweeping advances. And that means standing up for democratic values, even and especially in times of great change. And it means ensuring that technologies like AI are, as the President has put it, used to lift people up and not used to pin them down. And so we are renewing our efforts to posture ourselves for what I would call the future fight. Now, obviously, if it comes down to fighting, we will do so. And we will win decisively. But our first goal should be to prevent conflict and to deter adversaries. And that demands of us a new vision for deterrence in this century. We call this vision integrated deterrence. And I'll have more to say about this in the weeks to come. But basically, integrated deterrence is about using the right mix of technology and operational concepts and capabilities, all woven together in a networked way that is so credible and flexible and formidable that it will give any adversary pause. Integrated deterrence means working closely with our friends and partners, just as this commission has urged. It means using some of our current capabilities differently. It means developing new operational concepts for things that we already do. And it means investing in cutting-edge capabilities for the future in all domains of potential conflict. America's integrated deterrence relies on both innovation and investment. And we understand that those are interwoven. Innovation requires the resources to develop new ideas and scale them appropriately. And investment pays off when it's focused on the challenges of tomorrow and not yesterday. Tech advantages like AI are changing the face and the pace of warfare. But we believe that we can responsibly use AI as a force multiplier, one that helps us to make decisions faster and more rigorously, and to integrate across all domains, and to replace old ways of doing business. AI and related technologies will give us both an information and an operational edge. And that means a strategic advantage. But we know that truly successful adoption of AI isn't just like, say, procuring a better tank. You know, a closer analogy might be the department's use of computers. And that began with a few critical applications, and over the decades became embedded in nearly every military system that we have. In a future that increasingly feels as if it's already here, AI holds the promise of superior performance across a wide range of platforms and systems. Over just the past decade, progress in AI research, especially in machine learning, has vastly expanded. And we see AI as a transformative technology, one that will require new processes, new policies, and new procedures across the department. And used right, AI capabilities can play a critical role in all four areas of the joint warfighting concept that I approved this spring, including joint fires, joint all-domain command and control, contested logistics, and information advantage. Today, across the department, we have more than 600 AI efforts in progress, significantly more than just a year ago. And that includes the Artificial Intelligence and Data Acceleration Initiative, which brings AI to bear on operational data. It includes Project Salus, a predictive tool for finding patterns in COVID-19 data that the department built from scratch with some top Silicon Valley companies starting last March. And it includes the Pathfinder project, which is an algorithm-driven system that helps us better detect airborne threats by using AI to fuse data from military, commercial, and government sensors in real time. And of course, the department, and especially DARPA, have a long history of AI research. You know, in the 1960s, DARPA research shaped the so-called first wave of AI. And today, through its multi-year investment of more than $2 billion, DARPA's AI Next campaign is paving the way for the future third wave. I recently visited the professionals up at DARPA, and I was so impressed to learn about their more than 60 programs that are applying AI, including using it to detect and patch cyber vulnerabilities. And we're just getting started. And DARPA is just one of the many research, test, and evaluation organizations across the department. As this commission has recommended, we elevated the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center so that it reports directly to the Deputy Secretary, ensuring that we have the focus from senior leaders needed to drive AI transformation. And over the next 5 years, the department will invest nearly $1.5 billion in the center's efforts to accelerate our adoption of AI. Done responsibly, leadership in AI can boost our future military tech advantage, from data-driven decisions to human-to-machine teaming. And that could make the Pentagon of the near future dramatically more effective, more agile, and more ready. But obviously, we aren't the only ones who understand the promise of AI. China's leaders have made clear that they intend to be globally dominant in AI by the year 2030. And Beijing already talks about using AI for a range of missions, from surveillance to cyber attacks to autonomous weapons. And in the AI realm, as in many others, we understand that China is our pacing challenge. And we're going to compete to win, but we're going to do it the right way. We're not going to cut corners on safety, security, or ethics. And our watchwords are responsibility and results. And we don't believe for a minute that we have to sacrifice one for the other. We're going to rely on the long-standing advantages of our open system and our civil society and our democratic values. That's our roadmap to success, and I wouldn't trade it for anyone else's. You know, American power has long been rooted in American innovation. And that's even truer today. Our powerhouse universities and our nimble small businesses are brimming with good ideas. And we're working as their partners through initiatives like our recently launched Institute for Nascent Innovation Consortium, which bring together small companies in a problem-solving network to tackle some of the government's hardest tech challenges. But ultimately, AI systems only work when they are based in trust. And we have a principled approach to AI that anchors everything that this department does. We call this responsible AI, and it's the only kind of AI that we do. Responsible AI is the place where cutting-edge tech meets timeless values. And again, you see, we don't believe that we need to choose between them, and we don't believe that doing so would work. This commission speaks of establishing justified confidence in AI systems. And we want that confidence to go beyond just ensuring that AI systems function, but also ensuring that AI systems support our founding principles. So our use of AI must reinforce our democratic values, protect our rights, ensure our safety, and defend our privacy. Of course, we clearly understand the pressures and the tensions. And we know that evaluations of the legal and ethical implications of novel tech can take time. AI is going to change many things about military operations, but nothing is going to change America's commitments to the laws of war and the principles of our democracy. So we've established core principles for responsible AI. Our development, deployment, and use of AI must always be responsible, equitable, traceable, reliable, and governable. And we're going to use AI for clearly defined purposes. And we're not going to put up with unintended bias from AI. We're going to watch out for unintended consequences. And we're going to immediately adjust, improve, or even disable AI systems that aren't behaving the way that we intend. And to underscore this culture of responsibility, in May, the department reaffirmed its commitment to our AI ethics principles. And that includes training a workforce ready for responsible AI and establishing structures for oversight and cultivating a robust ecosystem for responsible AI. And I should note the outstanding efforts of our Deputy Secretary, Kath Hicks, in this crucial effort. An amazing job by a very, very talented professional. Now, our wider vision of integrated deterrence relies on our unmatched network of allies and partners worldwide. And so does our approach to responsible AI. We're working together with other like-minded friends to advance global norms grounded in our shared values. And so the department and 15 of our allied and partnered countries are meeting several times a year in the AI Partnership for Defense. As we've accelerated our integration of AI, we have, of course, relied heavily on expert advice, including recommendations from this commission. You've pushed us to increase our investments in AI development and fielding, and in June, we announced the creation of the Rapid Defense Experimentation Reserve, which helps us get promising tech across the so-called Valley of Death and into new prototypes, capabilities, and concepts. And you've urged us to build the technical backbone to support AI systems throughout their life cycle. And we've just launched the department's new AI and Data Acceleration Initiative, which will help us harness data at scale and speed, and it will speed up the gains from leveraging AI. Your report also recommends that the department's budget focus more on science and technology. And you know what? You're exactly right. And that's why this year's budget asks for $112 billion for research, development, testing, and evaluation. It is the department's largest R&D request ever. And in that request, AI is one of the department's top tech modernization priorities. And we're not just investing in individual AI applications either. We're investing in the infrastructure and the reforms to make our efforts more effective. And our final and most important investment is in our people. We're going to have to do a lot better at recruiting, training, and retaining talented people, which are often young people, but people who can lead the department into and through the AI revolution. And that means creating new career paths and new incentives. And it means including tech skills as a part of basic training programs. And it means a significant shift in the way that this institution thinks about tech. You know, some of our troops leave homes that are decked out in state-of-the-art personal tech. And then they spend their workday on virtually obsolete laptops. You're familiar with this story. And we still see college graduates and newly minted PhDs who would never think about a career in the department. So we have to do better. We have to do better. Emerging technologies must be central to our strategic development. We need to tackle our culture of risk aversion. We need to smarten up our sluggish pace of acquisition. And we need to more vigorously recruit talented people and not scare them away. And in today's world, in today's department, innovation cannot be an afterthought. It is the ball game. And again, as President Biden has noted, we're going to see more technological change in the next 10 years than we saw in the last 50. And we know that some of our competitors think that they see an opening. But we're determined, as the President says, to develop and dominate the products and technologies of the future. That's central to our agenda. And that mission is far easier because of two of America's greatest assets: the creativity of an open society and the ingenuity of an open mind. We're going to need the help of our friends in all of this, and believe me, we're going to continue to lean on you. But we are going to get this done, and we're going to get it done right, and we're going to get it done together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Austin, first for taking time out of your schedule and coming over this afternoon. I think you know Secretary Mark Esper attended our first inaugural kickoff, so having you to bookend the end of our work has been a special treat for us. And thanks for the motivating words. They're music to the ears of all of our commissioners, and I'm sure to the whole audience here. I think you laid out that the department really is building up momentum on the adoption of AI. So you mentioned some of them, the publication of Responsible AI Principles, the Chief Data Officer and his data decrees, the Data and AI Accelerator, awful lot of stuff going on. And it looks like you finally solved JEDI. Man, I never thought it would end. But now that you've been here for 6 months, what do you see as the next wave of accelerated work to really get AI-enabled applications adopted at scale across the department?
Yeah, so am I still on here, Bob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So three things that I would point to, Bob. We're pushing experimentation. And you mentioned the AI Accelerator. That's a key mechanism that we'll use to get products and capabilities to our combatant commanders as quickly as we possibly can. The second thing that I would say that we're doing is we're establishing protocols for responsible AI, and you heard me talk about that earlier. And I think we can ill afford to move so fast that we forget about our responsibilities in terms of behaving in an ethical fashion. And then the third thing is, I would say, we're going to build good governance processes along the way. I think, and we've already departed on this path here. It's all about governance in my mind, establishing the right mechanisms to provide the right oversight to ensure that you have discipline in the system, I think is awfully important. So I think those three muscle movements will keep us in the right place there. So.
Sounds great, sir. The FY22 budget submission, as you noted, provides the biggest increase in R&D spending in recent years. It's the biggest R&D budget in DoD's history. That is very good news. How are you going to ensure that the department prioritizes AI and the other emerging technologies that are going to give the future joint force an advantage within this increase?
Well, as you would imagine, Bob, I'm really proud of the fact that we're investing $112 billion in R&D. I mean, that's as I pointed out earlier, that's the largest investment in R&D that the department's seen ever. And 25% of that is focused on emerging technologies. And I think it's that kind of investment that really will ensure that we maintain and increase our competitive edge as we look towards our peer competitors, the Chinas, the Russias of the world. I would also point out, though, that I mean this is a 50% increase from what we saw in 2019. So it's pretty substantial in terms of what we're investing in emerging technologies. But when you consider emerging technologies, as you pointed out, it's not just about AI, it's also about hypersonics, it's about biotechnology, it's about microelectronics. So a number of things that I think we'll have to continue to invest in along the way. But I'm pretty excited about if we get the budget through, pretty excited about the capabilities that we're gonna curate going forward.
Sir, we have time probably for one short comment. Today's theme is really working with our partners. And you mentioned that one of the things that you wanted to do as Secretary was really work with the partners on AI. Do you have any ideas right now how the department is going to go about that?
You heard me mention earlier, I think, in my remarks on what we're doing in terms of our AI partnership. We've partnered with 15 other nations on AI and responsible AI, and so I think that's a good start. I think that number will mushroom going forward, and I think it's all about sharing ideas and best practices, and it's all about making sure that we establish norms and encourage others to follow those norms along the way. But as you are, I'm a big believer in our alliances and our partnerships. I think it magnifies our capacity and our capabilities. So you'll see us continue to refurbish and strengthen those alliances going forward, and AI will be a pretty significant part of that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think the department and the nation is very lucky to have you at the helm right now with everything going on from Haiti to China, sprinkle in a little Cuba. Just your inbox doesn't ever seem to go down. So the fact that you could take time out of trying to work your inbox down and visit with us this afternoon, we really appreciate it and wish you the best of luck.
Well, thanks for having me here, and I note that you had the rest of the national security team here today as well, with Jake Sullivan and now Tony Blinken, I think, is coming up. So we spend a lot of time together just based upon the things that you've pointed out in terms of the issues that we have on our plate. But I would say that it's a great team to be a part of. And one final comment, it's a good thing that I can't really see who's in the audience, but I just noticed that Sally Donnelly is sitting right in front of me there, and I'm surprised that I didn't get heckled, during my presentation. But Sally, it's good to see you, and thanks to all of you for what you continue to do to support a very worthy cause and something that I think we really have to sprint on. So thanks a lot, and thanks for allowing me to be here today.
Please join me in.
So, excuse me while I turn the microphone position to a less than normal person position. Good afternoon. I'd like to introduce 3 pre-recorded videos. The first, I'd like to introduce Audrey Tang, Taiwan's digital minister.
Good local time, everyone. It is my honor to virtually participate in the Global Emerging Technology Summit, hosted by the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. Technology has greatly improved our lives, made the unimaginable into possible, and brought numerous innovations to our society. 5 years ago, there was no such title as digital minister in Taiwan. In many parts of the world, there was no such thing as a virtual summit. But today, despite the disruption of the pandemic, as Taiwan's digital minister, I can be here virtually to share Taiwan's experience on digital democracy with you. Now, some people might find it hard to link digital and democracy together, as democracy is a concept from ancient Greece, but digital, well, sounds much more modern. But actually, democracy itself is a social technology. And just like any other technology, it gets better when more people endeavor to improve it. Emerging technologies can and should play a crucial role in advancing democracy by promoting openness and transparency, encouraging civic participation, and building consensus. Just a few weeks ago, I was asked by a reporter to differentiate between digital democracy and digital authoritarianism. My answer was that in Taiwan, digital democracy means that the transparency is making the state transparent to the citizens. However, in digital authoritarianism, the word transparency, well, means making citizens transparent to the state. The foundation of such transparency is mutual trust. When a digital authoritarian regime uses digital tools, such as state censorship, to monitor its people, we in Taiwan, the social sector, actively creates digital public infrastructures to enable everyday citizens to propose and express opinions on effective policy reforms. And that is because we understand to give no trust is to get no trust. So digital democracy in Taiwan always begins with the government trusting the people. I will give you some examples. We cannot talk about digital democracy in Taiwan without first mentioning the Sunflower Movement. Back in 2014, there were 500,000 people on the street and many more online in a demonstration against the Cross-Strait Service Trade Agreement. For the first time in history, Taiwan's parliament was occupied by its citizens. And when I found rumors and non-factual information inevitably grew in an enclosed environment, I contributed by helping to set up a system of communication that was open and transparent to ensure that the truth of what was happening inside the parliament spread faster than rumors. By broadcasting the real situation, people can understand what's really happening and get unfiltered information, enabling deliberation on the street and online. So I would say the Sunflower Movement is a demonstration, not just a protest, but a demo, which successfully demonstrated how openness and transparency can help get into a set of rough consensus, or what I call good enough consensus. It also showed that transparency is crucial in the fight against disinformation, and social technologies play an important role in enhancing this mutual trust. And given our geopolitical history, Taiwan is no stranger to some of the most unrelenting disinformation campaigns in the world, with an intention to disrupt our civic and government processes. But what is really remarkable is that instead of using any top-down, shutdown, lockdown information initiatives, Taiwan did none of those but employed decentralized, human-centered approaches. In the pandemic, for example, we adopted what I call a fast, fair, and fun approach, and a humor over rumor tactic to combat against the infodemic, which allows the public to laugh at non-factual information. And together with the efforts from professional fact-checkers in the social, public, and private sectors, now we have a way of assisted collective intelligence that makes the scientific knowledge spread faster, having a higher basic transmission rate than conspiracy theories. Another example is how the open internet community helped us proactively tackle the COVID-19 outbreak at the beginning of the pandemic in January 2020. A great example is a face mask availability apps. It's a collaboration initiated by a social entrepreneur working with G0V or GovZero, a group of civic technologists. To prevent a panic buying of face masks, we instituted a national rationing scheme, and anticipating that the policy alone would be insufficient to avoid local runs on pharmacies, we released the Application Programming Interface, or API, that provided real-time location-specific data to the public on mask availability, eventually enabling the creations of hundreds of different mask-related apps. And the most recent 1922 SMS-based contact tracing check-in system was another brilliant example of such partnerships conceived in the social sector, amplified by the public sector, and then implemented in the private sector. These systems were rolled out extremely quickly, basically within 3 days, which would not be possible without existing robust partnerships between the people, the public, and the private sectors. In fact, I would say instead of eroding democracy, in Taiwan, the pandemic response accelerates democracy and deepened collaboration across sectors. And we call this the Taiwan model, showing the world that we don't need to sacrifice our values to fight against the pandemic. I'm also very glad to hear that in a recent paper for the European University Institute, researching how 17 countries from Asia and Europe balance health resilience and human rights during the pandemic, Taiwan performed the best among those countries examined. Based on the metrics, including economic, cultural, and social rights, civil and political rights, equality and non-discrimination, and also rule of law. It's also worth mentioning that in our digital democracy, public dialogue and collaboration are vital, and our digital public infrastructure is conceived to be as inclusive as possible, so even those who are too young to vote nevertheless have a way to start a social movement. On the online petition platform, for example, Join the GOV.tw, anyone can file a petition. As long as it gathers 5,000 joining signatures, it will go into a face-to-face collaboration meeting. Across all related ministries, we have the possibility to eventually decide on regulation together. And this is how we make sure that any citizen, no matter how young they are, can help set the policy agenda and play a role in the national decision-making process. More than 1/4 of citizens' initiatives were started by people who are not even 18 years old. For example, the nationwide petition to gradually ban plastic straws was raised successfully by a 16-year-old girl. Now, Taiwan's strengths in assistive collective intelligence are fostered in this transparent, open, and human-centered environment. We do have huge amount of high-quality data, world-class semiconductor industry, and smart manufacturing, abundant experience in preventing disinformation, strong computing power, and advanced networking infrastructure. In fact, broadband connection is considered a human right in Taiwan for a few years now. Most important of all, we have excellent STEAM talents and experts across the different domains and follow the democratic model of data governance. And our government also collaborates with the private sector to build towards an AI-enabled future. In order to promote digital transformation and industrial innovation, we actively promote our DigiPlus program, DIGI, encompassing the 4 pillars of digitization, innovation, governance, and inclusion. And based on these pillars, in order to transform Taiwan into a critical force in the global economy, we're also going to take advantage of the opportunities before us in the 6 core strategic industries, including information and digital industries, cybersecurity industry, biotech and medical technology, green energy and renewable energy industries, and strategic stockpile industries. And these efforts show that Taiwan has not only the determination, but also the capability to be a reliable partner with the United States and the international community of democracies regarding AI strategies for the sake of our prosperity, our security, and welfare. To conclude, the point of digital democracy does not only mean the use of such tools, for example, social media, online petitioning, and electronic voting. It is to reflect the will of the people and making sure democracy should be the prerequisite for the digital services that all the governments offer, from development to deployment. So in other words, our digital services must be citizen-oriented. It should consider practical conditions, opens the door, and invite the public to contribute on the first day of design. And therefore, our digital services can evolve from the old model of for the people to with the people and even after the people. Finally, let me share with you my own job description that I wrote 5 years ago when I joined the cabinet as digital minister. It goes like this. When we see the Internet of Things, let's make it an Internet of beings. When we see virtual reality, let's make it a shared reality. When we see machine learning, let's make it collaborative learning. When we see user experience, let's make it about human experience. And whenever we hear the singularity is near, let us always remember the plurality is here. Thank you all. Live long and prosper.
Good afternoon. I would now like to introduce Dr. Ami Applebaum, the Chief Scientist in the Ministry of Economy and Industry and the Chairman of Israel's Innovation Authority.
Hi, everyone. I am Dr. Ami Applebaum, Chief Scientist in the Ministry of Economy and Industry and the Chairman of Israel Innovation Authority. I apologize that I am not able to join you in person for the National Security Council for Artificial Intelligence in the Global Emerging Technology Summit. But I will try to do my best to convey the message via the Zoom. Israel Innovation Authority is a government arm investing public funds in the private sector for research and development. Generally speaking, the government of Israel is trying to let the private sector to operate independently without too much government involvement. However, as we all know, in the free market, there are some market failure. Where we see that there is a market failure, we as a government of Israel getting involved in order to address those failures. As artificial intelligence is a platform that affecting all aspects of life in all fields, from medical to fintech to agri-tech, transportation, homeland security, we identify multiple areas where we see the need for the government involvement. And we would like to see how the government can take it to the right direction that is going to touch all aspects of life in Israel and in the world. In order to keep our values and freedom, AI required ethical discussion and regulation that must be with part of the world that share the same values of the Western world. As such, Israel is looking forward to collaborate and to see and to seek ideas and collaboration with all countries that share the same value. Israel is a small country which aspires to play on the global market, required to coordinate its ethics and regulation with its key business and ethical partners. As AI taking a bigger and bigger role in our daily life and has a major impact on economic strength and national security, Israel set up a national level AI strategy plan. Its first part is addressing the top priority and the most essential topic, including the talent development, ethical regulation, and AI implementation across the public sector, high-power computing infrastructure, and enabling collaboration with existing high-power computing centers, and natural language processing for Hebrew and Arabic. Although natural language processing is very advanced globally, but not necessarily for Hebrew or Arabic, as the number of users are not making it always economical for the big companies to develop. Israel is looking forward to collaborate with the US government on artificial intelligence different vectors, including ethics, regulation, as well as collaboration with federal agencies and research centers like NIST, Department of Energy, and many, many others. I'm looking forward to set up a working group on the different topic and start the collaborating on all fronts of the artificial intelligence. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you and looking forward for productive collaboration. Have a great meeting and very productive and success. Thank you.
Lastly, I'd like to introduce Jeppe Kofod, Denmark's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you all today. In Denmark, we always believe in diplomacy, dialogue, and seeking ambitious commitments based on shared values. This approach also informs the way we look at emerging technologies and how to ensure that tech is used to strengthen democracy rather than undermine it. For several years, the Danish government has argued that there is too much of an asymmetry between how much big tech knows about the citizens and governments and how little we, citizens of the world and governments, knows about big tech. These concerns should, however, not hold us back from engaging with the tech industry, quite the opposite. As a small country, we would quickly run out of dialogue partners if we stopped talking to everyone of size. That's why we in 2017 became the first country to appoint a tech ambassador. Based in Silicon Valley and with a global mandate, the Danish tech ambassador engaged with key actors at the intersection of technology and foreign and security policy. With the belief in diplomacy and dialogue, tech diplomacy is a key priority to my government. This work has only grown in importance as emerging technologies are changing the foreign and security policy landscape dramatically. Investment in research and development of new technologies are a key competitive parameter that is shifting the geopolitical balance of power. And new technologies have provided authoritarian regimes with new opportunities for digital surveillance, behavior control, oppression, and censorship. This is a matter of urgency, and we need to come together to address this. And so I'm pleased to see that collaboration around global emerging tech issues is on the top of the agenda in most of our international forums. From making Europe fit for the digital age in the EU, over NATO's focus on military technologies, to the UN's rule-based focus on technological developments. Denmark also welcomes the proposed Summit for Democracy by the Biden administration and look forward to engage, collaborate, and form partnership to further advance this important agenda. The international community has woken up to the realities of the 21st century, a reality where many emerging technologies are being developed inside corporate offices, not in national research labs or public universities. We believe we need to face this reality head-on and, in consequence, go directly to these corporate offices with an invitation to talk, to understand each other better, and to act upon the common values we share. Let this invitation to talk be my key point today. It's imperative to remember that many tech companies are product of liberal values and open societies and could therefore be considered natural allies in the promotion of a rule-based international digital order. Now allow me to conclude by sharing 3 elements that we've learned through our engagement with the tech industry. Firstly, the industry wants to play a positive role in society, but to do so, they need democratic governments to set the framework around technology and define the parameters for collaboration. Second, multilateralizing the engagement with the tech industry is key. We must navigate this new digital age together through joint action and commitments based on democratic values. And finally, committed partnerships are the way forward. If we want to actually move on any of the many issues I've mentioned, we have to do it in partnership with the tech industry. This is also the approach that is behind Denmark's Tech for Democracy Summit, which will take place in November this year. We want to make positive progress on some of the many areas where technology can support thriving democracies, and we want to do this together with all of you that are partnering here today, and I look forward to working with you all on this initiative. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue in a couple of minutes, so 2 to 3 minutes. Just bear with us. We're almost at the end of the day. We have an outstanding speaker coming up, but we're just getting everything ready. So thank you. Oops. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the Honorable Antony Blinken, the United States Secretary of State, to deliver keynote remarks at the end of our conference. Secretary Blinken has a long and distinguished record of public service to our country, including as the former Deputy Secretary of State, former Deputy National Security Advisor to the President, former National Security Advisor to the Vice President, staff directors of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and many other important roles. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary Blinken.
Thank you all very, very much. It's actually wonderful to be in a room with real people, with friends and with colleagues, and without masks too. So in and of itself, that's a very positive thing. But there is a lot to be positive about today, and it starts with the remarkable work of the National Security Commission on artificial intelligence, especially the work of my friend Eric Schmidt, another friend and close colleague, Bob Work, who I haven't seen yet, but hopefully he's here, and Bob, there you are, and the Executive Director, Eli Bajraktari. Thank you for this remarkable effort. I am in your debt. And quite frankly, the country is going to be in your debt for the work that you've done. I'm going to put this down. And I really want to thank the members of Congress who have come together across party lines to launch this enterprise at what is a pivotal moment for our country and, I think, for the world at large. Today, you've heard from the Secretary of Defense, you've heard from the Secretary of Commerce, the National Security Advisor, the Director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. In and of itself, that is testament to how seriously the administration takes these issues, and again, that's in no small part due to the work of this commission. You have helped clarify the links among AI, the broader set of emerging technologies, strategic competition, and our national security and prosperity. And you've made crystal clear that our country needs to play catch-up and to do it fast. And not just our country, countries around the world, and I'll come to that. We're moving quickly because we want to ensure that as AI and related technologies transform how we live, how we work, how we compete, how we defend ourselves, that we're staying ahead of change, indeed that we are shaping change, and critically making sure it delivers for our people. My colleagues, I think, have very capably covered the administration's work on these issues as it relates to our domestic renewal, our economy, and our defense. So what I'd like to do today is to focus on the State Department's distinct role, because diplomacy will be critical. Working with partners and allies to develop and deploy technology is going to help us tackle the most urgent challenges we face, from pandemics to the climate crisis. Diplomacy will also be essential to mitigating risks, from preventing cyber attacks that target our businesses, to regulating technology that threatens our privacy, to defending our democratic values and way of life. And let me just pause for a second on that last point, because I think it deserves emphasis. It's fundamentally what's at stake here. More than anything else, our task is to put forth and carry out a compelling vision for how to use technology in a way that serves our people, protects our interests, and upholds our democratic values. It's not enough to highlight the horrors of techno-authoritarianism, to point to what countries like China and Russia are doing and say that it's wrong and dangerous, even as it is. We've also got to make the positive case for our own approach, and then we've got to deliver. That is the challenge before us. We need the United States, and we need its partners to remain the world's innovative leaders and standard setters, to ensure that universal rights and democratic values remain at the center of all the innovation that's to come, and that it delivers real benefits in people's lives. That fundamentally is the test that we have to pass, and it's a test I think you've heard President Biden allude to. In short, democracies have to pass the tech test together, and diplomacy, I believe, has a big role to play in that. Now, anytime you hear someone from the State Department talking, we're likely to throw in pillars and frameworks and tranches, so I can't be any different today. We have to have our pillars. So let me walk you through 6 of them that cover the approach to these issues. I know you'd be disappointed without it. The first is reducing the national security risks posed by malicious cyber activities and emerging technologies. This is the most basic thing our diplomacy has to do: protect our people, protect our networks, prevent conflict, and establish standards of responsible conduct in cyberspace. Already, we brought countries together around an approach that recognizes international law to make it clear that countries are governed in cyberspace just like they are offline, and that defines norms that apply not only in wartime, but in peacetime too, because we're now dealing with significant cyber incidents outside the context of war. We've also called for practical confidence-building measures. For example, steps as simple as establishing points of contact so that in the event of a major cyber incident, we actually know who to call. Under American leadership, UN member states have come together repeatedly to reaffirm this basic framework. Now, we're working to bring allies and partners along to respond collectively when others engage in malicious cyber activity. That's what happened after the SolarWinds intrusion. We attributed it to Russia. 22 countries, the European Union, NATO, quickly supported that conclusion. And that's important because when we speak with one voice, we can more effectively deter future bad acts. Last month, as some of you will have noted, at the NATO summit, NATO reaffirmed that a cyber attack could trigger Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all. And that's an important step, too, in deterring those attacks and protecting our national security in the cyber age. We're also treating ransomware not only as a law enforcement issue, but also as a national security issue. Ransomware and other cyber crimes affect all of us, our businesses, local governments, our most critical infrastructure, from power grids to hospitals. As you know, 1 in 4 Americans has been the victim of a cyber crime at a cost of more than $4 billion every single year. That's a direct threat to the safety, to the well-being of our people, and so it's at the top of our diplomatic agenda. And it's also why we're elevating ransomware in our engagements with Russia. Our message is clear. Countries that harbor cyber criminals have a responsibility to take action. If they don't, we will. We're strengthening our diplomatic and foreign assistance tools to fight transnational cyber criminals, and we're working to expand membership in the Global Cyber Crime Treaty known as the Budapest Convention. We'll launch similar efforts on AI and other emerging technologies. If they're going to be used as part of our national defense, we want the world to have a shared understanding of how to do that responsibly, in the same way that we've hammered out rules for how to use conventional and nuclear weapons. That's how we reduce the risk of proliferation. It's how we prevent escalation or unintended incidents. The second pillar is ensuring that our leadership in the fierce strategic technology competition that's now underway not only continues, but grows and strengthens. We know China is determined to become the world's technology leader, and they have a well-resourced and comprehensive plan to achieve those ambitions. We must preserve our competitive and comparative advantages. That means building resilient, diverse, and secure supply chains for critical technologies. Our proposed investments in semiconductor manufacturing here at home is an important part of that. And again, I really want to underscore the very important work that was done on a bipartisan basis in Congress to help allow us to do that. But I think you know this too. We can't onshore everything. We don't need to. We'll work with partners to friendshore and nearshore our supply chains, and that will make all of us more resilient. We'll protect information communications technologies. The Biden-Harris administration is committed to 5G security. And we're promoting the use of trusted and diverse vendors, including American companies, and advocating in multilateral settings for high standards for security and for trust. We're taking a fresh look at tools like export controls, investment screening, visa screening, to make sure our strategic competitors are not exploiting our own innovative ecosystems to gain military or national security advantage. Today, we also know that it's harder to ensure that American innovations are used for commercial purposes only. Countries like China don't differentiate between civilian and military in the same way. And emerging technologies, including AI applications, blur that line too. So we've got to think differently about how to protect our innovation and industries against that kind of misuse. And of course, we need to do this at the same time that we're growing our talent pipelines. Perhaps more than any other factor, having the right people will determine whether we win the competition for the future. We've got to recruit, we've got to retain the top talent, including talent from around the world, so that the best and brightest study here, stay here, feel welcome here. The third pillar, defending an open, secure, reliable, and interoperable Internet. We've been fighting for this vision of the Internet for a long, long time. Many of you in this room have been engaged in that effort. These principles created the conditions that allow the Internet to grow into the transformative force that it's become, an extraordinary resource for learning, for connection, for economic growth. But the hard truth is that the Internet is also growing more closed, more insecure, more fractured every single day. We see country after country putting up firewalls, controlling speech, targeting activists, shutting down the Internet to squelch dissent. And while authoritarian regimes deny access to their networks, they actively reach into others and into ours, taking advantage and meddling in more open societies. It's no wonder that some countries are asking whether the principles around which we've organized the Internet are still relevant, are still tenable. In many ways, we are at an inflection point. Some would say even a tipping point. And our choice is between giving up on our vision for the Internet or stepping up the fight. We will step up the fight. We'll defend the principles of an open, secure, reliable, and interoperable Internet across the full spectrum of our engagement, from trade agreements to governance to hardware. We'll use our diplomacy to unite governments and the private sector more firmly behind these efforts. The work we do today will determine what the Internet looks like just a few years from now. That's a responsibility we take very, very seriously. The fourth pillar I want to talk about is setting technical standards and creating norms for emerging technologies. Technical standards help ensure quality, protect consumer health and safety, facilitate global interoperability. They also help overcome trade barriers and expand market access. We believe in a transparent, consensus-based, and private sector-led approach to developing standards for emerging technologies. That's how we'll arrive at standards that are technologically sound, have earned people's trust, reflect our values, and help American companies compete on a level playing field. And norms, of course, are standards of another kind. We'll work with partners to ensure that technologies are developed and deployed in ethical ways that respect people's rights. That's what we did at the UN International Telecommunications Union just a few months ago. Some countries proposed norms that would allow the use, for example, of facial recognition technology in ways that could threaten human rights. We brought governments and businesses together to stop it. Whenever rules and norms that affect American lives are being debated and decided, American diplomats won't just be in the room, we will be leading the charge. The fifth pillar is this: it's making technology work for democracy. Some of the leading threats to democracies today are playing out, as you all know, in cyberspace. We have to be leading the world's efforts, and particularly the world's democracies, in responding to those threats, fighting back against disinformation, standing up for internet freedom, reducing the misuse of surveillance technology. We've got to make sure that our companies are not inadvertently fueling authoritarian practices, whether it's in China or anywhere else. That's why we released surveillance due diligence guidance to try to help American companies prevent their products from being misused. Technology is also disrupting democracies from within, challenging the ways we think about privacy, free speech, the power of government and corporations. President Biden will take on these issues here at home. For example, his new executive order on promoting competition in the U.S. economy asks the FTC to establish rules for companies on surveillance and how to treat personal data. But democracies have to work together on these issues as well. We need to close the gaps in regulatory and legal frameworks so that democracies can collaborate more easily on issues like privacy, content moderation, data sharing, and on digital trade. You all know very well these are incredibly complicated issues. The world's democracies are not all on the same page on every single one of them. But at heart, we do share the same principles. And I have confidence that we can work together through the differences that we have. I can tell you this: it is a diplomatic priority for the United States to do that. So is advancing trustworthy AI. We need to be able to reassure our citizens that AI is secure, that it does not have bias embedded in it, that it can be used safely. And here we're grateful for a lot of good work happening in some critical organizations, including at the OECD and the Global Partnership on AI. This is very important too. We're interested in increasing access to shared public data sets for AI training and testing, while still preserving privacy, especially in sectors like health, climate, and energy, where AI could create transformational breakthroughs. Finally, the sixth pillar is promoting cooperation. Yes, our work in this space is about protecting ourselves and our allies from threats. And yes, it's about competition. But more than anything, we want and we need to bring a spirit of cooperation to tech diplomacy. Because the bottom line truth is this: the United States cannot deliver on these pillars on our own. We need partners. And this may be, in some ways, I think, the most fundamental imperative of our time. And it, of course, extends beyond technology. If you think about virtually any challenge that we have to face as a country, as a society, challenges that have a direct impact on the lives of our citizens, whether it's dealing with this pandemic, whether it's climate change, whether it is emerging technologies, we know that not a single one can be fully and effectively addressed by any one country acting alone, even the United States. Now, more than ever before in my lifetime, there is an imperative for cooperation. So we are building technology into nearly all of our diplomatic engagements, tech by tech, issue by issue, bilaterally, multilaterally, always looking to assemble the right configurations of allies and partners to get things done. And as we see it, this agenda has to start with our democratic partners. And I think we've already gotten some good work under our belts. We've been developing shared principles at the G7. I think you saw some of that emerge just a few weeks ago with President Biden. We created a new U.S.-EU Trade and Technology Council that's going to be an important vehicle for advancing this agenda. We're starting a new science and technology partnership with the UK. We're launching cooperative agreements with Korea and Japan on emerging technologies. We created a critical and emerging tech working group with the Quad countries, with Japan, Australia, India. We're working with G7 partners through Build Back Better World to mobilize private capital and government finance to build digital infrastructure in low and middle income countries. Our goal is strong networks, plural, of countries, companies, universities, connected by shared values, and a shared commitment to design and deploy technology for the benefit of all people, to strengthen open and interoperable systems, to encourage freedom of thought and expression, which are the heart of innovation, to defend each other against those who are intent on taking technologies that could be used for good and using them for harm. To deliver on all of this, we need a State Department and a diplomatic corps that treats cyber and technology like the central issues that they are. I've asked the two Deputy Secretaries of State, Wendy Sherman and Brian McKeon, to take the lead on delivering recommendations for how to elevate and institutionalize cyber and tech diplomacy across the department. And I am committed to driving this forward in full partnership with Congress. We'll make sure the State Department is organized for the task at hand, because the issues before us really bear little relationship to borders on a map or the current organizational chart of the State Department. We'll build more expertise among our workforce in science, in technology, and innovation. And here's a request. Help us spread the word. We're looking for outstanding people, for talent, who want to make the leap to government, spend some time in government. Now is a great time to put those skills to use, leveraging tech for the good of our country and for the good of the world. In the coming weeks, the State Department will be releasing our first ever data strategy to help us use data more effectively and more creatively for diplomacy. If Netflix can predict what TV show my wife and I might choose to watch next, I think data can also help us and help the department predict maybe the next civil conflict, the next famine, the next economic crisis, and how we can respond more effectively. I intend to leave my successor at the State Department with strong capabilities in cyber and tech diplomacy, with clear leadership, lines of authority, organizational homes, and talent at every level. We need to become much better at anticipating the foreign policy implications of the next wave of innovation and the wave after that. I want to shape the strategic tech landscape, not just react to it. And at the same time, we have to find ways to put tech and innovation to the task of solving the concrete problems that we're facing, whether that's verifying an arms control agreement or preventing the next pandemic. I've been in and out of government for the better part of 25 years, and the last time I was serving with Bob and others, we'd be in that situation room in the White House looking at one of the many challenges that would somehow wind up in our inbox. And I think it became clearer and clearer to all of us that for virtually every single one, there was some technological component to the solution. Part of the problem is that many of us who are engaged in these issues are not brought up in these disciplines. Bob is an exception to that, but many of us come from the humanities, from law. It's not our first knowledge, it's not our first instinct. And I got to the point when I had the responsibility of chairing some of these meetings to thinking that I needed scientists and technologists in the room just to tell me whether I needed scientists and technologists in the room. To help identify the problems and help identify some of the solutions. And I became more and more convinced that virtually everything on our agenda has some tech or science or innovative component to the solution. So we need to do a better job bringing that knowledge, that expertise, that focus into the department and to everything we do. We started to do that a few years ago. When I was last here, we actually set up our first ever office in Silicon Valley. Some of the other agencies of government were ahead of us. We developed partnerships with leading institutions. One of my very strong and positive memories was spending some time out at Stanford. We had started working with a class called Hacking for Diplomacy, where 20 bureaus of the State Department sent this class problems that we were trying to solve. And these remarkable students over the course of a semester or even a year work to solve them. And bringing that approach, bringing that perspective, brought forward answers that I don't think we would have come to doing it on our own in Washington. So we need to make this shift too, and the changes we're making at state, I think, will help us to do that. If there's one thing that I want to leave you with today, is this. For the Biden-Harris administration, this is not a standalone diplomatic issue. It's not just another line of effort. We're weaving cyber and technology diplomacy into our work across the board. Nothing is more consequential to our competitiveness, to our security, and ultimately to our democracy. We're in the early days of this endeavor. All of us in the national security community have a tremendous amount to learn and even more to do. We intend to secure American leadership. We intend to get results for the American people. And as we do, we will build upon the work of this commission and continue to work in partnership with you. Thank you so much for listening.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks. I'm not going to keep you any much longer, but I would like to introduce, as our last speaker, the chair of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, Dr. Eric Schmidt. And just one last note, on your way out, you can grab a book of our final report. It's to the left, I believe, but please don't go home without taking a copy of our final report. Thank you, and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Illy. I was going to do a little contest with you and throw this to you, but I'm concerned about workplace insurance at the hotel. To say that well, first place, I want to thank everybody here for staying, and often people don't stay to the end, and I know this means you guys are really committed. And those of you on the live stream, similarly, thank you very much for a whole day of your attention. Your time is valuable. To say that I am personally proud of this work is an understatement. It starts with having a vice chairman who is exceptional, Bob. The commissioners picked through a random process of the Capitol turned out to be great, shockingly. And every single one of them added extraordinary value. I see Gilman's over here, I saw Safra over here, Katarina was here, and a whole bunch of people here, and those of you who did it online. But the real credit, of course, goes to the staff. We take the credit, they do the work, right? So let's give them some credit for this. And the staff, of course, was organized by Illy, and Illy had this interesting idea that not only should we write down what we thought, which we did, but we would have 100 pages of legislation that they could just pass. An idea that had never occurred to me before, but is actually working. So in the NDAA and a number of the other initiatives, including this strangely named Usica, is this like a new kind of fragrance or something? This sort of, I'm going to call it the Endless Frontiers Act, modified by $200 billion. All of that, right, was essentially enabled by the work of the staff. And we don't talk much about our secret work, but there's an analogous team that worked on the secret stuff. They went through the secret process that has had similar impact. So when I look at today, I think we had more than 40 presenters and our goal, of course, was global, and it was indeed global. And I think what I would conclude and offer to you is that and by the way, I wanted to thank Secretary Blinken. I particularly wanted to thank him for the 6 pillars, because I'm going to offer 7. It's clear to me that the democratic world must define the standards and norms governing the development of use of AI and emerging technologies, address common platforms, and shape the platforms of tomorrow. And Secretary Blinken said strong networks. And he said strong networks a number of times. And one of the ways to understand how are we going to win is we're going to build strong networks of volunteers who have the same views as we do, who care passionately about this in the democratic world. And the democratic world is not defined as just the US, sorry. It's like all these other countries. And they are, in my view, somewhat disorganized. And part of the reason that we wanted to do this was to essentially get our message out to them, and I would say it was very successful. So I think the message that I wanted to say is this message about strategic competition, people seem to sort of forget. So when I sit around and I watch TV and listen to the dialogue in the US, people forget that we have a new strategic competitor. So President Biden said that the United States is in a long-term strategic competition with China. And the president's right. And that means we actually have to change some of the things and ways in which we operate in order to do that. And this is not just about the US, it's about the sum of the democratic world and the values of the democratic world. And Bob taught me, always say democratic values, right? Just say it over and over and over again. Because somehow we take it for granted in our narrative, but there's an alternative model using technology which is not consistent with our democratic values. And I personally, and I suspect 100% of you agree, the democratic values are messy, but better, right? Let's just agree. It's a better choice. So China has now become a peer technology competitor. And as I said on stage earlier, I spent the last 3 years pontificating my view of where the US was versus China. And I said, well, you know, China's a few years behind. The evidence is that the massive investment, clear focus, clear leadership from the top, a different organizational system, and very, very smart people is producing outcomes that are in the ballpark of the world that we're covering today, which is the world we talked about all day. So if there's any confusion now, right, we'll talk to you afterwards. The data is very, very clear. It's a new world, strategic competition, and the competitors are caught up. Now you can ask, what should we do? Well, that's what the rest of my talk is about. But the important point is, I need you guys to start by saying, new world, new problem, new facts. We always play the old facts. These are the new facts. We have to go forward based on that. And what we did is in our report, we say that the US and democratic nations are playing catch up in organizing this global tech competition. That's why when the secretary talked about his international tech competition, that's important. We need all the aspects of our government and the other democratic governments to organize themselves around this. And you need to build a broad network of alliances among democratic nations that are rooted in our common values, right? The things we care about. Respect for the rule of law, recognition for fundamental human rights, all the things that we take for granted that aren't so granted for everybody. So to me, it starts with the language of diplomacy, strengthening existing frameworks, exploring new frameworks to build these platforms. Put another way, figure out a way to get the platforms built using democratic values, using the government, the universities, the workers, the businesses, and so forth, and do it throughout the democratic world. Now, it's interesting that, and we heard this from a number of speakers, and I want to emphasize it alike, that there's this sort of libertarian view that, oh, we'll just do our thing, everyone else will do our thing, and it'll sort of work out. And that's sort of been my general view. I don't think it's correct now, because what we see is that the United States must provide leadership. So if we don't provide leadership, the other folks won't provide leadership, but our strategic competitors will, if you see the point. See, so it would be nice to say, oh, it's pretty good here, and we don't really need to do this, plus I don't really like to speak French or whatever it is, and you have some sort of prejudice against this. But in fact, that's not how the world works, right? The way the world really works is the US sets the agenda, and that's what we're trying to do here. Now, another message was about the NSC-AI, and I think part of the reason that we're so proud of what we've done is because it was done in a bipartisan way. And so if you look at the messaging from Senator Young, right, Representative Thornberry, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who originated the language which created us, and we're very grateful to her, independent of party affiliation, they all came down on the same solutions, which is what we're talking about. So it is possible here in Washington to pull this off. It takes work, right? And the staff did the work, the commissioners did the work, and it was worth it. So when I think about this, we need to provide leadership globally, and it starts with some judgments in our report. We, for example, say that the nation needs to become AI ready by 2025. The tech industry is AI ready now, because we're busy inventing it. The rest of the country is behind, right, for all sorts of reasons which we outline in the report. But for example, we said we need leadership from the White House. If I've learned anything in my years of dealing with the government, it's the government is not run like a tech company. It's run top down. So whether you like it or not, you have to start at the top. You have to get the right words. Either they say it or you write it for them and you make it happen, right? And that's how it really, really works. I think this is so important, and indeed in our report we say that we need a Technology Competitiveness Council led by the Vice President of the United States, so we can keep everything together. Otherwise, all the different competing interests will take over. We need a program around talent. We need a program around staying ahead of China at least 2 generations in hardware. There are estimates now that we are significantly ahead of them. There are others that are less ahead, but we assess in our group that we need to stay well ahead for reasons which kind of obvious, involving the importance of hardware and AI. We need to sort of continue our focus on innovation and R&D funding, which indeed has been seized by the current administration. And we need to focus on responsible and ethical development for all the reasons that are obvious. My third message is a message about we can't go it alone. I think there's this belief somehow that this is going to happen without each of us putting our oar in and moving this along. If the democracy is messy against a focus, a democracy can be very, very focused. A problem can become very, very focused with the kind of innovation that has led the United States so very well. I think that when we look at the things we need to do, we need to strengthen the existing mechanisms. We heard a couple of these with NATO and so forth. The president, in his visit in Europe, announced some things, and the EU has a similar one. The notion of new structures is also important. The Quad, something which I didn't know about a year ago and I guess was just recently invented, has all sorts of implications because we came up with a new mechanism for coordinating the way our Asia partners work, right? That's a good idea, and it needs more structure and it needs to be institutionalized. But if I look at it, I think we need to do a whole bunch of stuff, right? And I sort of decided to call them the 7 pillars, sorry. We need to focus on operating standards and norms, the stuff that we talked about, values. We've talked about facilitating coordinated and joint R&D of AI and digital infrastructure, again, across the democratic world. It's obvious to everyone involved in this that promoting democracy, human rights, and the rule of law is central. This technology can easily be used to help, and it's easily used, as we all know, to hurt the principles that we think. We need to be on the helping side and not the hurting side, and we need to limit the hurting side to the degree the technology allows. We've got to find a way to do data sharing. People talk about data sharing, but when you actually talk to AI scientists, the AI algorithms are really, really interesting, and the data problems are really, really hard, right? So figuring out a way to get data norms, data sharing, data normalization, the ways in which people can access this information is obvious. Now you sit there and you say, okay, I don't really know why this is so important. Let's imagine that if you unified the databases that involve health in Europe and the United States, you could cure cancer. Is that worth it? Yeah. Or Alzheimer's, pick your favorite disease. The fact is that these systems need lots and lots of data, and that data needs to be accessed in ways that are consistent with our values, consistent with our privacy principles, but ultimately allow this to occur. We've got to figure out this balance. Sam talked about this a little bit, about this balance of openness and closedness, excuse the word. With OpenAI, in GPT-2, they delayed the launch of the release of the network because they were trying to figure out what it did. With GPT-3, they put in an API which limits its access. I think that's the future for much of this. We're not going to want to have quite the openness that built my industry, and I think that's an okay outcome for now what is a mature industry. We've talked about talent. There are enormous talent shortages. When I talk to my friends, all they do is talk about how it's always been hard to get talent and now it's impossible to get talent. And by the way to solve this is to create more talent. And one of the ways to create more talent, which we say in the report, is to allow high skills immigration into the United States. One of the best answers to competing in the grand strategic sense with China is that the majority of people would prefer to live in a Western country than in China, in the world. So why don't we get them all here, right? And let them found companies, create lots of wealth, have them move the world forward, get themselves established, and pay taxes, if that's what you care about. And then this notion of internationalism really needs to be around a digital democracy initiative, right? Democracy needs to have a digital update where the digital systems are consistent with the democratic values, right? We've moved, because of the pandemic and for many other reasons, we live online now. I used to say that, well, just turn the thing off. You don't need to be online. That's not a responsible answer to a critic of my industry and to this technology. It now has to, it actually has to reflect our laws and values and so forth. So I think the question here is, what do we do? Where do we go from here? Our commission was appointed and ends in October 1st. We've asked it to not be extended. We want to now take this work, working with our partners and our friends. Many of the people who've worked on this report have now been embedded back into parts of our government where they will serve as the change agents in the ways that you could imagine. But I will say over and over again that this area of competition that we're going to say is going to change our world. Again, going back to Sam's comments, if you think about it, the rate at which this is going to affect us is probably going to outstrip our ability to predict it as a society. So we better continue the focus on understanding what the technology can do, where it's going to win, how we can make sure we can build platforms that are westernized, and how American firms can win in that competition. So put another way, we now know that the uses of AI in all aspects of life will grow and that the pace of innovation will continue to accelerate. Many of the speakers have said this. Let me finish by saying that we need to do whatever it takes to maintain our leadership in the critical industries of the future. This report is all about those critical industries. We show a plan. We think we can pull it off. It's crucial for our country. I cannot thank all of you enough, again, for spending the time on this. As you leave, I want you to remember a word, and that word is together, right? It's the old thing of, if you want to make progress, go together. And I now believe, as much as we celebrate individual leaderships, great founders, great inventors, and so forth, this is a team problem, right? We are all now part of our team, and now you're deputized to go out and add more team members around the causes that we describe. Thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks to Illy and the whole team. Thanks to Bob and all the commissioners, and thank you all for coming.